What's up, guys? I'm live. Friday night. Friday night live stream. A little bit late for those of you in the UK, but that's just as well because we're going to watch this horrible thing that happened in the US. From what I hear, this is not good. I am 3 days behind. This was July 23rd, 2025. House Committee on Agriculture. Yeah. All right, let me just wait a second here. Wouldn't want you guys to miss any of it, after all. I think I can go ahead and start the video, though. Hang on. Yeah, we're already 9 seconds in. Does it actually start? Okay, we'll just start. I heard this is bad. Other than that, I don't know what to expect. It's long too, so let's speed these guys up. Something you can't do in real life. We'll start 1.5 and see how that sounds. Okay. Start.
Order.
There we go.
Welcome. The committee will come to order. Welcome and thank you for joining today's hearing entitled An Examination of the Implications of Proposition 12. After brief opening remarks, members will receive testimony from our witnesses today, and then the hearing will be open to questions. So good morning, everyone. And
okay, let me just start out. Let's first, I've got the Wikipedia pulled up. For people who don't know, Prop 12. Prop 12. A California ballot proposition in that state's general election from 2018. So we're going back. The Prevention of Cruelty to Farm Animals Act passed by a vote of 63% yes to 37% no. So the California people wanted this by more than 3 million votes, just to be clear. Establishes new standards for confinement of specified farm animals, bans sale of non-complying products initiative statute. So basically, it sets standards for how much space you give to the animals in factory farms. It was supported by all these groups, all our friends, Humane Society, Compassion Over Killing, Animal Equality. Newspapers endorsed it, LA Times, Mercury News, all this stuff. Opposed by the Veal Association. Oh, that's interesting. Groups such as PETA opposed the measure because they considered it insufficient. Interesting. Didn't know that. Okay. Well, anyway. I don't think that these guys find it insufficient. I think they just don't like that it might have bit into the profits of these giant national corporations, international corporations, I should say, that abuse animals by the billions every year.
And thank you for joining us today for this important hearing to examine the implication of California's Proposition 12. To each of our witnesses, thank you for taking time out of your busy schedule to share your expertise with us. In 2018, California passed Proposition 12, a law that imposes arbitrary and unscientific housing standards on any pork, veal, or egg products that a producer may wish to sell into the state. backed by animal rights activists. The requirements of Prop 12 have no standing in reality and do nothing to improve animal welfare, food safety, or food affordability. In fact, California's Department of Food and Agriculture noted in their rulemaking that animal confinement space allowances prescribed in the act are not based in specific peer-reviewed published scientific literature or accepted as standards within the scientific community to reduce human foodborne illnesses, promote worker safety, the environment, or other human or safety concerns. Similarly, the American Veterinary Medical Association opposes Prop 12, stating the arbitrary housing requirements do not objectively improve animal welfare and may unintentionally cause harm. Such concerns, along with the compliance costs for producers and consumers alike, led Prop 12 all the way to the Supreme Court of the United States. After years of litigation, the United States Supreme Court ultimately upheld California's law. Importantly, Justice Gorsuch noted several times in a majority opinion that Congress would be well within its power to act in this case. I disagree with the court's decision to uphold Prop 12, but I do agree that Congress can and must act to rectify the burdens of Prop 12 as imposed on interstate commerce. I'm submitting for the record a letter from the Secretary of Agriculture.
Yeah, it's important to note that not only the California voters wanted this, the Supreme Court, which is overwhelmingly conservative, 6-3 conservative court, upheld Prop 12.
Brooke Rollins, that outlines the economic impacts that we have seen since Prop 12 went into effect in January 1st, 2024. So without objection, that letter is entered into the record. The letter highlights many concerning economic realities that our producers and consumers are facing in a post-Prop 12 world. The average cost of retrofitting or rebuilding facilities to meet Prop 12 standards is estimated $3,500 to $4,500 per sow. The same data shows that compliance costs disproportionately affect small.
Oh no, it costs the industry money. Damn. What a horrible unintended side effect.
And mid-sized producers who face tighter margins and have less access to capital. In fact, as of the first quarter of 2025, 12% of small pork operations have exited the market or shifted production away from breeding, citing regulatory uncertainty and high transition costs. On the consumer side, retail pork prices in California have increased by 18.7% year over year, compared to a 6.3% increase nationwide over the same period. A recent USDA consumer affordability study found that low-income households in California reduced pork purchases by 22%, indicating price increases are affecting food access and affordability for economically vulnerable populations. The data shows that both producers and consumers are facing significant cost increases due to Prop 12. It begs the question, if producers are paying more and consumers are paying more, who's winning? Thankfully, the complexity and unfairness of Prop 12 has been realized by both sides of the aisle. Former Secretary of Agriculture Tom Vilsack testified before this committee about the harms of Prop 12, stating there would be, quote, chaos in the marketplace, end quote, without a fix. Our current Secretary of
There would be chaos if we didn't fix this thing that happened 7 years ago.
Agriculture, Brooke Rollins, also thinks that we must act and offered her full support for our efforts. She stated, quote, California has the right to do what California wants to do. But the minute that crosses the border and starts to compromise in such a significant way our pork producers, we need to act, end quote. That's why I introduced Section 12007 in the Farm Food and National Security Act of 2024. This provision is a common sense middle ground approach to protect consumers from arbitrary and unscientific mandates. It does not undo thousands of state-based agriculture laws, and it does not restrict the state's right to impose standards within their own borders. It simply clarifies that states cannot impose, as a condition for sale or consumption, a production standard on livestock unless that livestock is located within the state's borders. This means that Prop 12 will stand in California, but only for those producers within California's borders. Similar state mandates like Question 3 in Massachusetts will also stand, but again, only for the producers within their borders. Section 12007 enjoys the support of the National Pork Producers Council, the American Farm Bureau Federation, and over 900 more national, state, and local farm organizations, as well as the AVMA. Despite the support from the agriculture community, false narratives about Sections 12007 continue to be told in D.C. and across the countryside. Driven by animal rights groups who are parading as farmers and ranchers, I've heard every accusation possible, from China somehow gaining access to our farmland to thousands of state laws being overturned. Neither of these carries any weight. While false, the China argument is a convenient straw man during a time of heightened scrutiny of China's investments in the United States. The truth is that protein conglomerates with foreign ownership have the resources to comply with state-by-state mandates, while small family farmers and ranchers do not. The cost of compliance for small producers could actually push them out of the market altogether, leading to further consolidation in the industry, and that would be a true gift to China. As we hear from our witnesses,
this guy right here claims to be concerned about consolidation of the factory farming industry. I hate to break it to you. What's your name? Chairman? I hate to break it to you, Mr. Chairman. That cat's already out of the bag. There are no small family farms anymore. Factory farming is 99% of the industry. So maybe if you wanted to seriously tackle that, as someone who sits on what is it again? The chairman of the House Committee on Agriculture, I would say that you're in a pretty privileged position to do so. But that's not what this is about, is it? Oh, no. This is because the lobbyists that fill your coffers have asked you to undo this bill. That's what has happened. So it's so that you can take your private jet out to Hawaii and spend time sipping margaritas because Alec paid you.
Today, it is my
Is that
hope that
right?
you all take to heart what they are saying, from producers on the ground to the economic and legal experts who have watched this unfold, to the consumer advocate who sees higher prices every day in California. It is paramount that we take their concerns seriously. In order to protect the right of American farmers and ranchers to raise their animals how they see fit, we must provide a fix for Proposition 12. Now, I'm proud of the work we did to get Section 12007, which passed out of committee last year with a bipartisan vote. I look forward to working with my colleagues to include this provision in the upcoming Farm Bill reauthorization. Thank you again to our witnesses for being here today. We look forward to hearing from you. And with that, I yield to the distinguished gentlelady from Minnesota, the ranking member of the Agriculture Committee, for any opening comments that she would like to make.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, everyone. I'm proud to say that Minnesota ranks second in the country for hog production, with over 3,000 pig farms operating in the state. As such, I am intensely
Wow, what a proud distinction for Minnesota. All those abused animals. Wow. So proud, Miss Craig.
familiar for hog.
Let's look her up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I don't know all these lawmakers, guys. I apologize. I don't know them all. Okay, let's look up House Committee on Agriculture. Okay, because I'm curious who's in this. Chairman Thompson. Okay, there. Okay, let me share this tab. Here's Chairman Thompson from where? Lifelong resident of Howard Township, Center County, Pennsylvania. Okay. What about the rest of you guys? There we go. Committee members. Angie Craig, Democrat, Minnesota. Oh, took us to her website. We don't need that. Who's in this? Okay. Shit ton of Republicans. Shit ton of Democrats. Who might we hear from today? Anybody I know? Not really. I know Alma Adams, long time congressperson from North Carolina. Yeah, I don't know the rest of these people. I've heard of. Have I? I don't know. What about the Republicans? Don Bacon. I think I heard of him. A lot of the House members are less familiar to me than the senators. Okay. Felix, no chance. How you doing today, Felix? Remember how upset people were when I tortured them with Brian? It's going to be worse. Pretty simple. Or could it be that the issue is settled, considering the California voters wanted it and the Supreme Court upheld it? So if y'all are interested in making the world a better place, maybe you'd move on to a different subject that hasn't been litigated for 7 years. But you're not serious people, are you? You're seriously fucked people, but oh, thanks, Felix. I also enjoyed the interview with Plant Geezer. That was a treat. That was a treat for me. Glad it glad it extended outwards. I like that guy a lot. Jake's cool. Where was I? Too many tabs open. Oh, well, then it must have so much credibility. By the way, that's Tom Vilsack, right? Who's like he's a dairy guy. Yeah. I'm not sad about that. I'm also not sad about that. I'm not sad about it. When you like type in politician, like typical American politician, does this guy not epitomize how you like picture they look? Does he not? What's up, Mary? Sally? Loyally working to please it. Indeed. Indeed. I'm not sad about what she was saying. All the hits to the meat packing people. Oh, don't worry. They just gave him $58 billion in the big beautiful bill. I think they'll be fine, Mr. Chairman. Hear that? Care for? Care for? I don't think they care for them. They exploit and kill them. Wait, you can't hear me? You can't hear them? Oh, shit. Fuck, my bad. Why does that keep happening? My bad. I thought you were saying, sorry, I thought you were saying, I don't want to listen to these fucks. Okay, let me stop sharing. Let me reshare. No wonder people weren't here. I had people coming in and not staying long. Of course, I just figured it was the content matter. Okay. I know. That's an amazing thing right there. Please let us hear the politicians. Y'all love punishment, don't you? Okay. Oh man. I don't know why this keeps happening. This is a problem that keeps happening and there's no explanation for it. Okay, first of all, can you hear it now?
With the Iowa Farm Bureau, and he lives and farms with his wife, Mindy, and their 7 children near Sioux Center in Sioux County, Iowa. Our third witness today is Ms. Holly Cook, who is an economist at the National Pork Producers Council. Ms. Cook collects and analyzes data for the pork industry.
God damn it, guys. Now I have to go back. I have to hear it again. Oh boy. All right, here we go.
The committee will come to order. Welcome and thank you for joining today's hearing entitled An Examination of the Implications of Proposition 12.
Okay, I'm going to switch the tab and then come back and then you tell me if you can still hear it. But first of all, let me go ahead and show you guys who these fucks are. So we got Glenn G.T. Thompson, committee chairman, Republican of Pennsylvania. We got Angie Craig of Minnesota. And then all these fucks. All these fucking fucks. Yo, Plant Geezer. Hey, Plant Geezer, I've got an interview that just went up on my channel just a couple hours ago. I think you might like it. Check it out. Plant Geezer is here. Y'all know what to do. I'm pretty sure you guys are already subbed to Plant Geezer by now, but if you're not, do it. Let me just go ahead and make sure to link Mr. Geezer, the Honorable Mr. Geezer. I'm in political speak right now. The Honorable Mr. Geezer, I yield. Okay. All right, now I'm going to go back to this and tell me if the sound works.
After brief opening remarks, members will receive testimony from our witnesses today, and then the hearing will be open to questions. So
you can hear it?
So good morning, everyone. And thank you for joining us today for this important hearing to examine the implication of California's Proposition 12. To each of our witnesses, thank you for taking time out of your busy schedule to share your expertise with us. In 2018, California passed Proposition 12, a law that imposes arbitrary and unscientific housing standards on any pork, veal, or egg products that a producer may wish to sell into the state. Backed by animal rights activists, the requirements of Prop 12 have no standing in reality and do nothing to improve animal welfare, food safety, or food affordability. In fact, California's Department
I actually agree with him there. All they do is say that you have to have this much space for animals. That really doesn't do much for the animals, but it did cost the agriculture industry some money. So I'm in support of that. And it gives them a slight amount of space. So obviously, it's better than nothing. But y'all weren't here yet. Okay, let me just, now y'all are here. I'll show you guys. Here's the wiki page for Prop 12. Passed by the California voters 63% to 37%. So the California voters want it. The Supreme Court upheld it. It was supported by all these groups right here. I just thought this was interesting, and I didn't know this. PETA opposed this measure because they considered it insufficient. It's pretty interesting. What's up, vegan marshmallow? The elusive vegan marshmallow is here.
of Food and Agriculture noted in their rulemaking that animal confinement space allowances prescribed in the Act are not based in specific peer-reviewed published scientific literature or accepted as standards within the scientific community to reduce human foodborne illnesses, promote worker safety, the environment, or other human or...
By the way, guys, this is 3 hours long. I don't know if we'll be able to do the whole thing. Maybe we'll do it in like 2 parts.
Safety concerns. Similarly, the American Veterinary Medical Association opposes Prop 12, stating the arbitrary housing...
You might have to take a break to watch the last part of Plant Geezer's debate with Farmer Lady, just for a nice little interlude.
Not objectively improve animal welfare and may unintentionally cause harm. Such concerns, along with compliance costs for producers and consumers alike, led Prop 12 all the way to the Supreme Court of the United States. After years of litigation, the United States Supreme Court ultimately upheld California's law. Importantly, Justice Gorsuch noted several times in a majority opinion that Congress would be well within its power to act in this case. I disagree with the court's decision to uphold Prop 12, but I do agree that Congress can and must act to rectify the burdens of Prop 12 as imposed on interstate commerce. I'm submitting for the record a letter from the Secretary of Agriculture, Brooke Rollins, that outlines the economic impacts that we have seen since Prop 12 went into effect in January 1st, 2024. So without objection, that letter is entered into the record. The letter highlights many concerning economic realities that our producers and consumers are facing in a post-Prop 12 world. The average cost of retrofitting or rebuilding facilities to meet Prop 12 standards is estimated $3,500 to $4,500 per sow. The same data shows that compliance costs disproportionately affect small and mid-sized producers who face tighter margins and have less access to capital. In fact, as of the first quarter of 2025, 12% of small pork operations have exited the market.
Keep listening. It's riveting, I know.
Citing regulatory uncertainty and high transition costs. On the consumer side, retail pork prices in California have increased by 18.7% year over year, compared to a 6.3% increase nationwide over the same period. A recent USDA consumer affordability study found that low-income households in California reduced pork purchases by 22%, indicating price increases are affecting food access and affordability for economically vulnerable populations. The data shows that both producers and consumers are facing significant cost increases due to Prop 12. It begs the question, if producers are paying more and consumers are paying more, who's winning? Thankfully, the complexity and unfairness of Prop 12 has been realized by both sides of the aisle. Former Secretary of Agriculture Tom Vilsack testified before this committee about the harms of Prop 12, stating there would be, quote, chaos in the marketplace, end quote, without a fix. Our current Secretary of Agriculture, Brooke Rollins, also thinks that we must act and offered her full support for our efforts. She stated, quote, California has the right to do what California wants to do, but the minute that crosses the border and starts to compromise in such a significant way our pork producers, we need to act, end quote. That's why I introduced Section 12007 in the Farm Food and National Security Act of 2024. This provision is a common sense middle ground approach to protect consumers from arbitrary and unscientific mandates. It does not undo thousands of state-based laws.
I'll be here in a sec.
States' right to impose standards within their own borders. It simply clarifies that states cannot impose, as a condition for sale or consumption, a production standard on livestock unless that livestock is located within the state's borders. This means that Prop 12 will stand in California, but only for those producers within California's borders. Similar state mandates, like Question 3 in Massachusetts, will also stand, but again, only for the producers within their borders. Section 12007 enjoys the support of the National Pork Producers Council, the American Farm Bureau Federation, and over 900 more national, state, and local farm organizations, as well as the AVMA. Despite the support from agriculture community, false narratives about Sections 12007 continue to be told in D.C. and across the countryside, driven by animal rights groups who are parading as farmers and ranchers. I've heard every accusation.
All right, I'm back. What'd I miss? I already heard that guy once. What's up, Dennis? Oh, I know. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Felix. What a way to spend a Friday evening. The young people out there are out having a good time, having some drinks. Us? Nah, no fun. Let's watch the House committee hearing on Prop 12. It's this is the story of my life right here. Story of my life.
From China somehow gaining access to our farmland to thousands of state laws being overturned. Neither of these carries any weight. While false, the China argument is a convenient straw man during a time of heightened scrutiny of China's investments in the United States. The truth is that protein conglomerates with foreign ownership have the resources to comply with state-by-state mandates, while small family farmers and ranchers do not.
And believe it or not, we've got this guy on 1.5 speed. Doesn't seem like it.
Cost of compliance for small producers could actually push them out of the market altogether, leading to further consolidation in the industry, and that would be a true gift to China. As we hear from our witnesses today, it is my hope that we all take to heart what they are saying, from producers on the ground to the economic and legal experts who have watched this unfold, to the consumer advocate who sees higher prices every day in California. It is paramount
I got my coffee.
Concerns seriously. In order to protect the right of American farmers and ranchers to raise their animals how they see fit, we must provide a fix for problems.
Not only do I have my coffee, but I've got it in my vegan gaze mug. How cool is that?
Position 12. Now, I'm proud of the work we did to get Section 12007, which passed out of committee last year with a bipartisan vote.
In
I look
fact,
forward to working with my colleagues.
let me
to
go
include this
refill
provision
it. I'll
in
be
the
right
upcoming
back.
Farm Bill
You guys
legislation.
listen to this
Thank
guy.
you again to
He's
our witnesses
great.
for being here today. We look forward to hearing from you.
Oh,
And with that, I yield to the
and make sure you listen to Miss Craig over here, Democrat of Minnesota, who's very, very proud of how many pigs they kill in Minnesota.
distinguished gentlelady from Minnesota, the ranking member of the Agriculture Committee, for any opening comments that she would like to make.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, everyone. I'm proud to say that Minnesota ranks second in the country for hog production, with over 3,000 pig farms operating in the state. As such, I am intensely familiar with the subject of today's hearing and have heard from producers on both sides of the issue. Like most controversial cases, it's not really that simple. Today's topic has been litigated extensively since I first came to Congress. Since California residents voted to enact Proposition 12 in 2018, we've seen challenges to the law, the Supreme Court ruling in favor of the law, numerous proposals and attempts to negate the law through federal legislation, and now a hearing regarding where we go from here. Prop 12 is clearly a contentious issue, and it merits thoughtful, bipartisan discussion. Even today, this very day, I've seen two different letters citing two different sets of data that come to different conclusions about pork prices in California. Any true representative of farm country knows that Prop 12 is a concern for producers on both sides of the issue. We can't ignore the questions and challenges Prop 12 raises.
Sorry about that,
Even
guys.
the Biden administration's Ag Secretary
I left you alone with the bad lady. You okay?
said, we
Listen
can't
to
ignore the
this.
questions
Listen to this shit.
and challenges Prop 12 raises. Even the Biden administration's Ag Secretary said we need to treat this issue seriously to ensure stability in the marketplace. I agree that we can't have 50 states
That's Vilsack.
with 50 different regulatory frameworks because of the significant challenges it would present to producers. But I also believe that there are ways to avoid that situation. I also recognize that many pork producers have made significant financial investments to make their operations Prop 12 compliant to satisfy the desires of California's consumers for premium pork products. It would be unfair to the family farmers who updated their facilities to comply with new rules.
Yeah, you're watching some Harry Potter right now, Dennis. I think I would have guessed that. And I'm sorry, Vegan Marshmallow. I'm sorry. Be careful. At least you're not a pig. If you were a pig, I'd say be very careful.
To keep or gain market access to change the rules on them after they've already made those investments. I think Congress also needs to be mindful of the voters in California who exercise their rights under the state constitution to adopt this policy. We should think carefully before allowing legislators in Washington to override their will. While I welcome more attention to this topic, there are additional threats to the livestock sector happening right now that also deserve this committee's focus. This administration's worldwide trade war.
Oh, I'll do it again. They're not sad about it. Just so y'all understand what I was talking about.
Could hurt our domestic livestock industry. We export 30% of the pork we produce, and hogs are constantly moving back and forth across our border with Canada. But today, packers are being forced to render hogs that normally would have been exported. We haven't gained new market access to replace the lost Chinese market, which took a hit during the COVID-era supply chain chaos, and then shrank further after China canceled 12,000 metric tons of U.S. pork imports in retaliation against
Not sad about it.
President Trump's first trade war. At the same time, there's ongoing labor shortage for hog farms and meat processors that are
Not sad about it.
that's being exacerbated by the administration's chaotic and volatile mass deportation program. The administration is eliminating large portions of the meatpacking workforce, which will
Not sad about it.
affect hog prices when packers can't operate facilities at full capacity. Just the other week, 200 legal workers at a JBS plant in Iowa had their visas revoked and are now being
Not sad about it.
deported. Congress can work on solutions to revitalize and strengthen the agriculture guest worker program, but common sense needs to prevail. I'm hopeful that this Prop 12 hearing will give us some new ideas to work with and possibly yield a viable path forward for all of our nation's hog farmers. I'm also hopeful that the majority, during any farm bill discussions that might occur, will be open to new ideas. I want to thank our witnesses for their testimony today. I look forward to hearing from them. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
I thank the
I yield back to the chat for a second. Chat, I'm going to need you because this is a hearing from the House Agriculture Committee. I'm going to need y'all to get through this. And I'm here for you as well. We can do this. But, you know, we can have no defections.
gentlelady, the chair would request that other members submit their opening statements for the record so the witnesses may begin their testimony to ensure that there's ample time for questions.
This guy kind of resembles a vegan marshmallow. But nah, if he was a vegan marshmallow, he'd be a little trimmer. This guy just looks like a marshmallow. Hang on a second. Hang on a second. Oh my God. Wait a second. Wait. Now I don't know which one to start again. Which one is the guy and which one's the marshmallow? I think this is the guy. He's got the chairman. Okay, yeah, that's the guy.
Our first witness today is Mr. Patrick Horde, who is the CEO of Horde Family Farms, a fifth-generation family farming operation located in Ohio, Pennsylvania, Minnesota, and surrounding states. They raise approximately 8,500.
Vice President, National Pork Producers Council. Look at this fuck. What a fucking fuck. You fuckity fuck. Fucker.
Acres of corn, soybeans, wheat, and hay, as well as care for 47,000 sows and pigs from birth to market. 500 operation located in Ohio, Pennsylvania, Minnesota, and surrounding states. They raise approximately 8,500 acres of corn, soybeans, wheat.
Yo, why'd you bring up the corn, soybean, and wheat? This guy's the Pork Producer Council fuckwad.
And hay, as well as care for 47,000 sows and pigs from birth to market. They also
You kill them.
feed approximately 1,200 beef cattle per year, operate 3 grain elevators, employ 350 team members, and partner with over 200 farmer swine growers. Mr. Horde also serves as vice president of the National Pork Producers Council Board of Directors. Our next witness is Mr. Matt Scheidemann, a pig farmer and board member with the Iowa Farm Bureau. He lives and farms with his wife, Mindy, and their 7 children near Sioux Center in Sioux County, Iowa. Our third witness
Alicia
today is Ms. Holly.
What's up? Okay, let me take a look. We can take a little break. Look at Holly Cook here. All right. I need to close some tabs. Close down the marshmallow. Damn it. "40-year-old vegan, go to hour 30 minutes where I'm in tears seeing my first slaughterhouse in Toronto." Let's take a look. I was already streaming a tiny little bit of this. I had to do something though. That's Jenny. Isn't that Jenny?
That's a sign. Actually, oh, I did. So if you don't recognize the sign, guys, that's a sign from our activist friend Regan Russell, who was killed in front of a slaughterhouse holding up the identical sign. And so
Pretty sure that's Jenny McQueen right there, who is a legend of an activist. Legend.
we bring it, and she was very dismayed by the law that was taking place. So we're just gonna say hi to our friend Alicia here.
It's horrible.
And yeah, hi.
Hi.
Thanks so much for coming.
No, it's awful.
Oh, it's so awful. I know.
Oh, Alicia.
I'm all sweaty.
Don't be thankful for. I just had to go. David, Alicia.
Wow, Alicia, you're so kind. So sweet.
So how did you find my stream? Can I bring you in?
Yeah. I'm teary.
It's but that you as
Making me
you want me
teary
to-
over here.
well, I got a live stream going here, right? And
Hi,
you're
everybody.
cheery, so you're just showing up here. And so you first thing you said was about the smell.
Well, it's just. I'm sorry. I'm crying. I've never come to a place like this.
Well, Alicia,
I was watching Mel and Steve earlier.
yes.
And then I don't know how I got yours. One of the channels could have been, I don't know. And then the fact that it's in Toronto, I'm like, wait a second, I need to come and see you guys and support. But I'm actually
Love it, Alicia.
newly converted,
Okay.
9 months.
Amazing.
Wow.
So I spent a lifetime being programmed eating this, which is awful. But as you come here, one, it's very, to the people there,
Yeah.
very hot in Toronto right now. It's sticky and
So
humid
hot.
and gross.
Yeah.
And that doesn't help with what's in the air. But the energy is also, it's sad. It's wrong. I'm probably making, sorry if I'm embarrassing
No,
myself,
but-
but
I'll be honest with you. This is the reaction everyone should have.
I mean,
Anytime they're around these places, this is the right reaction. You know, because it's what's happening in there in these places is an absolute injustice. You know, and you're experiencing it for the first time. I'm
first
assuming?
time, I mean, yeah. So getting educated and just understanding the harm to animals part.
Yeah.
And it's just so wrong. This is legalized killing.
It really is.
And
right?
it's horrible when you think about it. And I spent a lifetime not knowing what I was doing.
We're lied to. We're absolutely lied to. We're told this thing, right? And then what's the alternative, right? So we'll just go with what society says.
Right.
And society has to be right. And it's too hard to go against.
Hang on, let me catch up with the chat here. Yeah, Jenny. Yeah, we have a really cool interview, not on my channel, but on Wayne Shung's channel with Jenny McQueen. And I loved that interview. Jenny is so cool. She's done a lot of open rescue work, and she just like I remember from that interview, I remember her giving a great answer. Just I think Wayne asked her, like, how do you find the courage or something like that? And she was just like, I'm on the right side of history. I know I'm on the right side of history. So, yeah, I'm not afraid. It's just cool. It's just cool to hear that. And she just has this sort of very gentle way of speaking.
Social norms. But if I am wrong, then I've been doing something really bad for a long time, right?
Which is, what we have to do is something
Right.
bad
Well,
for
that's it,
But
right?
there's that click factor when you do it and you're ignorant to it. That's one thing. I mean, if you look at all the restaurants and how much are meat and animal, I mean, good God,
Yeah.
we're surrounded by this. But once you know, you can't unknow. I wore a shirt. I threw this on. Something wonderful is going to happen today.
Well, it did. You came here.
Yeah.
But maybe someone will have that click factor and realize that causing harm to animals is wrong. Like, it's just wrong. Just for what? A sip of milk? For an egg breakfast? For a chicken sandwich? Like, gross, man. I mean, this is like new still for me. And
Yeah.
there's just no way. It's a visceral change.
Yeah, the plant geezer interview that I just did, I made a clip from it about his story about the fish, but I'm gonna make another one because he said something very similar to that when he was talking about the gas chamber sit-in, where he was like, all this for a bacon sandwich, man. All this machinery, all this dripping from the ceiling. It was a really powerful quote. So um I'll have to do a little bit of work on that, but that was cool. And you're saying the same thing here, Alicia, like all this for a bit of coffee, a bit of milk in your coffee?
Absolutely.
So maybe something wonderful will happen to someone else and it'll seed
I love that.
in their heart and in their mind and in their actions. And you go, how long does it take? Immediate. It's an
Yeah.
immediate.
It's immediate switch, right? We call it the switch.
It is a
When
switch.
someone just absolutely gets it and they're like, oh, right. They're plopped out of this matrix. We call it the matrix. But
Matrix.
they're plopped out of it. And then they're in this new world where they're like, oh my gosh, this is what's happening. People are doing this. How on earth is this happening? And then some of us will be like, well, hide for a bit.
Yes.
Like I hid for a bit. I hid for years. I didn't get active because I was told, don't tell people what to eat, don't talk about it, don't this, that. Plus I worked in the industry. I thought I would get my ass kicked.
Right, which is noble that you're even coming forward and saying that and saying,
Well,
look,
yeah, I
you
mean,
know.
yeah. I mean,
Can you hear your vegan awakening?
Yeah, I learned David is a former slaughterhouse worker. And speaking of Jake and Plant Geezer, when they were doing their project live stream, and Mel and Steve were saying,
My awakening.
Mel and Steve were saying there was a former slaughterhouse worker. For some reason in my brain, I just automatically assumed it was Jake. And Jake did go to work in a slaughterhouse, but it was for several weeks as an undercover. He was undercover there. But David here, 40-year-old vegan, apparently used to work in a slaughterhouse. I should invite David on for sure to talk about that. That would be interesting. I've known several people who worked in slaughterhouses, but yeah.
Was actually someone called Mark Passio off of What on Earth is Happening, and it's natural law, and it's a core component of natural law that no masters, no slaves. And I saw his video, and I think for about 6 months I had been feeling something in me, and then when I saw that one video, I call that the conversion video. Maybe I'll send it to you at some point. And that was the click factor. And I went immediate. Within the week, I then went on a 2-week water only fast, and then a 4.5-month juice feast. So I was getting all of the animal crud out of me,
getting the stuff out of you.
Detoxing.
The violence, the
out. And that's the other part that I think that people need to understand is the change. Is there something going on?
Oh no, Jenny's gonna go.
By the way, he was talking about Regan Russell. You know about Regan, Alicia? Because she was up there. She was killed at a slaughterhouse in Toronto or right outside of Toronto. They probably talk to you about it.
She's a machine.
Wow.
If you don't know Jenny. So Jenny's been vegan for 35 years, guys. 35 years and an activist for the entire time. Someone named Juliet.
David was an inspector. Got it.
It
was Matt. They told me it was Matt who worked in a slaughterhouse. Matt, who we reacted to a couple streams ago. I'm trying to remember his name on his channel. It's like Matt Activism or something.
From who started Viva Charity in the UK, inspired her. Jenny's originally from Liverpool,
Right.
and she's nonstop doing this. Jenny actually has been arrested 26 times, 27 times for animal rights advocacy, just simply by showing a camera. I'm not saying you have to do that. You can come stand outside, but Jenny and her husband Peter have been doing this for a very long time.
Wow.
Yeah.
And I mean, there's so many benefits. I mean, you feel better.
Yeah.
You do.
You do.
It's healthier.
Yeah.
It's the right thing to do. But I live in Toronto, and I'm
Somewhere.
somewhere.
Yeah, don't
not
talk to
too.
yourself.
I
but
won't.
yeah,
I won't.
okay,
I won't. But I've been to this area,
Yeah.
and I had no idea
People don't know.
that this was here. And when I got a whiff of the air, I didn't know where I was going. I'm like, okay, now I know where I'm going because I could
Because you could
smell
follow the smell.
where I was going.
Yeah.
And I was hit, and I arrived here teary because it's
terrible.
it is indescribable.
It absolutely is.
And you
like
can-
Mel and Steve were talking about it today when they were at the slaughterhouse.
Yes, I saw that this morning.
They couldn't,
With the
at
chickens.
points, they were like, oh, the smell, it just,
Yes.
it attacks you sometimes.
And you can say it, but it's almost if you had smell-o-vision, then you would
Smell-vision.
really
I like that.
understand. And so, you can smell everything. It's not when you open up the package of meat in the grocery store,
No.
this is not what you smell.
Because the package of meat in the grocery store would have gone through a chlorine bath,
Oh, God.
would have gone through like a chemical spray, and then, would have been packaged all nicely, right? Yeah, that's
Cops.
I can't believe you've been doing
No.
this for 35 years.
this is
Oh my
incredible, guys.
God.
So Alicia's come out,
It's amazing that you come out.
saw
Thank you
the
so
live
much.
stream on Mel and Steve's live
First time I've
stream,
ever come forward publicly.
came onto mine, lives in the Toronto area, and was like, I gotta come down. I gotta come down and get out there. And you've been vegan for 9 months? 9 months coming out.
I'm really glad that Mel and Steve were really cranking out videos because I've joked about how it's not one of my live streams unless I react to a Mel and Steve video. And I feel like they're just having such an impact. Their energy is really infectious. I've met several people who seem to have that kind of just balls to the wall energy. I put Wayne in that category. I've got this other friend who's a little more secretive, so I won't say his name, but he's also just kind of blows my mind. And then I've never met Joey Carbstrong, but Chris Hines, his good buddy, described him as that way. So Joey, Mel and Steve, Wayne, this dude. I mean, a lot of the people in DXC, Direct Action Everywhere, are also that way. I assume Jenny is that way. It's kind of impressive to be around people who just kind of from sun up to sundown don't stop.
That's gestation period.
But yeah,
We love
yeah, exactly.
seeing
So
you
she's
guys.
come out
Seriously, give
and
us
she's
some
like,
love.
I got to speak out. I got to get out there. Like visceral reaction to coming out, to joining and getting active, guys. If that's not inspirational, I don't know what is. We all need to get out there. We all have this tool right here. This tool, this box right here.
Yeah.
You can easily use it to transform hearts and minds.
Exactly, Felix. And that's one of the coolest things too. They're helping people start channels to do exactly what they're doing. And it's working. It's like a lot of times you come up with an idea and it's just like, it goes nowhere. Their idea is actually working because they have the energy to do all the follow-ups and reach out and establish that personal connection with people, which is with organizing. That's the difference between failing as an organizer and succeeding as an organizer, in my opinion, in my limited experience, is being able to establish personal connections, which is really it's really tough because now you're dealing with people's personalities. Everybody's different personality. Some people want to do this or that. Some people need more than others. Some people, you know, there's just a lot. And in our movement, you know, we're all fucked in the head, you know, because we're seeing all this shit all the time. So a lot of people in the movement are all carrying trauma under the surface. And yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot.
Look at this just happen, right? You know, this just happened. So, yeah.
Can I ask you a question? Do you work in here?
Spanish.
Spanish. Habla
Español.
español. Yo solo un poquito español.
Hablo español.
Trabajar aquí? Aquí?
They're speaking Spanish here, guys.
It's
She's asking him if he works
the
here.
hard. Difficult.
He's also taking a
Already doing outreach too, Alicia. Badass.
card.
You know, like with the heart, is it difficult? My broken Spanish, but the corazón.
Trabalhar aqui.
Oh, you know Spanish.
Like, it's more broken Portuguese,
Ask
but
him if he's here because of the language. Is that why he's here?
por que tu trabalhas aqui?
Pero yo no trabajo en la parte que no es yo.
Otra.
Oh, down the
Okay,
street. Okay.
Okay, gracias.
Yeah, he works down the street, but he potentially
doesn't
works
work
at
there.
the tannery. Or
I'm thinking it's animals.
yeah, he does have the gear on, but he took a card.
I think it's
You know.
animal stuff.
Sometimes we just if we can just
Jake, how you doing? Another person with the energy. Jake Lagatere. Make sure you're sub to Jake Lagatere, who's also been grinding it out day in, day out.
you know get in that little seed, right? Sometimes that could be very transformative. But
yes, it
exactly,
is.
Mel and Steve are on actually.
Hi, Mel and Steve. Saw you
Yeah.
this morning and what you do, and yesterday with the sheep. It was beautiful.
Oh, that was a great stream.
That was.
They went to a
lovely. They were
sanctuary.
feeding them.
It was
vegan
adorable.
Mickeys,
You guys
vegan
are so
Mickeys.
adorable. Yeah,
It
it
was
was
lovely.
great.
But even with this chap, even if he is at the tannery, okay, it's so much of this is because they have limited access to jobs, and so they're doing what other people don't want to do, unless you're like a psychopath and you enjoy this stuff.
Right.
Like let's just
And
call
there are
it for
some.
what it
There are
is.
some.
Well, Dennis, sub again. No, I'm just playing. Thank you for subbing to Jake.
I don't know
Sure.
if people are resonating at that, but
Yes. I think people are resonating with that, right? Absolutely. Like I was mentioning my story. There's a guy here. I was mentioning my story, and yes, like most of the workers, marginalized, racialized, minorities, refugees, immigrants,
there
stuff
you
like
go.
that.
Boom.
And of course, there were workers that I would walk in, and I think I mentioned it maybe on my last live stream that I actually feared for my life a little bit sometimes when I go in.
You lost a sub for a second there, Jake. Don't worry. That was just Dennis unsubbing and subbing again. That'll, then you get the notification. I don't know, like, like I'll notice, it's so weird. I'll notice that sometimes my sub count will go down for like 30 minutes and then go right back up. And I'm always thinking, like, I wonder if it's like someone who like deactivated their channel or something and then came back or something. But I don't know. Fish in water. So you fit right in, huh? David and Jenny texted. Nice. I hope they hop in. I would like to thank them personally.
Especially the cow slaughterhouse. Hey guys.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So they're coming off their shifts, eh?
They're coming off their shifts and they're taking cards. But yeah, so
You guys owe Alicia a big thank you, by the way, because what we were going to be doing right now was watching politicians speak, which we're going to go back to, but this was a nice break. We only saw the intros, and it was already boring.
Take a peek and see what they're coming out of.
yeah, you guys go
I'll leave my
ahead.
bag here.
Yeah, leave your bag here. I'll just stay here with my live stream for now. Yeah. Great. Awesome.
Can I see the transcripts of this afterwards? Do you keep
It will be live,
Yeah.
and you'll be able to take the live, and I think you can copy the transcript
Awesome,
after.
because I want to see everybody's like.
The comments.
Comments.
Yeah, it will show, I believe, afterwards. What? But before you go, what
It
turn?
was only a temporary reprieve, though, Lewis. I'm sorry. Lewis, it just, it wouldn't be a live stream. It wouldn't be a Jeremy stream if I didn't torture you somehow, Lewis. You personally. I don't know why. It's just something about you, Lewis. Something about you. I just have this urge to subject you to pain. I don't know why. I'm sorry, Lewis.
You vegan. So it was a video you
It was
watched.
from, there's somebody called Mark Passio. It's natural law to be vegan. And so it's what should be. They're the principle of no masters, no slaves. And that will set you free. And it's in alignment with what is natural law in the world. And that was the key part for me. And it was a video from Mark Passio. You maybe could look up Mark Passio vegan. He kind of hides it because he takes a hit from people,
Certain audience,
you know. Passio is Passio, and he has a website, whatonearthishappening.com. But there was some clip, someone had put it on their website, and it was that excerpt of it talking about it.
That's a real shame that he hides it.
I'll share it with you.
Sorry, I meant to pause. It's a real shame that he hides it. He should be way more outspoken about it. But it's good that he still does it, promotes it. Somehow it got out.
I'll find it and I'll share it with you
Okay.
if it suits. But that's what it was.
Right. So they're saying
Okay.
the comments on his right now won't show afterwards, but you'll get the new comments once it's uploaded, though. So I'll still share to my channel.
Thanks, Mel and
you'll get
Steve.
to get- Yeah,
They're saying your kindness shows.
absolutely. And your courage.
No, I'm not. No. I'm a private person, and I just was compelled to. You're too close that I just thought I have to show.
Alicia's private, but you can see her often on Jeffrey's channel if you're not subbed to Jeffrey Phillips. She'll hop on there every now and then, pretty often, right, Alicia? Every time I've been on, you've come on. On NPR, what did you do? What issues you found? I mostly covered state politics, Lewis. Covered all different things. Now, I should say, like, I was always a host and reporter, typically, like for almost my entire career at NPR stations. And I should clarify, these are NPR member stations, 4 different ones. And my job was always host/reporter, which, I had to explain sometimes to my fucking bosses who didn't understand that how much energy you spend hosting a show, for 4 hours where you have to be on it. Like you can't get distracted. You've got to come on every 5 minutes or so and say something. You've got to be on it. People are sending you all this. So anyway, then they'd expect me to be like producing the same amount of reporting that my, 40 hours a week colleagues were doing. It was insane. Not all of them. A lot of them got it, but I had one general manager who was like, who would bring me into his office and lecture me about my output. And you can just Google my name. You can see how many stories I did. And sometimes I would just tell him to do that too. But yeah, it was mostly state politics. I don't know. Every time someone brings up NPR, I get into some kind of rant. A little bitter about my about my experiences in radio.
That
It's
I
amazing
believe
that
in
you-
what you do. I've been on a lot of, Jeremy Leave, with Paz, with
It's low, by the way, but no problem.
Jake,
Yes.
with Mel and Steve,
Yeah.
and so many. And there's only so much where you learn. Oh, and with Gary as well. And there's only so much watching. And then if you're this close, I just had to had to come. I
Amazing.
have no battery in my phone.
Amazing. Well, we'll get you
I
set
have-
up. I have a charger, and we're probably gonna go. We're probably
have
gonna go
some.
grab a bite after if you
Okay.
want to join us
Sure.
too.
Yeah.
So
Okay, we're gonna go.
yeah, you guys go take a
Intel?
look, and
We'll do
I'll
Intel.
try to
Bye.
summarize and maybe
Intel, eh?
yeah. Guys, how incredible is that, right? So Mel and Steve
Agree.
do the live stream today, which inspires me to do the live stream, and Jenny. Then we get introduced to, how's it going, guys? Can I give you a card? Give you a card.
I mean, yeah, so I understand what he's about to say. Yeah, Mel and Steve like set all this in motion. It's incredible. So thank you, Mel and Steve. Yeah, I get a lot of people struggle with my name. It's just not a very common last name. I get Loeb, Lieb. I wish it was Love. That would be good. What channel? What channel do you not endorse? Do you have to hide your veganism to be popular? Yeah, I hide it. I never tell anybody that I'm vegan. Oh, really? Interesting. Okay. All right. Sorry, I don't know what happened there. All right. Well, that was a nice little reprieve. But you know what's about to happen. Back to the politics. All right. This lady right here.
Cook, who is an economist at the National Pork Producers Council. Ms. Cook collects and analyzes data for the pork industry and conducts research on the
What a gal.
impact of proposed policies and regulations on the pork industry. She grew up on a farrow to finish farm operation in Winthrop, Iowa. Our next witness is Mr. Travis Cushman, the Deputy General Counsel for Litigation and Public Policy at the American Farm Bureau Federation. He has spent the better part of 4 years examining the negative
Oh,
effects
good. Glad we got the Farm Bureau in the house, too.
of California's Proposition 12 and helped elevate the issue to the Supreme Court. Our fifth witness today is Ms. Lily Roca, the Executive Director of the Latino Restaurant Association, an 800-plus member national organization based in Los Angeles, California. And she was also the founder of Latino Food Industry Trade Show, the nation's largest Latin food trade show. I'll now yield to our ranking member, Ms. Craig, to introduce our next witness.
Thank you. Tiffany Dow Lashmet is a professor and extension specialist in agriculture law. She is located in the Department of Agricultural Economics at Texas A&M University. Tiffany grew up.
Body parts dumped, yeah. Sadly, a pretty common thing to see. Yeah.
On a family farm and ranch in northeastern New Mexico, where her family raised sheep, cattle, alfalfa, wheat, and milo. Tiffany.
I love how they use these words like care for, raise. She raises sheep. No, she exploits and murders sheep. She doesn't raise them. She kills them. That's what she does. That's what should be called lash meat.
Has a BS in agribusiness, farm, and ranch management
Oh, and it's BS.
from Oklahoma State University and a Juris Doctorate from the University of New Mexico School of Law.
Wow, what
Thank
a
you very much. Thank you all
distinguished
for joining
person.
us today. We're now going to proceed to your testimony. You'll each have 5 minutes. The timer in front of you will count down to 0, at which point your time has expired. Mr. Hort, please begin when you're ready.
Good morning, Chairman Thompson, Ranking Member Craig, and members of the committee. Thank you for the invitation to testify. My name is Pat Hort, and I am a fourth-generation pork producer from Bucyrus, Ohio. Our farm's legacy stretches back to 1905, when my great-grandfather purchased a tract of land in north-central Ohio.
So you're just like a little fucking daddy's boy. That's what you are, Patrick Hort. Like you couldn't find your own interests. You just had to be like, oh, my daddy did this, so I'll do this. Fuck you, Patrick. Use your brain. Oh, I know. It's hard.
My wife Janelle and I carry on that legacy by caring for our pigs from birth to market. We have been blessed to farm row crops and livestock across a number of states, and importantly for today's discussion, we produce pork compliant with California Prop 12. I serve as the vice president.
Daddy, are you proud of me? I carried on the family legacy. My name is Patrick Horde.
Of the National Pork Producers Council.
That's my impression of I think the voice was correct.
We represent the interests of America's more than 60,000 pork producers. Our industry supports over 573,000 U.S. jobs and adds about $63 billion to the nation's GDP. Despite producing Prop 12 compliant pork, I'm here to say that Prop 12 and an unmitigated regulatory patchwork threatens our farm. Prop 12 makes it a crime in California to sell uncooked whole pork meat from the offspring of sows that aren't raised according to the state's arbitrary housing standards.
You mean standards? Any standard at all? See, the problem is what Patrick here wants is no standard. Now, I agree with PETA. The standard is wholly inadequate. But obviously, everything that they do is inadequate. They should not be doing it, period. But what this guy wants is not even the flimsiest of regulations that we put on the pork industry. The flimsiest that one state put on the pork industry, albeit a very significant state. And that's why they're so upset, because they want to send their pork to California and it costs them pennies compared to what they spend. Pennies. That's why they're fighting tooth and nail over, for them, what is to them pennies.
And retailers will not stop selling to California's 40 million residents, which means producers across the country have needed to comply with California's mandate. Proponents of Prop 12 claim they...
Let's see. Let me check, Alicia.
Yeah. Imagine these are mother cows, mothers.
That was full of heads.
You guys saw heads here, so
It was a full container, a big blue bin full of heads. They were skulls. You've got the picture.
I don't think it was skulls.
Oh, I thought it was skulls. What is that?
Are y'all about to, do they show it? Should I skip over it? I mean, I guess it's okay. I mean, they don't have a problem with their channel, I guess.
It just looks like.
Oh, it's bones?
it could be bones. So I'll show you guys trigger warning, okay?
Okay, I think maybe we'll skip over it. I don't know if it'll hurt the stream or not, but let me just.
Okay. So yeah,
Okay, yeah.
Mother's body
Yeah, we know. It's grotesque.
parts after they've been decapitated. And they now you can see the drivers are manipulating the trucks so that we can't see them.
Oh, is that what they're doing?
Oh,
They're doing
yeah.
it incognito.
Yeah, he's trying to hide right there.
Oh my
That's
God.
why.
Oh, I see.
See what I mean? He doesn't have to go that far back. It's much easier for them to come out here. But because they don't want to see us.
Here's it is. Here's another one right here.
Yeah. Okay. Here we go.
They can't stop what they need to do, eh?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's full. You
So
can see with the shadow that is
Trigger
full.
warning, everyone. So this guy's dropping in body parts here. This is just daily work here, you know?
Okay, it's
This
gonna
is
be
what
gross.
happens in
Check
these
it.
disgusting hellholes.
Oh, they really hit it.
Yeah, it was hard to see. Chica, throw up. Jenny, he's moving in on you.
Yeah, be careful of those trucks.
Sorry, I was extremely close there, guys.
So this is dead haul after this. This is rachelsfoods.com.
Yeah.
This is disgusting.
So And look how they're promoting jobs, right? Because of the employee term.
You can't get employed anywhere else because you don't speak the language, and then you're going to be sitting on what you do.
Yep. Just be careful here. He could come further this way, Alicia. Sorry. Yeah. Sometimes I don't trust
Yeah, keep your head on a swivel when you're at these places.
them, as we've had an activist.
Well, you're in the killing fields, so.
Exactly. And it's happened to one of us before. Yeah, this sign that we have here that Jenny's holding, it's one of our friends, Regan Russell, was run over and killed by a slaughterhouse truck.
What?
Yeah, just for holding a sign in front of a slaughterhouse truck.
Where? In Canada or the US?
And Burlington, Ontario at Slaughterhouse, yeah. So this place is called Cinemax. So they're a so-called rendering facility in Canada. Sanimax, yeah. The other one is Rothsay. Those are bigger because I'm just calling it out, right? Like these guys who are. Oh, these guys in the chat. They're triggered. Well, yeah.
This is a death engine, and they're worried about.
I agree.
Who are wanting good energy and good intention and not death. We're triggering. Like this is truth inverted. Wake yourself up already. That's truth inverted.
Exactly.
Well said, Alicia. Yeah, wake yourself up already. Get your butts unhurt. Who's working on the cream for the butt hurt? Someone's got to make the butt hurt cream to soothe these butts. There's a lot of hurt butts out there, guys. It's an epidemic of hurting butts. 40-year-old, what's up? Thank you for being out there. Very cool of you to do that. Bravo to you. Bravo to you, Alicia. I'm really glad you came, 40, so that I could thank you. And well done. Alicia, could you put 40-year-olds? Oh, wait, you already did. But could you repost the link so that people can go sub?
Pick yourself up, guys. This is absolutely disgusting. I mean, they have a small little bin throwing body parts over. Like this is the body parts they cut out that aren't considered edible for humans, but are they edible for your companion animals? Are they edible for seagulls that are going to go spread disease and possibly go?
I like that you made the point, David, about our companion animals. A lot of people, speaking of hurting butts, a lot of people get their butts hurt when you talk about vegan food for dogs and cats. And to be clear, that what you just saw, that's what they feed the dogs. That shit.
To a barn and infect somebody, like, is that what you want? Is that the world you see as virtuous?
Which is probably no surprise that one of the oldest living dogs, Bramble the Border Collie, is who was for a long time the longest living dog ever, is a vegan dog. And Bramble was eventually, I think, overtaken, but I believe she was 28, or he, I don't know, she or he or they were 28.
And going to like last throughout the times? No. A vegan world will, though. Yeah, it's disgusting, right, Laura? It's unbelievably disgusting. Jason Rogers, you're here asking me about abortions. Well, listen, I don't talk about that stuff on here, but if you want to look at what's causing pandemics, you can see the seagulls flying in the truck.
They really love to bring up the fucking abortion topic during a vegan live stream because they think they gotcha,
Yeah, exactly. Oh, fuck the smell here. I think I gotta end it soon, guys. I'm gonna vomit. It just smells so bad out here. But I hope you guys were excited to see Alicia, who saw Mel and Steve's live stream today, then saw my stream, and then got out because of Project Livestream. I hope that encourages you to get active. Jason, don't put words in my mouth. I'm not talking about that here, but I'm more than
Yeah.
willing to talk to
Yeah, Jason. Fuck off, Jason. Moron. Don't talk about that.
you about it on another platform. Here, I'm speaking up for the animals. You know, the mother cows that sometimes are slaughtered while they're pregnant. So I don't know how you can hold some sort of virtuous view when you're sending pregnant cows to slaughter, which is absolutely
Whoa.
disgusting. Also, guys, please
49
go to Mel and
years.
Steve's channel, get active. It's a simple phone. You get 50 subscribers on YouTube. It's so simple just to get out here and point the camera at this disgusting and
I don't know why I asked Alicia to do that when I'm literally watching the stream. That's how dumb I am sometimes. I'm like, wait, I'd have to go get the link. She's got the link. Here's the link. Please go sub to 40-year-old vegan. Thank you, David, for doing it. It's amazing. And thank you, Mel and Steve, for being so inspiring. And Alicia, what a badass. First day of activism, or at least, like on the ground vigil activism. What a milestone. That's amazing. My first ever activism was also a vigil. It was at a chicken slaughterhouse, and I will never forget it. I know, outreach as well. All right, I'm sorry, guys. Back to these fucks. Hate to do it.
Measure was designed to improve animal welfare. However, welfare is a complex issue. Every style of housing, including group pens, which are functionally required by Prop 12, come with challenges. Last year, supporting the preemption of Prop 12, the American Veterinary Medical Association stated the arbitrary housing requirements in Prop 12 do not objectively improve animal welfare and may unintentionally cause harm. Larger farms tend to have access to sufficient capital to diversify and absorb Prop 12's cost burdens, but smaller farms find it difficult.
Sorry to my Canadian friends, since this is relating to United States politics. You might find it interesting, though. Unfortunately, a lot of what America does bleed over into other countries. So, yeah.
To obtain the capital and undertake the associated risks. Regardless of size, all farms have or will continue to experience productivity losses under Prop 12. You simply cannot house the same number of sows in the same size barn. Prop 12 compliant housing is inherently less efficient. The existential
What's up, Kane, Zishan, and JS? How are you guys doing?
Challenge of Prop 12 is a patchwork of differing regulations across the country. It creates uncertainty around what design we need to use for our new barns and even how I decide what to do when an existing barn needs remodeling. Whatever I do today could be need to be.
You're making Daddy proud, Patrick. He's so proud of you. His little boy.
Changed when a new state decides they want a different housing standard. These are expensive changes, and some farmers may exit the business amid this uncertainty, which increases consolidation.
Did your daddy wipe your ass today, Patrick? I hope he did. I hope you have a nice, clean asshole for the hearing.
C fought to stop California from regulating farms outside of its borders, filing suit against Prop 12 and taking the case to the Supreme Court. The lawsuit raised important legal questions around federalism, the relationship between states, and the power of individual states to regulate out-of-state businesses. The court made it clear Congress can and should fix Prop 12. There's strong bipartisan opposition to Prop 12. The Biden.
Jason, did I say hi to you? If not, sorry. What's up, Jason? Just want to make sure I've hit everybody.
Administration argued against it before the Supreme Court, and the Trump administration recently filed suit against Prop 12 over its impacts on egg prices, arguing it unnecessarily increases the cost of food and food production by manipulating interstate commerce. Prop 12.
Yeah, so if y'all haven't been following, they're trying to use the inflated egg prices due to the bird flu that they are causing with their factory farms to regulate less, to help the prices go artificially lower. So not a big shock to you guys, I know, but that's sort of what's going on here.
Isn't only a domestic problem. It applies to and greatly concerns our trading partners. The Canadian government, for example, is analyzing the effects of Prop 12 and considering the U.S. obligation.
Oh, Canada, guys. Wait, let's hear what they're doing.
Prop 12 isn't only a domestic problem. It It applies to and greatly concerns our trading partners. The Canadian government, for example, is analyzing the effects of Prop 12 and considering the U.S. obligations under the USMCA and the WTO.
Uh-oh. Pay attention. David, Alicia, you guys are going to have to be on this.
To summarize, Prop 12 housing standards were developed without the input
I
of
was going to say, if y'all left the stream, I completely understand, but now you're locked in.
farmers, veterinarians, or food safety experts. Prop 12 does not objectively improve animal welfare and leaves the industry vulnerable to the uncertainty of a 50-state patchwork. NPPC urges Congress to fix Prop 12. We ask that you support Chairman Thompson's efforts to rein in the state's attempt to regulate interstate commerce, restore the sovereignty of states to deal with their own businesses, and abide by our internal obligations. I'm happy to answer any of your questions today.
Mr. Ward, thank you so much for your testimony. Mr. Scheidemann, please begin when you're ready.
Thank you, Chairman Thompson, Ranking Member Craig, and House Ag Committee to allow me to testify on this important issue. Sioux County, where I live, is consistently one of the top pork producing counties in the United States.
Are you serious, Lewis? Is that actually true? Patrick was studying to be a NASA rocket? Oh, you're joking. A NASA rocket surgeon. But he turned it all down because he wanted to make daddy proud. It's true. It's true. And he probably did.
And Iowa accounts for nearly 40% of Sioux County. Thank you, Chairman Thompson.
Okay, are we going to hear from anybody worth a shit, or is it just going to be these fucks? Matt Schreitman. Matt Scheitman. Yeah, that's more like it. Matt Scheitman.
Member Craig and House Ag Committee to allow me to testify on this important issue. Sioux County, where I live, is consistently one of the top pork producing counties in the United States, and Iowa accounts for nearly 40% of all hog production in this country. I've been farming and raising pigs all my life. I was born and raised on a farrow to finish operation and continued to farrow pigs until 2018. I've witnessed firsthand the advancements and improvements in our industry that prioritize.
Did your daddy do it too, Matt Scheitman?
Responsible production and animal well-being. I have raised hogs in all types of environments, and my life experiences provide a unique perspective to understand the negative consequences of initiatives like California's Prop 12 for both farmers and consumers. I am confident that U.S. pork production is more sustainable and humane than ever before. Our responsible industry growth resulted from stakeholders coming together.
Oh, I'm very confident of that too. Yeah, it's definitely very humane. Very, very, very humane. Yeah. So that's true. It's so humane. So let's make sure that you don't actually have to give the pigs enough space to turn around. Which is what Prop 12 attempted to do.
From producers to veterinarians to animal health and behavior.
And by the way, they've been violating that law anyway. A lot of producers just flat out ignore the law. So, I mean, they've wanted to just eliminate any kind of regulation. That's what this is about.
Experts. It's the result of our pursuit of continuous improvement and seeking ways to provide our pigs the best possible environment. New technologies like computer thermostats and devices that measure both the volume and air movement in a hog barn are resources we use to ensure the maximum comfort of our pigs. In Northwest Iowa, our climate can be extreme. Modern climate-controlled barns allow pigs to live comfortably year-round with access to fresh water, controlled feed, and real-time monitoring to provide the best customized environment and care. The most important thing I've learned from a lifetime of raising pigs is that it's critical for producers to have full control over the environment in which their pigs are raised. Lacking control to tailor our farm to best serve the animal's needs is one of the biggest problems with Prop 12. When the rate...
Sorry, I'm just scrolling up. I've missed a lot of comments, but I see David says he's heading to Colorado for a joint venture with Pro Animal and We the Free in September, possibly. That's awesome. Pro Animal Future ran the ballot measure in Denver. Why doesn't he talk about the CO2? Good question, JS.
At which barns may be stocked are determined arbitrarily. It creates economic hardship for the producer and can be detrimental to the pigs themselves. The decision of how many pigs to put in a barn at any given time in a production cycle should be left to the owners and managers of these farms who have the knowledge and experience. Prop 12 regulation centers around housing requirements of breeding stock. Management and husbandry of swine breeding stock is an area rife with misconceptions and misinformation. The intent behind giving sows more room to move around.
It sure is. It's because of people like that guy, this guy, and that lady. That's a big reason for a lot of misinformation. It's amazing to find the purveyors of misinformation so clustered like this, you know. They all seem to be in the same room at the same time.
It has good intention, but creates several challenges and unintended consequences. Our efforts have always revolved around three principles. One, the comfort of the animal. 2, the productivity of the animal, and 3, the health and safety of the stockman.
Did you hear that?
Principles. It has good intention, but creates several challenges
I chuckled a little bit. I almost laughed, but it's actually not funny.
challenges and unintended consequences. Our efforts have always revolved around 3 principles. 1, the comfort of the animal. 2, the productivity of the animal. And 3, the health and safety of the stockman. We've learned that confinement of
Their number one priority, the comfort of the animal. Keep that in mind.
breeding females has proven to be the best mix of those 3 principles. One thing that must be understood in the housing conversation is the ever-changing group dynamic of female breeding herds. Often, sows on the lowest rungs of the social hierarchy are pushed away from feed and water, and in many cases, they will be targeted and can be physically harmed by others in the group. Production systems have evolved with this reality in mind to provide the best animal care. That social hierarchy and behavior has real impacts for both animal welfare and farmer profitability. It can mean the
What happened?
difference between care. That social hierarchy,
Oh, I thought he got emotional there for a second. I forgot he's dead inside.
That social hierarchy and behavior has real impacts for both animal welfare and farmer profitability. It can mean the difference between a female that produces 15 pigs in one litter versus a female that has only 5, or in many cases will end up aborting her entire litter altogether. The safety and survivability of piglets is a top priority. Proper housing of an expectant female significantly impacts her offspring and number of healthy piglets. From years of experience and lessons learned raising pigs, the pork industry found farrowing stalls to be the best method for both nursing sows and their baby pigs. The stalls help confine the mother while providing large, comfortable areas for the newborn baby pigs to lay down and rest. Confinement of the sow at this point is critical to the survival of her piglets. When making animal housing decisions, we must also consider the safety of the farmer and other herd caretakers. The sheer size of sows poses a risk to the stockman when undertaking everyday herd management activities. Breeding females also become more aggressive during the breeding and farrowing time periods, the times when the most direct management is needed. Regulation dictating how sows are housed and managed during these parts of the production cycle adds significant safety risks to the animals and caretakers. These housing decisions must stay on the farm with the people that know their animals best. Some consumers demand products that require premium pricing to compensate for less efficient production methods, while at the same time, many consumers have limited household budgets and are looking for affordable protein. When given flexibility in production, the pork industry can accommodate both.
Affordable protein. Rife with euphemisms.
Spending my entire life raising pigs in a variety of ways, I'm convinced it's best to allow production methods and
Again, another daddy's boy. He's done it his whole life. These guys don't know anything else. Like, they don't have any courage. They can't branch out from the family, do other things. It's just got to be what daddy did. Yeah. Oh, well.
consumption demands to take shape in the open market, as opposed to arbitrarily shaping them through poorly worded and short-sighted ballot initiatives. We need Congress to pass a fix to the Prop 12 issue, and we're asking you to protect Iowa farmers from overreach from initiatives that seek to harm
Right,
animal
C-Chan.
agriculture and that increase the cost of animal protein to the consumer. Thank you to the committee for the time.
Mr. Cudman, thank you so much for your testimony. Ms. Cook, please begin when you're ready.
Good morning. Chairman Thompson, Ranking Member
Did your daddy do it too, Holly?
Craig, and members of the committee, thank you for the invitation to testify today. My name is Holly Cook, and I'm an economist with the National Pork Producers Council, which represents 42 affiliated state pork associations and fights for reasonable public policy while protecting the livelihood of America's pork producers. I hold a master's degree in agricultural economics from Iowa State University, and while I'm a current resident of Washington, D.C., I grew up on a fair-to-finish hog farm in Northeast Iowa, where
I grew up on a farm just like daddy did, making daddy proud. All these, they are so fucking, what's the word? Unimpressive.
my family continues actively farming today. I'm here this morning to discuss
Yeah, we guessed.
the economic impacts of California's Proposition 12 and the implications that a conflicting state-by-state patchwork of regulations would have on the U.S. pork industry. Pork producers have faced many challenges in recent years, including a period of severe financial losses that by some measures was the worst in our industry's history. From late 2022 to early 2024, record high production costs and lower hog prices resulted in an average loss of $29 on each hog sold, equating to billions of dollars in lost equity across the industry. While margins have improved in 2025 and many farms are continuing to recover financially, there is no shortage of risk facing U.S. pork producers and their ability to make decisions and remain viable for future generations. The issues created by Prop 12 only add to the uncertainty, and despite recommending Congress fix Prop 12, the Supreme Court's decision has opened the door for any state to put stipulations on the sale of pork outside its borders. While California accounts for about 13% of domestic pork consumption, it is responsible for less than 0.1% of hog production, meaning it relies almost entirely on out-of-state farmers to supply compliant products. As expected, compliance with Prop 12 raises the cost of production at the farm level. While becoming compliant looks different for each individual farm, every
Who knew it would have that consequence?
approach comes with costs. For farms with group hen gestation
Yeah, it'd be nice if you could just shove like 30 pigs into a 2 foot by 2 foot space and just really squeeze them in there. That way you'd get a lot more pigs, and that would help with cost. Holly, you're an economist, right? A very impressive economist. Yeah.
systems, converting barns to be
I wonder if for her it was like a really big shock to get out of Iowa. She says she lives in DC now with all her ag buddies.
compliant may mean a 30 to 40% decline in production,
Went to
a result
school
of
in
having
Iowa.
fewer sows combined with reduced efficiencies. Farms may also face higher average costs for utilities, veterinary care, labor, and feed, and they'll have to spread their fixed costs out over fewer weaned pigs produced. Producers now also face decisions when replacing old
Yeah.
barns and constructing new facilities. Because new
I'm
Prop
trying to speed it up.
12 compliant barns cost more per sow than other housing styles, producers would need to receive a premium of $5 to $8 on every pig
Yep.
sold for 15 years
Zishan.
just to break even, and would need as much as $20 per pig to make them no worse off than investing in other housing systems. These estimates come from a study by economists at Iowa State University and the University of Minnesota. The current environment not only threatens the certainty and sufficiency of premiums, but it also increases the risk of future investment decisions. With higher costs at the farm level, combined with segmentation costs throughout the supply chain, it is no surprise that Prop 12 has also resulted in significantly higher prices for California consumers. A study by economists at the University of California, Davis estimated that after a transition period, Prop 12's long-run outcome would be 8% higher pork prices and a 6% decline in California's consumption of covered pork cuts, resulting in a $320 million
God, I wish it was that.
hit to consumers each year. So far, Prop 12's impact has been even greater. A report by USDA economists showed that in the first 8 months of implementation, prices for covered products increased by 20% on average due to Prop 12, with pork loin seeing an even greater increase at 41%. It's been more than a year since that report was released, and updated scanner data shows that these trends continue to hold. Retail prices in California
Or could it be that inflation hit everything, Holly? Economist.
are still over 20% higher than before Prop 12 took effect, while the total sales volume is down by double digits. This means Californians are now spending more but consuming less pork. While Californians are seeing the impacts today, one study found that if the entire industry were required to adopt a system like Prop 12, it would reduce total U.S. consumer welfare by $41 billion over 15 years, disproportionately impacting price-sensitive, high pork-consuming households. It's also critical to recognize that compliance is more feasible for larger farms that can more easily offset costs and secure the needed capital. Widespread adoption of Prop 12-like measures would almost certainly hasten the closing of doors for small to medium-sized farms, or at the very least result in a greater percentage of U.S. sows being owned by fewer farms. In closing, NPPC urges Congress to fix the challenges created by Prop 12 and deliver much-needed certainty to U.S.
Africanism?
pork
The
producers.
hell are you
Thank you for
talking
the
about?
opportunity to share my expertise, and I welcome your questions.
Ms. Cook, thank you so much
Just
for your
providing
testimony.
Americans
Mr.
what they
Cushman,
want.
please begin when you're ready.
What's that?
Chairman Thompson, Ranking Member Craig, members of the committee. My name is Travis Cushman. I'm the Deputy General Counsel for Litigation and Public Policy at the American Farm Bureau Federation. I'm honored to provide.
Is there anybody good at this hearing? Is it just the Farm Bureau and the Port Council? Is that it?
This testimony today on behalf of Farm Bureau members across the nation. Along with the National Pork Producers Council, I spent the better part of 4 years litigating Farm Bureau's challenge to California Proposition 12. Our legal challenge was based on
And you lost.
a constitutional doctrine called the Dormant Commerce Clause. The doctrine states that because Congress has exclusive power to regulate interstate commerce, states do not. In short,
By the way, that's pretty impressive to be part of the animal ag team and to lose at a Supreme Court that is 6-3 conservative. Well done. I hope they keep you. Please stay in that position.
states are prohibited from substantially burdening interstate commerce through their own laws and regulations. For those looking for a deeper dive on the issue, I encourage you to read the Biden administration's Supreme Court brief supporting our arguments. Farm Bureau's efforts resulted in a Supreme Court decision that is so convoluted, so confusing, and so contradictory that no one can articulate the state of the Dormant Commerce Clause today, or how courts should proceed with similar claims. As you know, you need 5 of the 9 justices to agree with you to win a case. 6 justices agreed with our legal theory, and 5 agreed that we'd established enough facts to win on that claim. An easy win, right? Not quite.
Not quite. You lost.
The way we count votes at the Supreme Court, our farmers lost. The resulting fractured 5-4 decision lacks a unifying
No, you lost.
rationale. The makeup of the 4 dissenting justices was also remarkable. This is the only case where Justice Jackson and Chief Justice Roberts have ever dissented together. In 2023, 25% of Chief Justice Roberts and half of Justice Kavanaugh's dissents were in our case. I want to emphasize, 6 justices from across the ideological spectrum agreed the Constitution protects against states balkanizing the country's markets, and 5 agreed that we'd establish such a claim. In the aftermath of the case, judges have disagreed on how to interpret the ruling, and legal scholars have called the result a paradox and a mess, but a good deal more troubling than the ordinary mess. And that's what leaves us in the legal quagmire we're here to address today. One thing is clear from the case. The United States Congress is the branch of government with responsibility now to address the problem of states imposing their production laws on other states. Farmers today face a growing risk of being subject to overlapping or conflicting mandates from multiple states. While Prop 12 requires 24 square feet of space per sow, another state could shift the requirement after investments have been made to 25 square feet or 30 square feet.
Right? Oh, that would be so awful, right? To actually wait, I thought Travis, please don't undermine the pork council guy who said that his number one priority was the comfort of the animal. Are you saying it's uncomfortable for pigs to have too much space? Is that the problem? Oh man, what would they do with that extra foot of space? That would be awful. Man.
Causing what Secretary Vilsack referred to in front of this committee in February 2024 as chaos in the marketplace. Or
Chaos. Oh yeah, it would be chaos if the animal ag industry didn't get all of you politicians on board. Just 95% of you.
Secretary Rollins stated at a recent House Appropriations hearing as not sustainable. This forces farmers into the impossible position of retrofitting their barns, which they may not be able to afford to do, and going against their own animal husbandry experience and advice of their veterinarians. Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, the American Farm Bureau Federation appreciates your leadership in addressing the turmoil created by Proposition 12 and the bipartisan farm bill that passed out of this
I think they believe some of it, probably a good bit of it, but they are also talking shit and they know it.
committee last Congress. When a single state can condition access to its market on compliance with production mandates that override the judgment of veterinarians, farmers, and experts nationwide, Congress must act. This is not a theoretical concern. It is already harming farmers, confusing the
I feel like we've been going for hours and hours. I mean, I know the stream's been going a lot longer, but damn, we're only 38 minutes into this thing.
courts and threatening the viability of a national food system. The language that this committee passed in the 2024 Farm Bill restores clarity, restores congressional authority over interstate commerce, and protects both producers and consumers from a patchwork of conflicting mandates. And the Farm Bureau looks forward to working with Congress to pass a Farm Bill soon that will address the interstate commerce issue. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I look forward to answering your questions.
Mr. Cushman, thank you so much for your testimony. Ms. Roca, please begin when you're ready.
Good morning, Chairman Thompson and Ranking Member Craig and all the members of the committee. Thank you for the invitation to testify before you today. My name is Lily Rocha. I am a lifelong Angelino and the Executive Director of the Latino Restaurant Association based in Los Angeles. The LRA represents thousands of small family-owned Latino restaurants who are the cornerstone of their communities, primarily in Southern California, but also
And you're there. Why?
nationally. The LRA is a member of the Food Equity Alliance, a California coalition fighting for accessible and affordable food for all. I'm also the president of the Latino Food Industry Association, a national association that serves grocers, distributors, food service providers, vendors, and other important businesses in Latino markets across the industry. We also host the Latino Food Industry Trade Show, Trade Expo, the largest convention for our industry, set for October 13th and 14th in beautiful Long Beach, California. You're all invited. Happy to host anyone who would like to come out. I'm here today to explain the harm Proposition 12 inflicts on minority-owned businesses and low-income families. Harm is what Prop 12 has caused.
Yeah. Let's go ahead and play the race card while we're at it. Yeah, sure. Okay.
While the livelihoods of small restaurants and the communities we serve, by disrupting supply chains and driving up the cost of culturally vital
I
foods like
wonder.
pork, it's
I wonder if it's possible. I don't think it's possible for these Farm Bureau fucks to ever like hold a hearing without playing the race card. I don't think it's going to be possible, guys.
economic devastation to families already stretched thin. This law's requirements, costly segregation, and certification processes are a death sentence for small businesses operating on razor-thin margins. The restaurants I represent serve working-class neighborhoods that can't absorb skyrocketing.
So they have to serve pork and chicken, is what you're saying. There's no Latino-owned vegan restaurants, right? Is that what you're saying, Lily? Yeah. Sounds a bit racist to me.
Prices. In addition, Prop 12 is the most recent of many costly regulations that these small
If
businesses
she can do it,
and
I
other
can do
restaurants
it.
are being asked to absorb. Pork loins are up 41%, bacon 16%. A carnitas taco, once $1.50, now costs $5 to $6, pricing out loyal customers who rely on these meals not just for sustenance but for cultural connection. Our restaurants.
By the way, food prices are up across the board, and it's because of inflation. It's also because of tariffs. Yeah. So it's possible that Prop 12 had some small effect, but yeah, they're complaining right now over inflation and tariffs, and they're trying to pin it on Prop 12.
Face a brutal choice. Raise prices and lose customers, shrink portions and sacrifice quality, or remove pork dishes entirely, erasing cultural traditions that define our identity. This is not a hypothetical. This is actually happening today. For our Latino restaurants, carnitas are not just a meal. They are part of our heritage.
Oh, Wow, it's part of Latino heritage. Oh, okay. Yeah, not like it's like part of white people's culture to eat meat, right? Oh, no, no, no. Not white people. This is about minor. Okay, got it. Got it. Got it. Got it. Oh, man. If I had if I had a deck of cards for the number of race cards I've received from your industry, Lily, I'd be able to play whatever card game. I'd have a full deck, is what I'm saying.
Communities are top consumers of pork in this country. Overregulation that takes food off the plate risks alienating communities and driving businesses toward closure. This isn't a menu change, it's a cultural loss. Some claim the market has adjusted to Prop 12, but that's a fantasy spun by those blind to the struggles of small businesses and working class families in California. National chains can leverage their resources and cost advantages to secure compliant pork. However, pork prices are still going up. My members, of which 65% own less than 10 locations, are small family-run restaurants and grocers that don't have that luxury. They can't negotiate bulk contracts or spread costs across nationwide operations. Worse, compliant pork is often impossible for them to source. The small independent distributors they rely on, unlike those serving big chains, can't secure steady supplies. Many small businesses are forced to buy pork at retail from the very chains they compete against, paying inflated prices and marking up prices just to survive. This vicious cycle erodes profits, threatens closures, and raises costs for struggling communities. In my opinion, Prop 12 wasn't the will of all consumers. It was bankrolled by those with an agenda who leveraged the convoluted ballot measure process where
Yeah, that agenda was to give animals the slightest modicum of what Port Guy said was his number one priority, comfort. Yeah, not to stop it, not to shut it down. It was merely, we're talking about merely requiring that pigs have enough room to turn around, which apparently is a threat to Latino heritage. Who knew? Wow. So Latino heritage requires that pigs be confined so that they cannot move. Okay, Lily, interesting heritage.
California voters could not have known all of the impacts. Former USDA Secretary Tom Vilsack and
And
current
it's only Latinos that eat meat, right? No, 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 no. White people don't eat meat. Oh, of course not.
Brooke Rollins have warned of supply chain chaos, and they are right. Sales are down and prices are up. Without intervention, this law will continue to dismantle the cultural and
Sales are down and prices are up in all the restaurants, including the vegan restaurants. Yeah. One near me just announced a price raise. And guess what the reason was that they gave? Tariffs.
economic fabric of communities, leaving families without access to their heritage and businesses on the brink of collapse. Thank you for your attention to this critical issue. I'm very happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Ms. Roca, thank you.
Yeah, I know. Damn. If only Latino businesses had discovered beans and rice. Beans and rice. Wait, that seems to me like the first thing I think of when I think of Latino food. Beans and rice.
So much for your testimony. Mrs. Dow-Lashmet, please begin when you're ready.
Chairman Thompson, Ranking Member Craig, and members of the committee, I'm honored to testify before you today on this important issue. My name is Tiffany Dowell-Lashmitz. I'm a professor and extension specialist in agricultural law with Texas A&M AgriLife Extension. I focus my work on legal issues impacting rural landowners and agricultural producers. As is true in my professional role, I am here today to offer an objective, unbiased view of the law as it surrounds this issue. I am not here to offer my opinion as to the wisdom of Proposition 12, the Supreme Court opinion in National Pork Producers versus Ross, or any proposed legislative enactments related to Proposition 12. I believe it is important to understand that there are, as is true with many issues, agricultural interests on all sides of the Proposition 12 debate. Certainly, there are agricultural producers, groups, and businesses in favor of congressional action to overturn Prop 12. Similarly, there are agricultural producers, groups, and businesses strongly against Congress taking such action, many of whom have already gone to the expense to comply after Prop 12 was passed and upheld by the United States Supreme Court. I've spent my career explaining complex and often contentious legal issues to farmers and ranchers in an unbiased, neutral manner, and I trust that that experience will aid me in doing the same here today. The United States Constitution grants Congress the right to regulate commerce between the states. There's little doubt that should Congress wish to do so, it could pass a nationwide law related to the sale of products under specific living conditions. The United States Supreme Court recently noted as much in its consideration of Proposition 12. States have traditionally handled animal welfare issues, including the passage of laws related to production within their jurisdiction. California took these laws a step further by passing AB 1437 and Proposition 12, applying California confinement standards to in-state producers and containing a sales ban provision prohibiting producers prohibiting products not complying with these standards from being sold in California, regardless of the state or country where animals were raised. Opponents turned to the courts, filing lawsuits against this sales ban provision of Prop 12, relying principally on an alleged violation of the Dormant Commerce Clause. The Dormant Commerce Clause theory posits that the Commerce Clause not only vests Congress with the power to regulate trade and commerce between the states, but also contains a negative command, prohibiting the enforcement of certain state laws even when Congress has failed to legislate in an area. In the challenge to Proposition 12 in National Pork Producers Council versus Ross, the lower courts dismissed the Dormant Commerce Clause claim, and the United States Supreme Court affirmed that dismissal. Justice Gorsuch wrote the opinion for the court. While certain portions of the court's analysis were unanimous, others were fractured and complicated to parse. When struggling to explain this complex ruling to producers, I have frequently reminded myself, not even all 9 Supreme Court justices could get on the same page about how to properly legally analyze Proposition 12. In summary, the court upheld Prop 12 against the Dormant Commerce Clause challenge. Given the nature of the opinion, however, the broader takeaway and likely application to future cases is far more difficult to analyze and predict. There have been other relevant cases challenging Prop 12 and the similar Massachusetts Law Question 3, both based on Dormant Commerce Clause and other legal grounds outlined in my written testimony.
I'm very curious. I'm just waiting to hear where she lies on this, because so far she seems to be the last speaker on this panel that has been completely slanted in one direction, which is kind of funny.
Offer additional guidance. Finally, there have been a number of proposed bills here in Congress that would essentially invalidate laws like Proposition 12. These proposals vary greatly in scope, breadth, and potential implications. There is no doubt that this issue is important to agricultural producers across the country. Livestock producers, in particular, find themselves on both sides of the debate. Congress has the authority pursuant to the Commerce Clause to act in this area. Whether to do so or how to undertake such an effort is a matter of considerable complexity. In the absence of congressional action or unexpected movement in the judiciary, state laws such as Prop 12 will likely continue to remain in effect, and other states will remain free to pass additional laws relating to products that are offered for sale in their state, no matter where they are produced. I appreciate the opportunity to testify today, and I look forward to answering any questions you may have.
Thanks. That was a waste of time, Tiffany, but okay.
Mrs. Dow-Lashman, thank you so much for your testimony. At this time, members will be recognized for questions in order of seniority, alternating between majority and minority members, and in order of arrival for those who joined us after the hearing convened. You'll be recognized for 5 minutes each in order to allow us.
So we had that entire panel of experts, and it was the Pork Council, it was the Farm Bureau, it was an economist with the fucking something council, some fucking pork council, I think. And then it was a couple of professors, and nobody spoke against this attempt to overturn the will of California voters. Cool.
To get to as many questions as possible, and I recognize myself for five minutes. Ms. Cook, your testimony briefly mentions the potential consequences of a patchwork of conflicting production standards across the country. Can you tell us, as an economist, what you would expect to happen to pork producers and the pork industry as a whole if numerous states began developing different production standards?
Thank you for the question. Pork producers today are already subject to a significant amount of risk when it comes to the production and marketing of their animals. In a situation like you described, we would likely be seeing a much greater percentage of producers required to undertake costly investments and changes. And so that can have an impact at the farm level, but as far as our industry, it could impact our structure as well, and maybe a factor in fewer farms being able to own sows.
Thanks so much. Mr. Cushman, some people in this town have decided to run with the
Good night,
narrative that the Supreme Court
Alicia.
has already ruled on this case.
I'm sure you're tired. You had a big day. Thanks for doing what you did. It's incredible. And yeah. And for wearing your heart on your sleeve about it was really cool.
And therefore, there's nothing left to be that needs to be done. Can you walk us through the what the Supreme Court ruling actually said, especially Justice Gorsuch's commentary on the role Congress can play here?
Thank you so much, Chairman Thompson. Yes, the narrative that the Supreme Court has already ruled and the issue settled is not entirely true. What essentially Justice Gorsuch said is the judiciary is punting the issue to Congress, which he felt was the most appropriate branch of government to handle the issue. Justice Gorsuch believed, and along with Justice Thomas and Justice Barrett, that the judiciary was not the appropriate branch to handle these kinds of claims. They felt the Dormant Commerce Clause did not go as far as we believed it did in substantially burdening interstate commerce. As you know, you need 5 justices to win a case. We had 4 justices that fully agreed with us on the law and the facts. 2 justices in the majority, Justice
And you lost.
Kagan and Sotomayor believe that we did not prove the factual predicate to establish this claim. They agreed with us in the law, but not in the facts. Justice Barrett wrote separately to say that she did not agree with us in the law, but targeting Justices Sotomayor and Kagan said that we clearly did establish the factual predicate to.
I'm drinking Travis Cushman tears right now. It's really delicious. Drinking it from my vegan gaze mug. Travis, your tears soothe my soul.
Establish that kind of a claim if they believed such a claim did exist. But in short, Justice Gorsuch, writing for the majority of the fractured opinion, did say that the Dormant Commerce Clause, as we saw it, does not provide us relief, that if we did view this as a concern, Congress would be the appropriate
Ugh,
body
little bitter, your tears, Travis.
to handle this issue.
Thank you so much. Mr. Hort, your testimony notes that you've been a full-time pork producer since 1987. So you know the uncertainties farmers face with volatile
Got my
markets,
gaze
weather
mug.
conditions, and
That's
regulatory
right.
burdens. Given the Supreme Court ruling, do you worry that similar state mandates will keep popping up across the country? Even though you've complied partially with Prop 12, will you be able to survive if the goalposts keep moving?
Thank you, Chairman Thompson. Yes, this isn't a concern for our farm. In Ohio, we've already experienced the goalposts being moved. In 2010, our producers in Ohio agreed to a group housing plan for the sows under the Ohio Care Standards Board. In 2024, we made the decision to modify a barn that was previously converted to the Ohio standard. The potential of a patchwork of another 49 states is causing me to make additional changes is a major concern for our family's operation.
Did I do good, Daddy?
Thank you, Mr. Hort. I yield back the balance of my time, and I recognize that
Daddy, are you proud of me?
the ranking member from Minnesota for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much. Ms. Lashmat, I saw the letter this morning from USDA to my colleagues on Prop 12 raising prices in California for pork. Talk to me a little bit about beyond consumer prices. I know there are a number of other issues that this body must consider. Various legislative proposals would preempt Prop 12. How could those different proposals impact other state laws? I'm just trying to get a sense of if we preempt Prop 12, what happens in other states to their laws.
Sure. In typical lawyer fashion, I think I'm going to tell you that it depends specifically on the language of the proposal that Congress passed and the specific state laws at issue. So if we look particularly at the language that was included in the Farm Bill, that language was much narrower than the language that was proposed in the EATS Act, for example. And so I think it really depends on the specific language of the congressional action, the breadth of the definitions included in those actions. And once we figure out that language, you can see the number of state laws that could potentially be impacted. I have seen a study from Harvard looking specifically at the EATS Act, and the estimates there were that it could preempt a number of existing state laws.
I know in my own state of Minnesota, I think it was somewhere.
Oh, yeah, the EATS Act. Yeah. I forgot to mention that this is sort of their effort to do the EATS Act again. If you all know what the EATS Act was, it was like basically a bill that would get rid of any legislation, any state laws that would have to do with like animal welfare. So this is they're trying again. And they'll keep trying until they get something passed. And in this kind of Congress, I feel like the smart person inside of me, there is one, there's a smart guy in there, I promise, would tell me to expect them to get, they'll pass something.
Around 40 state laws that could be impacted, the language in the EATS Act. Ms. Lashmat, there are producers obviously on both sides of this issue. In your estimation, how many producers have converted their operations to become compliant? And if Congress were to preempt Prop 12, what would happen to the producers who have already invested to become Prop 12 compliant?
Admittedly, I don't have individual knowledge of the number of producers that have complied with Prop 12. I did see the letter from USDA this morning, and that indicated that USDA believes it's about 27% of producers have made those changes.
Well, David, just so you know, even though the lady asking questions is very proud of all the pigs they kill in Minnesota, she does appear to be opposed to this effort.
The impact on them of Prop
Based on her opening statement.
12 were to be preempted by federal law, rights that they've got the sunk cost of having already invested in making those expensive and complicated changes to their operations. And if the law changes at that point, they likely would feel that they had done that with no need, right? An unnecessary investment in those changes.
Thank you. I wonder if I could hear from the rest of the panel on that question. What happens to producers that have already invested to become Prop 12 compliant if we preempt it? Ms. Roca?
Yep. Good question.
Is there any concern with that?
From a consumer perspective, our concern would be in the pricing, of course. So that would be something that, we're looking at increasing prices for not just the consumer, but also for restaurant owners who actually purchase the product.
Mr. Cushman?
Thank you for the question. This kind of a law would not require those farmers that have changed operations to change back. They're not making it illegal for them to continue farming that way and serving whatever markets do want to purchase those products, and really provide farmers a choice on how they would proceed going forward. And importantly, to protect those farmers that have made the change from any future changes that another state might have by enacting another law that's contradictory to Prop 12 or further moving goalposts further than what Prop 12 did.
Yeah, he's avoiding the question. The question is the producers who have gone on to comply with the law have spent money to do that. So now would they be disadvantaged if they got rid of the law, thus rewarding the companies who ignored the law, which there are many, and didn't follow the law. And of course, yes.
Finally, to protect current farmers that are not compliant with Prop 12 to be able to serve markets across the country.
Ms. Cook?
Thank you. I would begin by saying producers who are currently compliant will be the best position to continue serving markets, excuse me, where there's a demonstrated demand for those products. But additionally, producers of compliant and
Oh,
non-compliant have
wait. Why? That doesn't make any sense. Let's hear that. Let's hear that
concern
again.
about Thank you. I would begin by saying producers who are currently compliant will be the best position to continue serving markets, excuse me, where there's a
I think that little lump in your throat was the bullshit that you were trying to.
demonstrated demand for those products. But additionally, producers of compliant and not compliant have a shared concern about patchwork and the future risk to investments in the pork industry.
Mr.
So that made no sense at all, and also just kind of didn't answer the question.
I would agree with what Holly said in terms of the market demand, and I would defer over to
I agree with the nonsensical answer that Holly gave.
Patrick with his experience in the conversion of their operation.
Mr. Hort?
Yeah, don't ask him questions, please. That guy, no.
Yeah. Thank you, Congresswoman. As I thought about it, I appreciate. Hopefully, you can appreciate the challenge I'm in because I have made some conversions. But the fact of the matter is me sitting here saying the patchwork is a big concern for me personally, as well as our industry, of the continued potential of 49 additional states making mandates, and it's become, as my experience, and I mentioned in my question earlier, it's a challenge for us, and we would. So that's why we're looking at the opportunity.
Daddy told me that I have to come up here and say the things that are, like that we're scared. The farmers are so sensitive and they're scared of state laws, even though all the state legislatures are like overwhelmingly pro-farmer, but we're scared. And Daddy, did I do good?
Need to, yeah,
that's exactly how he sounds. Don't even come at me and tell me that's not accurate.
Continue the patchwork is what a big challenge for us.
Thank you, Mr. Hort. Thank you to the panel. And with that, Mr. Chairman.
So in other words, no answer. Not a one person answered honestly to that. There was no answer to that. Holly's the only person who actually answered the question. It just made no sense. So her answer was that the farms that have currently implemented the changes for this 7-year-old law are in the best position. How? Why? Huh? Why? You're saying this thing that is overwhelmingly, that they're complaining is cost prohibitive. They're saying it's raised all the prices, and they're saying that, oh, they're in the best position to continue operating? Well, if that's the case, then maybe all of them should be Prop 12 compliant so that they're all in a good position. It doesn't make any sense. Holly, come on, Holly. Do you think implementing the changes would actually affect prices, or are they lying? Well, they're claiming that they already have. And yeah, I do think they would marginally affect prices. And that's part of the reason why I'm in favor of it. And it's not a huge, change. As I said before, and I'm no economist, so, take what I say with a grain of salt. I'm not an expert, but as I understand it, and I think it's pretty obvious, the big thing affecting the price of food, and not just the price of meat or the price of all food, produce, are tariffs and inflation. And in the case of eggs and dairy, although dairy's so protected by the government, bird flu. So the problem that they're creating is causing the problem. So, yeah.
Thank you, Ranking Member Craig, and I now recognize myself for 5 minutes. Mr. Horde,
who are you?
Support Proposition 12.
Chairman. Hang on. Let's pull it up. Oh, shoot. I got rid of the page. He doesn't have his name. We got to look him up. Find out who this fuck is. Okay. What is it again? House Committee on Agriculture. Okay. Why are you a chairman too? I don't get it. You're not the chairman. Liar. Is that Austin? Is that Austin here? You're not listed as chairman. We already met chairman. That was Glenn G.T. Thompson. Old GT. Oh, well, whatever. You can cosplay as the fucking chairman if you want to.
Have started the narrative that any fix to this mess that's been created by it would help China somehow. Your testimony, touches on this. Do you believe that a fix to Proposition 12 would help China, or do you believe that will help Americans, farmers, and ranchers and consumers?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I think this is a U.S. pork industry concern, from the smallest producer to the larger ones. And so, no, I do not think this is in any ways helps our foreign. In fact, our foreign trading partners are concerned about this, and I think at times could be looked at as an advantage for other countries. So but yeah, that's kind of how, as National Pork Producers Council, what we think about.
Thank you, Mr. Horton.
Daddy's so proud of you, Patrick.
Cushman, I'm going to come to you, but I want to read this section of Section 12,007 of the Farm Bill. In general, producers of covered livestock have a federal right to raise and market their covered livestock in interstate commerce, and therefore no state or subdivision thereof may enact or enforce directly or indirectly a condition or standard on production of covered livestock other than for covered livestock physically raised in such state or subdivision. Now, we can see that they have the right to do what they have the right to put those stipulations on producers in their state. But from the legal side of things, do you have any concern that section of the Farm Food and National Security Act of 2024 will somehow give China unfettered access to our agricultural markets?
Travis.
Mr. Cook, can you explain generally how much production costs increase when
Travis, you didn't push the button. He's as good at committee hearings as he's good at being a lawyer.
The National Security Act of 2024 will somehow give China unfettered access to our agricultural markets? I mean, Mr. Cook, can you explain generally how much production costs increase when a producer has to? I'm sorry, Ms. Cook, can you explain generally how much production costs increase when a producer converts their operation to comply with Proposition 12? Are these cost impacts along the rest of the supply chain, processors and retailers, for example? And if so, what are they?
Thank you for the question. As with anything, the exact cost number will vary depending on the individual farm and their situation, but looking at the cost of constructing compliant facilities, that can increase fixed costs anywhere from 20 to 40% per pig, but we're also seeing higher operating costs, things like labor, feed, veterinary care, utilities. Those can increase 15% when converting to Proposition 12, and then we also may have to spread those out over fewer pigs due to the productivity impacts of Prop 12. So that's on the farm level side, and there are certainly costs across the supply chain, packing, processing, distribution, and retail,
Hey, Travis.
segregation and trace. So that's what we're on, but
See what she did
the
there?
question.
Travis, wait.
If so, what are they?
Look. You see that? How her hand was right there? Travis, you got to push the button.
Thank you for the question. As with anything, the exact cost number will be as well.
Ultimately, any business has to have more dollars in than they have going out. And when the government passes rules and regulations that increase the cost of operations, whether it be in the construction of facilities as it is here for swine, I mean, if the farmer can't get their money back somehow, then the farmer goes broke. I mean, and I think that's the problem when you have people who either don't understand business or don't support agriculture or America's ability to feed itself, continue to imply these additional burdens on the producers. Ultimately, the consumer has to pay, or the producer goes out of business. I think, Ms. Rocha, this was effectively your comments, correct? I mean, if you increase the price of pork to the restaurant chain, if the consumer can't afford to pay for the product, then the product's no longer available. The restaurant goes out of business. Is that correct?
Yes.
So I'm sorry, Chairman, whoever. So your purpose was to just restate what they said? Like, do you have a relevant question that we haven't already heard the answer to?
That's my point exactly. And that is, we're seeing that already just based on other regulations. So this would be yet another regulation on top of those that would affect the restaurants.
And you somewhat alluded to this. Are you a resident of California? I mean,
Yes.
okay.
I'm a resident of California. Yes.
And so California has public initiative. A lot of things go on the ballot. But do you think that the general public who voted on this understood what the end result was of this ballot measure when they voted to put it in place?
I believe that the law, as well intentioned as it was,
Guys, I am impressed. First of all, please give yourselves a round of applause. There are 8. Oh, no, it just went down. I was just going to say there's 8 people suffering through a congressional hearing with me. We're down to 7. We already lost one. But anyway, you guys are the real heroes.
I feel that the voters could not have known the impacts. And we see that a lot with our
When this stream started, I think there was literally one person for the first like 15 minutes. And I was like, yeah, that's about how this is going to go.
Similar regulations. So like I said, I don't think that the voters could have known the impacts of Prop 12.
My time has expired, and I recognize, thank you all for your testimony and answering the questions. I now recognize Chairman David Scott from the great state of Georgia.
Thank you, Chairman. We have before us one of the most challenging issues that this committee is faced with. We've got to guarantee that the livestock is raised safely and humanely on one hand, and at the same time ensure that farmers and ranchers can be successful in operating their businesses. But there's something a little deeper here. We have a substantial burden on our interstate commerce and the implications that this may have on the producers. So, Mr. Lement, your testimony was very effective because you placed a great deal of emphasis on expanding what some of our justices did not believe Proposition 12 placed a substantial burden. I want you to get into this a little bit because we have to be clear. Going into this, we got the producers on one hand, we got our farmers and ranchers on the other hand. We got to come together. We got to solve this problem. But in the middle of it is this.
Chairman Scott or Mr. Scott. I don't know how y'all do this. The problem is, Mr. Scott, that we brutally confine and murder billions and billions of animals every year. That's the problem. Proceed.
Supreme Court, help us find a way out of this challenge.
Help us find the way out of this challenge. It's a pretty funny way to who was he referring
I do think
to?
it's interesting that there was such a fractured opinion that came from the Supreme Court, and they struggled with the exact question that you're asking here. And if you look at the opinion, one of the big issues is whether or not there was a substantial burden on interstate commerce due to the language of Proposition 12 being enacted in California. I think one important note, it's kind of technical, but I do think it matters, is that the Supreme Court was reviewing a decision on a motion to dismiss, which is a 12b6 motion. What that means is there was no discovery conducted in the case. And so they were really relying completely on just the pleadings in the case for the facts. And so I do think it's questionable if there was an additional factual record that had been developed through discovery, if that could have added more to the analysis of the substantial burden. With what the court had, what they decided was 5 justices actually did say that there was a substantial burden adequately alleged. 4 justices said that there were not. And then as Mr. Cushman explained, given that Justice Barrett did not believe in weighing the burdens, that the outcome of the case was different than that 5-4 ruling on substantial burden.
Now, specifically, to what extent do increased producers' costs constitute a substantial burden, as the court mentioned?
The court did look at the increased cost on producers and the increased cost on consumers when they were weighing the potential substantial burden analysis in the case. So I think the court would say that it does have a factor in that analysis.
Now, are there other considerations similarly weighed?
Yeah, Mr. Scott, there are. As you'll notice, there was a 5-4 decision she was talking about. Or not a decision. It was 5-4. They were looking at this. Now, Mr. Scott, what can we glean from a 5-4 decision or whatever? Could it be, Mr. Scott, that there are politics involved? You know, if something were obvious, it would probably be a 9-0, right? Could it be, Mr. Scott, that it's interesting that this 6-3 conservative Supreme Court upheld Proposition 12. And do you think, Mr. Scott, we might move on to things that actually matter? That, like, for instance, solving this problem that we have that you identified as a real problem. But I think you misplace what the problem is. Could the problem be, Mr. Scott, that the animal agriculture industry has a stranglehold over the Republican Party and many of the Democrats in this committee hearing? Could that be the problem? And could it be then also very impressive that Travis here lost at the Supreme Court? Oh, poor Travis. Ugh, those bitter fucking tears. Could it be impressive that he actually lost at the fucking Supreme Court on an animal welfare case with 6 of those justices, 3 of them appointed by Donald Trump? Fucking amazing. I'm just trying to help you, Mr. Scott. You sound like you're struggling with it.
When arriving at this decision?
So when the court looks at substantial burden, it looks at a wide variety of considerations, and those do include the increased cost on the producer, the increased cost on the consumer, the costs that may be spread out amongst the industry as a whole. Right? It's not just the producer and the consumer that face the cost. All along the supply chain, there are increased difficulties and increased costs when you add additional regulations like Prop 12. The court took all of that into consideration.
Now, finally, how do courts compare the low?
Good question, David. Good question. Yeah, I wonder if we could check out the stock portfolios of these lawmakers. Also, the campaign coffers, and see, you could go to opensecrets.org and check out how much money all these politicians got from the very people sitting at that desk, the Pork Council and the Farm Bureau.
Local interest in a law and the impact on interstate commerce. Is there a subjective nature to this decision which can lead to varying views between different courts?
Absolutely. There's absolutely a subjective nature. It's called the Pike.
That guy's decent, by the way. I feel Mr. Scott is a decent guy. His delivery is kind of funny, though.
Balancing test is where the court weighs those two interests. It is
I
a
don't mean
subjective
to
test.
pick on
And
him,
here,
but
that's
I
the point that
do.
3 of the justices made was
I do mean to pick on him, but I feel slightly bad. No, I don't. Do I? No, I don't.
that the court really is not well able to conduct that type of subjective analysis where they're having to weigh California's interest in food safety and animal welfare against economic interests that were raised by the plaintiffs in the case.
Well, thank you for your excellent analysis of the courts. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Scott.
He liked her analysis. Notice he didn't ask any of those other fucks a question. I don't even know if we can consider her neutral, but she didn't take a position.
Chair now recognizes Mr. Bacon for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. Appreciate y'all being here today.
Oh, Mr. Bacon. Oh boy. Here we go.
I just tend to agree with the Supreme Court decision. It's not their role to regulate interstate commerce, but it is our role. And it seems to me that we can't have 50 state standards when it comes to pork or anything else like this. It's not fair to the producers, it's not fair to the processors and the consumers. My first question is to Mr. Horde and Mr. Cook. I appreciate all the cost analysis that you've been given. If we can put it down to the most basic
They don't
level,
even want us to look at Mr. Bacon. That's how bad he is.
you go to the supermarket, how much more in percentage wise will a consumer pay because of this rule? What will be the increase to the cost of pork?
What do you mean what will be? The law's been there for 7 years. Do I have it wrong? Like, is it, maybe it's something where it's like you had like till 2025 or 2026 to comply. I don't know. I don't give a fuck.
On average, across covered products, it's 20%.
A 20% increase for consumers. And I think, we come from all different parts of the country, but for a low income earner, a 20% increase in pork is terrible. And that's what we're doing here. And it doesn't just stop with California. Other states could do.
Too bad they don't have beans and rice at that Latino restaurant.
Be doing similar things. We've heard of others. So I think it is in our role here to get our arms around this and set a one standard for the country. Mr. Shootman, how hard is it to comply as you raise hogs? What would you have to do to comply with this on your farm?
What would you have to do?
That's going to vary based on the facility. We've got several different spaces and types of facilities, and the costs have been quoted 35 to.
Hang on. Let me go to the fucking thing. I'm a little unclear what's going on because they're acting like this hasn't been the law. Okay, here's the wiki. Wish we had a expert. Okay. Oh, 42% of the state's pork market is exempt from the law's requirements. Okay, got it, got it. Is there anything about, I should probably just read the law, I guess. Okay, as of 2024, House Republicans are attempting to overrule Prop 12 through the U.S. Farm Bill. No new Farm Bill has been passed as of November 2024. So we're a little dated now on this wiki page. Oh, okay. In 2022, a judge ordered a temporary halt to enforcement for 180 days pending development of final regulations by okay, I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, Wayne would know about this. Sorry, let me find too many tabs now.
To $400 to $4,500 per sow. I think that could be on the low end depending on the type of facility you have. If you have to move concrete, if it's simply just replacing inside infrastructure, so it's going to vary, but it's going to be a cost. And the question on our side is, will we recoup the cost? And with the uncertainty of the potential patchwork, without that solid, if every state's going to rule, we just don't know where to go with it.
Would it cost you more than $50,000 to modify your operation to comply?
Pretty easily more, yes.
So maybe 100,000. I mean, that's an incredible cost to each individual farmer. I know.
Oh man, if only the animal agriculture industry could get some kind of gift from Congress, like $58 billion.
It varies based on the size, but I just think we have to realize this is what we're asking individual farmers to do to comply with this.
Sorry, 58 additional $billion from the taxpayers.
Mr. Cushman, are we at risk of having 50 state standards that people have to comply with?
Yes, we are. That was one of the biggest concerns American Farm Bureau had about
having 50 state standards.
Look at this little smug guy. Look at his look.
Are we at risk of having 50 state standards that people have to comply with?
Yes, we are. That was one of the biggest concerns American Farm Bureau had about this law. And when we
He got it. He got the button.
Decided to sue California on it. Currently, we run the risk of states constantly moving the goalposts on what farmers need to do. So after make those investments, they have it changed again. The risk of states enacting a patchwork of legislation like that is kind of mucking up the system. That is that threat of creating those kind of COVID-like disruptions we saw to the food supply system. And we are very, very concerned about that.
And the courts, if I understood it, the Supreme Court said it's not its role to force a standard. It is our role. Is that right?
It was a very difficult decision to understand and read. That is, in essence, what the court said.
You worked on the case, right, Travis? It was hard for you to understand. Yeah, that's probably why you lost. Good job on the button, though. You're getting better.
Was that 3 justices believed that it was not the judiciary's role to weigh in. 2 justices did not think we had established that burden to do so. So the way the makeup works, we had 6 that would have taken the case, 5 that agreed with our factual predicates. But the role we have left over is essentially, yes, that is now involved in Congress's court to fix the problem.
As a lawyer, that's our constitutional role, is to regulate interstate commerce.
That's correct.
Mr. Horde, I wanted to clarify something you brought up. You said that this rule, this California proposition, in reality really helps the big farmer, but the small farmers hurt the most. Do I get that right?
No, I didn't say that. I just said that a lot of times larger farmers have the opportunity to have the capital and the ability to take the risk on a percentage of their production, where a smaller producer may not have that same access to capital and the ability to take the risk that comes because of the uncertainty of what we're discussing here today.
Thank you for your clarification. I'll just close and just repeat the beginning question. A 20% increase in pork, that is a tremendous cost on the consumer at all levels of income. So
Mr. Bacon is very concerned about the price increase on pork because he's actual bacon. So yeah, I wonder if he was like, my name is Bacon, so I better go and try to support the pork industry. Well, thank you, Mr. Bacon. That was sterling.
Thank you. With that, I yield.
Thank you, Mr. Bacon. Chair now recognizes Mr. McGovern for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm going to begin as I began yesterday with my questioning. And
Who is that guy? We had one chairman, and now we have a new chairman. Did he duck out? What happened to the... Did the chairman leave? I think the chairman left. Wasn't he there? And then maybe, I don't know, maybe she, I don't know.
and say that this committee should be holding hearings on the impacts that the big ugly bill, which is now law, are going to have on nutrition programs. I mean, we should be having before us right now experts, heads of food pantries and food banks. We ought to have people with lived experience who rely on these nutrition programs about what will happen when the big ugly bill forces millions of people off a SNAP. 42
Based. I like this guy already.
million people are going to see their benefits cut. We're told that 5 million people, older adults, veterans, families with teenagers, former foster youth, are at serious risk of losing their benefits outright. What Republicans did in this committee on reconciliation, I believe, is unconscionable, all to fund and offset the cost of tax cuts for multimillionaires and billionaires. And it should be the focus of this committee to end hunger in this country and not make it worse. And by the way, ending hunger is good for the American farmers, too. They produce the food that is purchased with SNAP, and that's where our focus should be. Now, bring me to today's hearing. I'm astounded that we're...
Well, I mean, you seem very naive, sir. You see, Congress doesn't solve problems. Congress starts problems and then talks about fake solutions to the problems. So I feel like you're in the wrong place. You sound like you're talking a little bit of sense, and you might want to find some new friends.
Taking what little time we have before the August recess to once again have Republicans use Prop 12 as a punching bag to distract from corporate consolidation in the meat sector. Now, we have gone around in circles over Prop 12 and other states' anti-animal cruelty laws for years. And the largest pork producers are not happy. That 66% of all Americans oppose confinement rates. That's from a Harris poll, by the way. They went all the way to the Supreme Court a few years ago with an unconstitutional argument that undermined the most basic concepts of federalism. They lost. And now, instead of moving on, and so many family farmers, as so many family farmers have done, by the way, they've come to Republicans for a legislative bailout. But this
Oh, you're not going to get your money from the Farm Bureau.
hearing will not get them
Who's
closer.
this guy? I like him. What's his name? Let's find him. Wait, sorry. Okay, we're at 114.21. I just want to make sure that we know who this guy is because he's awesome. What did they say his name?
That the big ugly bill, which is now law.
Hang on.
That is a tremendous cost on the consumer at all levels of income. So thank you. With that, I yield.
Thank you, Mr. Bacon. Chair now recognizes Mr. McGovern for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you.
Oh, it's Mr. McGovern. All right, let's find him. All right, share this tab. There he is. Must be him. Jim McGovern. No other McGoverns, right? Jim McGovern, I'd vote for you. Okay, let me try to get us back. 41, was it? Hang on, I'll just...
Mr. Chair, we have SNAP work sector. Now, we have gone around in circles over Prop 12 and other states' anti-animal cruelty laws for years. And the largest pork producers are not happy. Well, they produce the food that is purchased with SNAP, and that's where our focus should be. Now, bring me to today's hearing. I'm astounded that we're taking what little time we have before the August recess to once again have Republicans use Prop 12.
Well, I mean, it's impressive actually that they got this hearing in, because didn't the Republicans send everybody home because they were scared that there were going to be votes on Epstein? Oh no. They were going to vote on whether to release the Epstein lists. Uh-oh, get out of Washington.
As a punching bag to distract from corporate consolidation in the meat sector. Now, we have gone around in circles over Prop 12 and other states' anti-animal cruelty laws for years. And the largest pork producers are not happy.
that 66% of all Americans oppose confinement rates. That's from a Harris poll, by the way. They went all the way to the Supreme Court a few years ago with an unconstitutional argument that undermined the most basic concepts of federalism. They lost. And now instead of moving on, and so many families.
Yeah, Zishan, if my last name was Bacon, I think I'd have to have a child named Vegan. Food stamps, yeah. Zishan, good point. Yeah, he asked, would it take 50K? And the guy was like, sure, sure, sure. Then he asked, would it cost 100K? And he was like, sure, yeah, sure, sure, yeah. Good point. Zishan's on it.
Farmers, as so many family farmers have done, by the way, they have come to Republicans for a legislative bailout. But this hearing will not get them closer to overturning Proposition 12. And that's because this hearing is an intentional misrepresentation of reality. The reality is that Prop 12 took effect at the beginning of last year, and the fear-mongering has fallen flat. Farmers in Iowa have not been forced to go crate-free if they don't want to. Grocery shelves are not empty. The egg industry actively supports Prop 12's cage-free requirements. Major retailers and restaurants support Prop 12. And many pig farmers, especially the 82% of pig farmers who have fewer than 500 pigs, are now benefiting from the new market opportunities for humanely raised meat. Now, a lot of good has come from these state laws, and Republicans still want everyone to believe that state laws to make sure pigs have enough room to turn around, as most Americans want, are some sort of Marxist plot against the heartland. And this leads me to the greatest misrepresentation.
This guy is awesome.
Of all today. There are thousands of farmers who vocally support Proposition 12, but Republicans have not given them an opportunity to speak today. With all due respect to this panel, and I appreciate Ms. Lashman's neutrality, this is not a balanced panel. One would think there's not another side to this argument, but some of
I love this guy.
these farmers who
I
support
love
Proposition
him.
12 are here. I met them. They're in the audience, and they deserve a voice in this conversation because their livelihoods are at stake. And I ask unanimous consent to insert over 150 letters, Mr. Chairman, that I received from many of these farmers who support Proposition 12. I ask unanimous consent to put them on the record. These farmers have been shut out of this process, and let the record reflect that. Republicans love to talk about regulatory certainty, which I figured out is euphemism for taking away anything they don't like. What about the certainty for these farmers who have made investments to go crate-free, who have followed the rules, and now you want to pull the rug from under them? Let me make this as clear as possible. If you kill Prop 12, you are putting independent family farms at risk. They will not be able to shoulder the cost of going backwards the way the factory farms can. It will be get big or get out all over again. And it will be crystal clear who cheered on the corporate
Get big or get out.
operators why they ate up the last of the family farms in America. And one final thing, when Republicans were fighting with each other over the big ugly bill, one of the most contentious issues was a provision to block states from having their own regulations on AI. It almost tanked the bill. Folks do not like it when people in Washington try to override local decisions. And the divides among Republicans on Proposition 12 are not going to go away. I have news for my Republican friends. Washington doesn't always know what is best. Respect what our states are doing. And with that, I yield back my time.
I wish he would have brought up the $58 billion they got in the big ugly bill. That would have been good. Oh, man, that would have been such a moment, such a mic drop moment. I wish he could have gave me that microphone talking about the big ugly bill, and then they would have been like, oh no, but you know, we're under threat from the voters.
Governor, you made a motion to submit something for the record. All right, we're going to accept that without objection. I also have a letter from the American Farm Bureau that I would like to submit for the record. National Pork Producers Council include this and over 900 additional federal, state, and local farm organizations who write in strong support of Section 12,007 of the Farm Food and National Security
What's up, Aaron
Act
P?
of 2024. And I'm submitting for the record.
Aaron P is here. Aaron P, we're just, you know, doing what all the cool kids do on a Friday night, watching a congressional hearing. We're cool, right? You know, right now, people are out having a good time and getting drinks and partying, and here we are. I'm not depressed or anything, but
A letter from the American Veterinary Association who writes in strong support of Section 12,007 of the Farm.
actually, we are cooler than they are, without question, because we're caring about what happens in Congress.
Food and National Security Act 2024.
And what could be cooler than that?
Submitting
New
that
chairman.
for the record, where they oppose Proposition 12 for animal welfare.
Mr. Judge, I just want to make sure all 150 of my letters are going to be in the record, right?
Yes, sir.
Oh, thank
If
you.
you want to submit.
Submit those letters, bitch.
That, Mr. Johnson.
Ms. Cook, we've talked a fair amount today about how Proposition 12 has been a major driver of increased costs. I think 20 or 22% has been quoted today in California. I think you talked a little bit about how it can be $3,000 an animal to make these physical changes to the operations. Is that about right?
It can vary. It can be up to 4,500 or more for new construction.
And so California could change the rules again in a couple of years, right?
Yes,
Imposing a new round of capital investments for producers.
we face that risk today in this environment, yes.
And then you have what in economic terms I believe is just called a stranded cost. You get these pancaking requirements of physical improvements with really no.
Are we on speed, fast time? It just seems like they're talking normally. Yeah, we are. 1.5.
Mechanism to recover those costs in the marketplace. Is my understanding of that right?
In theory, a producer would not undertake these investments willingly without a guarantee of a return, but in our current environment, there is no certainty.
That uncertainty has a chilling effect on investment and new market entrants. My understanding that's right?
Yes.
Which over time is going to further inflate food prices for Americans that frankly deserve to have affordable protein. Is that right?
If the impacts have the effect of
Yeah, lead away, sir. Yeah, definitely don't ask leading questions or anything. Definitely don't give your opinion on the matter knowing the answer that you're going to get from this industry hack. Yeah.
contraction and that pressure on the industry, then certainly could increase pork prices.
So I want to shift a little bit about to animal welfare, either Mr. Hort or Mr. Skytman. There have been some studies quoted today, Mr. Skytman, maybe I would start with you, that there has not been an increase in animal welfare post Proposition 12. Is my understanding of that right?
That is correct.
Well, okay. Aaron P., if we're not cool, if I'm not cool, you definitely are cool. Aaron P. is cool. We're cool. I think we're cool. Watching Scandal. We're watching Scandal. We're watching real life Scandal, Aaron P. What's up, Jonathan Mitchell? IP 28 would ban intentional killing or injuring of all animals in the state. Interesting. Yeah, plants have protein, okay? Okay. As if pork is the only, yeah. Animal agriculture is bad, okay? Okay.
And in fact, cell mortality went up. The need for additional antibiotics went up. Is that right?
That's correct.
So,
oh, I heard South Park roasted Donald Trump, and he's all pissy about it. Can't wait to watch that episode.
What are the proponents of Prop 12 missing? What do they not understand about sow behavior? What do they not understand about animal husbandry that causes them to miss?
Sir. Yeah, I think we know what's going on. I think that's the point. I think that's the problem. Now, what do you know about the industry, Mr. Johnson? Yeah.
This fire so not antibiotics went up. Is that right?
That's correct.
And in fact, cell mortality went up. The need for additional antibiotics went up. Is that right?
That's correct.
So what are the proponents of Prop?
Yeah, it went up. Mortality went up while you had bird flu, and the need for antibiotics went up when you had bird flu. Mr. Johnson, are you leaving out some details in your completely non-biased questioning?
12 missing. What do they not understand about sow behavior? What do they not understand about animal husbandry that causes them to misfire so dramatically on their views of what these animals really need to be safe and sound?
Thank you for the question, Congressman. I think
I'm tempted to show footage, but I think you all know what farrowing crates look like.
then that lies the point that in terms of welfare, we are where we are today in our production systems because we're trying to find the best welfare for the sow. And sometimes that leads us to more confinement, but truly, as we've studied things over the years, it's the best outcome for the sow.
All right, we're going to do it. Let's take a look at what they consider excellent welfare. Okay. Here it is.
Individual cages in which, like the farrowing crates, sows are only able to take 1 or 2 steps forward or backwards and are unable to turn around. While gradually being phased out by the majority of piggeries in Australia, sow stalls remain entirely legal with no penalties for keeping sows confined to them for longer than the voluntary limit of 5 days.
Trust them, guys. They are very concerned about animal welfare and husbandry. Oh, what a nice word, animal husbandry. I trust this man, Matt Scheitman.
For her offspring all the way down the line. You can find, thank you for the question, Congressman. Within that lies the point that in terms of welfare, we are where we are today in our production systems because we're trying to find the best welfare for the sow. And
yeah, thank you. What a hero, Matt Scheitman.
Sometimes that leads us to more confinement, but truly, as we've studied things over the years, it's the best outcome for the sow, for her offspring, all the way down the line. It's a constant moving target, but that's how we got to where we are today was because of animal welfare.
So every producer I've ever met cares about animal welfare. They understand that that is a living creature worthy of decent treatment. But let's assume that wasn't the case. Let's assume that it was just about dollars and cents. Do animals under duress thrive? Do animals under duress put on weight?
I think that's a great question. And I think the interesting thing about a female sow herd is that if there's poor welfare, your pocketbook will suffer because poor welfare will lead to decreased production every time. And it's almost an instant feedback when you're managing the breeding herd poorly to what you're going to get out at the end. So I think that's a great.
This is a very common argument from the pork industry that, if they were mistreated, then it would affect all the production. I won't show it, but you guys have seen the film, right? And, obviously Dominion is just one of the many films that show what's going on, but the pigs who are in those crates don't have any stimulation. And so what they show in the film is a worker going around smacking them in the head so that they will stand up for a few minutes so that they don't just rot to death, which they do anyway.
Good question. Thank you.
So again, at tier 1, decent humans care about animal welfare, but
I don't think this guy has seen any of that. Yeah. Someone posted satirically today that Trump had tweeted or truthed that Cory Booker had live streamed Dominion in his office. Wouldn't it be great if all these fucking politicians would have to watch Dominion or Earthlings? I would love to watch Mr. Johnson squirm in his seat as he watched the industry that he is so shamelessly defending.
tier 2, successful businessmen and successful businesswomen care about animal welfare because an animal that is comfortable will produce better economic results. Am I right?
Absolutely.
But what else can you tell us about that? Give us a sense of how dramatically true that is in
How much money do they pay you, Dick Johnson?
the marketplace.
I think one thing we discussed here recently was just how, again, the production systems that we developed, whether it be the breeding herd or
And the thing is, nobody watches this kind of shit. No, I mean, look at it. We're doing it. But this is boring for most people. It's boring for us. But they get away with it because nobody's paying attention. Yep.
whether it be the production herd, our goal is to give every pig the same opportunity to thrive. And really, if we're doing that, then our bottom line is in great shape too. And so the big piece of that is the welfare, the environment, the day-to-day management. And like I said in my testimony, if we're going to have to try to
Not even
try
halfway
to meet an
through.
arbitrary target set by people who are away from the farm, and we don't have, and some of that control is taken away from us, invariably, our ability to do the best for that animal at any one given time could suffer.
Proposition.
Oh, so, again, it required that you give them a minimum amount of space. So are you saying you should be allowed to give them less space? But I thought animal welfare was your number one goal. Are you saying, And I've seen this argument made, by the way, that it's for their safety that they're confined that way. Because if you gave the pig more space, well, she might crush her babies, which, by the way, happens in these fucking cell stalls.
12 has, according to the studies we've just discussed today, increased cost to consumers. It has reduced the viability of small family operations, and it has injured animal welfare. Proposition 12 is a fantastic failure, and it is time for...
Buddy, the small dick energy right now is radiating from you. Please, sir, don't take it out on animals that your dick is so tiny. Please. Find another line of work.
Congress to fix that mistake. With that, Mr. Chairman, I would yield back.
Chair now recognizes Ms. Adams of North Carolina for 5 minutes.
It is not the pig's fault that your fucking micro penis won't get any bigger. I'm sorry that it stopped growing when you hit the age of 7. That's not their fault.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like, first of all, to ask for unanimous consent to submit into the record written testimony from ASPCA opposing overturning Proposition 12 and other state laws. Ms. Howard, I have a question,
Right,
yes or
Felix?
no's for you. Are you aware that there are pork producers who are benefiting from the market created by Proposition 12?
Hang on, let me oh, that's my gal, Alma Adams. She's typically pretty awesome. Let's see how she does. I don't know how she is on animals. Okay, hang on. Zishan, their point is basically no one would have voted for the prop if they thought it would make meat more expensive. They think no one would have voted to the prop if it led to increased prices. It seems insane to them that anyone would care about welfare versus increased price. Right. Exactly. As if it weren't extensively debated in the state. Best welfare for the South would be liberation. Indeed. And yes, Mary, very small dick energy. Come on, Alma, make me proud. Fellow North Carolinian, make me
Opposing overturning
proud.
Proposition 12 and other state laws.
Don't let me down.
To fix that mistake. With that, Mr. Chairman, I would yield back.
Chair now recognizes Ms. Adams of North Carolina for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like, first of all, to ask for unanimous consent to submit into the record written testimony from ASPCA opposing overturning Proposition 12 and other state laws.
Not a huge fan of the ASPCA, but I appreciate you, madam, for submitting the opposition.
Ms. Ford, I have a question, a few yes or no's for you. Are you aware that there are pork producers who are benefiting from the market created by Proposition 12?
Was that question to me? Sorry.
Yes, Mr. Howard. Yeah, yes or no, sir?
So was that question to me?
Are you aware that there are pork producers who are benefiting from the market created by Proposition 12?
There are definitely producers that are raising Prop 12 compliant pork. Yes.
Okay.
That didn't answer the question. That's not what she asked.
And so created by Proposition 12.
It really wasn't that hard of a question.
Howard? Yeah, yes or no, sir?
So was that question to me?
Are you aware that there are pork producers who are benefiting from the market created by Proposition 12?
Her question, again, Patrick, if you didn't hear it correctly, was, are you aware that there are pork producers who are benefiting from Proposition 12? Your answer was, yes, there are pork producers who are Prop 12 compliant. Didn't answer her question.
There are definitely producers that are raising Prop 12 compliant pork. Yes.
Okay. And so,
Oh boy.
Congressman McGovern is introducing letters from hundreds of these farmers that it would be helpful if you get to know them because they may be your members. I think he's already spoken to that. So why is NPPC working against these farmers?
Thank you.
Yeah.
For this question for me.
Why are you working against your own farmers, Patrick Horde? Make daddy proud.
Too as well?
yes,
Okay. Yeah, thank you. Well, the challenge is we have a state that raises 0.1% of the pork in the U.S. And so when they make a mandate, it forces essentially mandates to the rest of the country that there has to be conversions to this mandate. And so I think MPPC's position is the concern that it's forcing other states to be able to meet the demand.
Guys, by the way, Alma Adams is fucking a champ. See, there are people who think that all politicians are shit, and part of me agrees with that. And then there are people like Alma Adams who, I'm sure she's a typical politician a lot of the time, but there are some base politicians. Do not be fooled. I've met many of them, including on both sides of the aisle. I've met Republicans who are pretty damn cool. I've met Democrats who are pretty damn cool. And they're just people, okay? I realize the vast majority of politicians suck ass, but there are exceptions.
Of one state that of another state, and I think that's the crux of the concern here, ma'am. Thank you.
So let me ask you: does NPPC receive any government pork commodity checkoff funds to your knowledge?
Yes. So MPPC is a voluntary checkoff organization.
Okay. What percentage of your funds consists of commodity pork checkoff funds? Do you know the percentages?
I'm sorry. Can you repeat the question?
Percentage?
Yeah, what percentage of your money comes from the fucking government? You fucking shill.
Of your budget consists of commodity pork checkoff funds.
Well, I could not answer what the exact percentage is being used.
I'm sorry, Vice President of the National Pork Producers Council couldn't answer that question. Who should she ask? Who would know in your organization if not the vice president? Ugh, Daddy's not going to like that.
I mean, everything for us, MPPC is a public policy.
Okay, well, you don't have a percentage that you know of. Okay, well, let me move on. I've heard from producers and companies, both large and small, that have invested in Proposition 12 complaint systems, not because they agree with or support Proposition 12, but because the law was passed in 2018, and they had a business decision to make. They decided to invest in a compliance system to supply a large market, and some of those producers have invested tens of millions of dollars. They faced nearly 5 years of uncertainty from the initial January 2022 implementation date. And when the Supreme Court ruled in 2023, they hoped that this was finally a settled matter. Now Congress is introducing even more uncertainty. Those producers who invested are the ones who will be hurt. Ms. Lashmet, have you seen any data that assesses the cost that these producers will incur to revert back to the traditional system?
No, ma'am, I've not seen specific data on that. I certainly have heard producers discuss that is a concern for them, but I don't have specific numbers on that.
Okay, in your opinion?
Well, that's the first time that we've heard that there will be concerns for them to revert back. That might have been relevant for everybody to bring up in the beginning. Yeah. All fell on Miss Adams.
Will the EATS Act as written or any preemption of Proposition 12 be subject to additional legal challenge and additional years of uncertainty for these producers who are simply trying to follow the law to have access to a market?
I think it's safe to say if Congress acts in this space, it's very likely that it will be challenged in the courts.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, and thank you all for your testimony. And Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Ah, damn it. It was too short.
And I am speaking for the record, a letter from the Livestock Marketing Association where they offer support for Section 12,007. Without objection, Mr. Mann, you're now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for being here today. I appreciate the chairman for having this hearing. I represent the Big First District of Kansas, 60 primarily rural counties in western and central Kansas. The Big First is one of the top swine producing districts in the country, much smaller than Iowa and other states, but we generate more than $640 million in sales, ranked 4th nationally. We have over 1,000 farms raising hogs and pigs each year. Kansas farmers, ranchers, and ag producers have been burdened with additional costs to conform with not Kansas law or even federal law,
Mr. Mann,
at the table, but from a state that's 718.
Man, it's always trying to get me down. I got to get some more coffee. Y'all just tell me if he says anything relevant. I'm going to leave it running.
Miles from my district's border. With a fraction of the production compared to what we produce in Kansas. Fellow Kansan President Dwight Eisenhower once said that farming looks mighty easy when your plow is a pencil and you're 1,000 miles from a cornfield. And that's exactly what's happened in California with Proposition 12. I look forward to hearing from you all on your perspectives on the issue and how it's affecting our ag producers. Just a few questions, maybe first for you, Mr. Ford. How does Prop 12 affect U.S. pork producers' ability to access export markets, particularly given that most foreign buyers expect a uniform national standard?
Thank you for that question. To my knowledge, and I'm obviously a pork farmer, but to my knowledge, I don't know that the export out of the U.S. Typically, we're trying to meet that California standard. Now, the concern is for other foreign of our foreign trading partners. They're concerned about the fact that they would have to comply to be able to sell pork or bring pork in to California, which does give some concerns with the USMCA as well as the WTO concerns. So that is a concern of MPPC.
In your mind, do inconsistent state requirements like Prop 12 make it harder
No.
for us to compete globally?
It does. It does.
I miss anything good?
Make it a challenge. The fact of the matter is, though, that mostly Prop 12 is being supplied from the U.S. market, and so I don't.
I feel like I gotta
it's-
hear
it-
what you
it
have to
breaks-
say. I'm sorry, guys.
All counties in Western and Central.
For the record, a letter from the livestock now.
I represent the Big First District of Kansas.
Sorry.
60 primarily rural counties in Western and Central Kansas. The Big First is one of the top swine producing districts in the country. Much smaller than without with not Kansas law or even federal law, where they have a seat at the table, but from a state that's 718 miles from my district's border. With a fraction of the production compared to what we produce in Kansas. Fellow Kansan President Dwight Eisenhower once said that farming looks mighty easy when your plow is a pencil and you're 1,000 miles from a cornfield. And that's exactly what's happened in California with Proposition 12.
Yeah, this doesn't involve corn, but okay.
I look forward to hearing from you all on your perspectives on the issue and how it's affecting our ag producers. Just a few questions, maybe first for you, Mr. Horde. How does Prop 12 affect U.S. pork producers' ability to access export markets, particularly given that most foreign buyers expect a uniform national standard?
Thank you for that question. To my knowledge, and I'm obviously a pork farmer, but to my knowledge, I don't know that the export out of the U.S. Typically, we're trying to meet that California standard. Now, the concern is for other foreign of our foreign trading partners. They're concerned about the fact that they would have to comply to be able to sell pork or bring pork in to California, which does give some concerns with the USMCA as well as the WTO concerns. So that is a concern of MPPC.
Are you sure it's not just you and your daddy who are concerned? The Pork Producers Council? Are you sure? Because I'm just going to be honest with you. I really don't think that China gives a shit what California does. I really don't think that the UK cares. I don't think Canada really gives a shit. Maybe I'm wrong. Probably I'm wrong.
In your mind, do inconsistent state requirements like Prop 12 make it
I'm
harder
probably
for
wrong.
us to compete globally?
It does. It does make it a challenge. The fact of the matter is, though, that mostly Prop 12 is being supplied from the U.S. market, and so I don't immediately think it's a global trade issue. Although MPPC supports global trade and is advocating on that.
You just contradicted yourself, Patrick. It was part of your testimony. It was your testimony that you were saying that this was a big. Am I crazy? Y'all, correct me if I'm wrong. It was him, right? One of them was talking about how Canada is very concerned. Now he's admitting they're not concerned. Okay, we're at 1:30. That's easy. 1:30, 30. This is very important to point out this contradiction, I think. 30-30 is easy to remember.
Legacy by caring for our pigs from birth to market. We have been blessed to farm row crops and livestock across a number of states, and importantly for
It was
today's
him.
discussion, we produce pork compliant with California Prop 12. I serve as the vice president of the National Pork Producers Council. We represent the interests of America's more than 60,000 pork producers. Our industry supports over 573,000 U.S. jobs and adds about $63 billion to the nation's GDP. Despite producing Prop 12 compliant pork, I'm here to say that Prop 12 and an unmitigated regulatory patchwork threatens our farm. Prop 12 makes it a crime in California to sell uncooked whole pork meat from the offspring of sows that aren't raised according to the state's arbitrary housing standards. Meat packers and retailers will not stop selling to California's 40 million residents, which means producers across the country have needed to comply with California's mandate. Proponents of Prop 12 claim the measure was designed to improve animal welfare. However, welfare is a complex issue. Every style of housing, including group pens, which are functionally required by Prop 12. The arbitrary housing requirements in Prop tend to have access to sufficient capital to mitigate risks. Regardless of size, all farms have or will continue to experience productivity losses under Prop 12. You simply cannot house the same number of sows in the same size barn. Prop 12 compliant housing is inherently less efficient. The existential challenge of Prop 12 is a patchwork of differing regulations across the country. It creates uncertainty around what design we need to use for our new barns and even how I decide what to do when an existing barn needs remodeling. Whatever I do today could need to be changed when a new state decides they want a different housing standard. These are expensive changes, and some farmers may exit the business amid this uncertainty, which increases consolidation. MPPC fought to stop California from regulating farms outside of its borders, filing suit against Prop 12 in states and the power of individuals. There's strong bipartisan opposition to Prop 12. The Biden administration arguing it unnecessarily increases the cost of food. It applies to and greatly concerns our trading partners. The Canadian government, for example, only increases the cost of food and food production by manipulating interstate commerce. Prop 12 isn't only a domestic problem. It applies to and greatly concerns our trading partners. The Canadian government, for example, is analyzing the effects of Prop 12 and considering the U.S. obligations under the USMCA and the WTO. To summarize, Prop 12's housing standards were developed without the input of hog.
Okay, you heard it. It's a concern to our trading partners. Now, 30-30. Let's go back. Okay, let's go back a bit.
California, which does give some concerns with the USMCA as well as the WTO concerns. So that is a concern of MPPC.
In your mind, do inconsistent state requirements like Prop 12 make it harder for us to compete globally?
It does. It does make it a challenge. The fact of the matter is, though, that mostly Prop 12 is being supplied from the U.S. market, and so I don't immediately think it's a global trade issue. Although MPPC supports.
I'm going to make a video about this. Has to be done. I'm going to put them side by side. Him saying it's a global trade concern to our trading partners, followed by
Global
what
trade.
was that again, Patrick?
Immediately think it's a global is being supplied from the U.S. market, and so I don't immediately think it's a global trade issue. Although MPPC supports global trade and is advocating on that on behalf of.
Yep.
Oh, Daddy's gonna not be happy with that answer. Patrick, remember, I'm working on a cream for hurt butts, or someone is. So when your daddy spanks you later, just hit me up, give me a call, and as soon as the cream for butt hurt comes out, I will get you a big stock of it. Don't you worry. I'll get you. I got you.
Ms. Cook, do you find that there's any evidence of significant premiums at the store for Prop 12 compliant pork products, such that they would outweigh the increasing production costs that you've seen per producer? What is the market saying as far as the demand for products that are Prop 12 compliant, California or otherwise?
Well, in California, it's the only option for covered products. So they're paying a lot more than they were before Prop 12, and they're also paying more than other U.S. consumers in other states for the same product. So we've seen that in the data. And as, in terms of, I think you asked about the cost and the producers, there is more than just even the farm level cost that goes into what the consumer has to pay. There's costs incurred at every level of the supply chain. And so what we're seeing.
Oh, the moment when the Pork Council contradicted themselves during the exact same hearing. You know, sex is great, but when the Pork Council contradicts themselves in the same hearing, that's pretty good too, right?
Is much higher prices, and with that, consumers able to consume less pork.
Are you seeing other states provide a premium or market, pork that is Prop 12 compliant, or what are other states doing outside of California?
Look at that sweat. Oops. Oh, shit. I thought Patrick would answer with the... Oh, no.
Well, I think it's important to recognize that there's a difference between demand from consumers for certain products that's communicated through market signals and a willingness to pay, and then a voter-approved measure that requires that pork be sold. So we're seeing that in California. There are other markets for certain products that are, occurring based on consumer demand, but not in the same restrictive and requirement way that we see with Proposition 12.
Great. Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for being here. With that, I yield back.
Oh, whoops. Oh, shit. Ah, man. The man's always going to get you down, Pork Council.
Chair now recognizes Mr. Costa because Ms. Brown is allowing it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ms. Brown.
Thank Ms. Brown.
Okay. Jonathan, just taking a look at what you're talking about, IP28. I don't know about that. Let me just look what you're talking about. Gotcha. Okay. End animal cruelty. It's time to end animal cruelty. I haven't heard about this. Sorry, guys. I thought I shared it. Here's the tab. Initiative Petition 28. All right, I'm going to send y'all the link to this if y'all want to research it. I don't know anything about it. I'm surprised I've not heard of this. It's my bad. But anyway, there's a link. I'll look into that.
That's what I was going to do.
Okay, gotcha.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks, Brown, for the courtesy of allowing me to go before her. Obviously, this is a hearing that impacts California, and I would hope to believe, as a third-generation farmer from California, that this isn't a morning to simply beat up on California. And I, with all due respect, am not feeling that the panel that we have here, as good as it is balanced in terms of the different points of view that clearly are involved with a lot of other elements of agriculture and farmers that have adjusted and are taking advantage of the opportunities.
That was a very nice way to say that this is horseshit.
That Proposition 12 provides. The hearing today, I think, is obviously focused on the grievances on Prop 12. And let me be clear, I did not endorse Prop 12. It was a measure approved by the people of the state of California in 2018. It has created a niche marketplace for producers, but we also need to know that it wasn't fully implemented until July 1st, 2023, because of the litigation that took place.
Okay, thank you for answering my question. So it was fully implemented in 2023. So again, they keep talking about how would this affect prices? Apparently, this has been in effect for nearly 3 years. So yeah.
In terms of the impacts on the market, while some studies have been cited, I don't think anyone cited the Oklahoma State University professor of economics, who indicated from an economic analysis I reviewed, there is no indication that Prop 12 has contributed to elevated pork prices at the national level.
Uh-oh. Careful. You might not get that pork council money.
Insert that for the record. I think there are a lot of other elements that impact market prices, and let's start with tariffs.
Yep.
Mexico is the top valuation destination for U.S. pork. Last year, $2.5 billion. China is the U.S.'s largest market for pork variety meat by a value of $1.1 billion. Canada is the top market for U.S. processed pork and the fourth largest market for U.S. pork markets at $852 million. And of course, so what are we doing with Canada and Mexico? We're in a trade war. We're in a trade war. When in fact, in 2020, President Trump, after the conclusion of the U.S.-Mexico trade agreement, I think I remember him saying the best and most beautiful, greatest trade agreement ever known to mankind. Now we are in a trade war with our two biggest trading partners, Mexico and Canada, which accounts for about 40% of our trade, a lot of agricultural trade back and forth. It makes no sense to me. And by the way, that provision of USMCA had a good provision in it. It asked every 5 years for a review period. Guess what? We're in that 5-year period for the review period. Why not take advantage of that best, greatest trade agreement ever known to mankind that was signed by President Trump in 2020? This is a lot about political rhetoric. And I think this trade war goes to the heart of impacting American farmers. I'm a third-generation farmer. And I can tell you in California, we're most fearful about the impacts of our markets that we've established. 44% of our agriculture in California is exported. It's exported. And when we went through this scenario and Trump won, we lost market share that we still have not gained back. So the reality is we are losing markets largely due to uncertainty and inconsistency of this administration's inability to negotiate trade deals. 90 days, 90 countries, maybe here, maybe there. I don't know. But certainly the uncertainty and the confusion in the market space continues to lead to the questionability of the
Old
United
Taco Trump. Art of the deal, though. Art of the deal. Oh, you know what, guys? You know what? You know what? Remember? Okay. I'm going to reward all you fine people. I referenced the Always Sunny thing. If y'all were here last time about his neck's high, I trust him. I want to I feel like you guys deserve this. You sat with me throughout a congressional hearing. You've earned it. This is about art of the deal, okay? So it's relevant. The head cow is always grazing. Y'all know that? I hope this doesn't get my stream taken down.
Gotta be in here somewhere. I've
Ah,
snatched.
the
Gotta
glitch,
be in here. I've
glitch.
snatched everything. I can't find it. Hey guys, how's it going? Super great. Super
Yeah,
awesome, dude.
really good.
Super great. We're finding all sorts of cool stuff. You know, probably going to be out of this room in no time. My leader's killing it over here. Touch the bike. No, I didn't touch the bike. Touch the thing in here that was yours, man. Didn't touch one of your gross things. Nah, you guys cool? Yeah, we're cool. What's up with
good.
you?
What do you
What's up
want?
with you? So
What do you
cool.
want?
Whatever.
What do
Yeah,
you want?
What's
What
up?
do you want?
What's up? Dennis wants some gum. All right, hang on.
No, don't do that.
What?
That's a power play, Charlie.
It is?
Yeah.
How's the power play?
It's a power play. Everybody knows that the head cow is always grazing.
That's true. So that's like a real thing?
Yeah.
Makes sense. If you're
That's
top
what it
cow, what are you
is.
going to not eat?
Yeah, I'm sorry, we can't help you.
What are you going to not eat?
Well, I have info. All right, well, what's your info? First, give me some gum for Dennis. Oh, hardball, huh? Okay, I tell you what.
No.
I'm going to give you one shred. Not cool, dude. I just didn't want to feel weak in front of Frank. I want to be a big deal cow, too. Well, now I want to be a big deal cow, and I want gum.
But don't eat all my gum, Charlie.
All right, well, what's your info? What'd you find out? I found a clue. What is it? Give me some more gum for Dennis. No, I don't trust you. Why not? Because you're just going to put it in your mouth and eat it again. I won't, I promise. His neck is high. Makes me trust him. Good posture, bro. Okay.
Good posture, bro. If you're ever in a situation where you need to convince someone, just put your neck high. They'll trust you.
All right. I trust you.
I knew he couldn't be
not
trusted.
cool, man. You never trust another man in negotiation. That's textbook. Art of the deal. Art of the deal, bro. All right, you trying to tell me that. All right, art of the deal. Art of the deal. Art of the deal. Hey, look, we're getting somewhere, right? We're in a negotiation. That's good. That's good. Men being men. All right, well, tell us what the clue is. Why would I tell you? You already gave me what I want. Because we both know what Dennis will do to you if you come back empty-handed. He will scratch you silly, Mac. Killer negotiation, man.
Yes.
Holy shit. Pretty sweet, right? Art of the deal. Art of the deal. So what's up? What you find?
I got this. I think it's time for a summit.
A summit. All right. I realize that probably didn't make sense out of context, but whatever. We needed it.
United States as a trading partner, and that impacts America.
Are the deal, guys. Are the deal.
And farmers, it impacts California farmers. That's a fact. So it's simple economic lesson. Less food being produced, less food being exported, more tariffs equals higher food costs. That's the bottom line. And tariffs are a tax on American consumers, American producers, American agricultural producers, and that relates to higher food costs. So I'd be remiss if I did not indicate that when we talk about Prop 12, when we talk about the other initiative, high path avian flu was largely responsible for the increase in the costs of egg production, and that gets overlooked. I mean, the impact of high path avian, we've depopulated 170 million layers, 30 million this year, and in California, 17 million. So I yield back the balance of my time, but I think that we're missing the point here.
Gentleman yields.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Costa.
Back now, I recognize the Chairman Emeritus of the House Agriculture Committee, Mr. Lucas.
He's back. Where'd you go, Mr. Marshmallow? You know what probably happened? He was like, you got this, you got this. And then Representative Mann fucked everything up by asking Daddy's boy a relatively easy question. He somehow fucked it up. Everybody started sweating. They went running to go get the chairman back. And now, look, it was a lot. He had to run down the hall, barreling. And now he's back. Look at that sweat on the brow. Try to get things back going smoothly again.
That's politer than saying fossil, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that. Mr. Scotterman, your testimony touches on how Prop 12 could lead to the consolidation of family farms and small businesses. In your opinion, what will it mean for consumers across the U.S. if we begin to lose small and medium-sized producers?
That's pretty impressive, by the way, to fuck up a hearing where you had a panel of nothing but one side and like one person put at the edge who's like neutral.
I think, Congressman, thank you for the question. And as we've studied the market worldwide, we've seen, for example, Europe has put in restrictions similar to what we see in California, and we've seen their production decline to the point where they've lost export markets. And so it seems
Now,
to
will
me
it matter? Probably not.
To be a fairly certain statement to say that our production will decline as we lose small and medium-sized farmers, making the product less available. We've talked at length here about the increase.
Wait, get big or get out. Isn't that the mantra? Matt Scheitman?
Increase in the cost of the product at the store. I feel like we're, with the uncertainty that we're looking at, we're kind of at a little bit of a tipping point. Are we going to continue to have quality, affordable protein, or are we going to go the other way?
Ms. Roca, what will it mean for your member companies if we see a reduction in small and mid-sized producers? Because you're next in the chain as we go towards the consumer.
It's a good question. Yeah. You seem unusually concerned about consolidation in the pork industry. Could this all be lip service, or are you just that stupid? Are you that stupid? You're a lot older than I am. You should have learned more things in your lifetime than me. So why is it that I feel so much smarter than you?
Yes, thank you so much. Again, I believe we'll see a decrease in choice. Ultimately.
Why the fuck are we asking you? Hang on.
For us,
companies, if we see
affordable protein, or are we going to go the other way?
Ms. Roca, what will it mean for your member companies if we see a reduction in small and mid-sized producers?
So he poses that to the head of the Latina Restaurant Association. Okay.
Because you're next in the chain as we go towards the consumer.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. You know, I realize nobody else wants to ask Daddy's boy a question, but that probably would have been a good question for him.
Thank you so much. Again, I believe we'll see a decrease in choice. Ultimately for us, it's about prices. And so that is, where we keep, looking at prices. So,
well, I thought for some of y'all, like it was all about animal welfare. I guess for you, it's all about prices.
Yet another regulation put upon restaurants is also something that, obviously concerns us.
Mr. Horde, I want to talk a little bit about it.
But not white restaurants. Just to be clear, this is racist. Understand? Wait, don't lose the thread.
Burden. In my home district, in Guyman, Oklahoma, we have a seaboard plant, and they process around 22,000 pigs a day. Under Prop 12, what additional steps will the plant have to take to ensure certain pigs are processed and products are labeled Prop 12 compliant? This is where the road meets the rubber.
Yeah. Oh, God, they're asking Patrick another question. Here we go. You think he went to go get himself a marshmallow? That's about how long he was gone. He went 30 minutes. He came back. I think he went to go get some marshmallows. You're right. He was gone about an hour. Sorry, what did he? I got to hear this.
Mr. Horde, I want to talk a little bit about administrative burden. In my home district, in Guyman, Oklahoma, we have a seaboard plant, and they process around 22,000 pigs a day.
Process? Oh. How come you don't ever say the word kill, I wonder?
Under Prop 12, what additional steps will the plant have to take to ensure certain pigs are processed and products are labeled Prop 12 compliant?
That's a good question for the company that could have already complied since this has been the law for 3 years. 7 years technically, but in effect for 3 years. So maybe ask them, Mr. Lucas?
This is where the road meets the rubber.
I know you got to try to help them out a little bit.
Congressman, as being a producer, I know intimately what happens at the producer side. I can speculate a little bit on what happens in the processing side, but we have to segregate the product or the pigs that have to be segregated, and then we have to schedule the loads accordingly, and then they usually sequence those. From my knowledge, they come into the plant, are segregated.
Patrick, come on. Get it together.
At the plant before they go to the harvest, and then as they go through that process, then they're segregated all the way into the freezer, and then have to be segregated as those different products are shipped to California. So yeah, there's an immense amount of coordination and cost as you track all those things through.
So wait, Patrick. So you're saying you won't have to do that anymore? It's an interesting part of Prop 12 I didn't know about.
Does that answer your question?
Absolutely does.
No, it didn't. Oh, Patrick.
And also from the perspective, livestock is different than many other industries in that you have a live animal, and from birth to processing, there are timelines and feed programs and processing. You can't start and stop the factory. You can't start and stop.
He's trying to help you, Patrick.
Chain flow, correct? From the farm to the. That's correct. Absolutely. Ms. Cook, and I know.
Thank you, Patrick. Yeah. God. Just get off of Patrick. He's not helping.
Got touched on this. Your testimony highlights this, but can you briefly detail the variable cost over time that contribute to higher overall cost? And do we have an estimate of how much this is costing consumers now?
Thank you for the question. When it comes to
I think we've already asked this question, but okay, let's waste time. Oh, sorry, Mary. I know. I did give you guys a few seconds of Always Sunny, though. That was nice. That was my reward for good behavior.
variable costs, there's a few things to consider. One, if you have fewer pigs in a barn, you're probably paying more to keep that barn, so utilities, also the skilled management and labor that's required to work under a Prop 12 system, and other things like feed efficiencies and veterinary care are also really important costs that could increase under Prop 12. So studies show that could increase that total cost category up to 15%, and that is certainly reflected in the cost producers need to make that work and then passed on to the consumer as well.
So potential.
Holly, your daddy's a lot prouder of you than Patrick's daddy is. I mean, you don't make any sense, but you at least toe the line a little better. Like, I don't know what happened. Patrick lost it, man. I was going to say a lot of proud daddies, but.
Cause chaos in the supply chain.
Yes.
Exactly. Mr. Chairman, I can't think of an issue more important than to consumers all over the country, maybe the world for that matter, than this issue. And I yield back.
Well, thank you, Mr. Lucas. I'm so glad that you're so concerned about your Pork Council donations.
Gentleman yields back now. Recognize the gentlelady from the Buckeye State, Congresswoman Brown, for 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Buddy, you just had to go get some marshmallows. It looks like you're gonna fucking die.
Chairman and Ranking Member Craig. I want to start by putting today's hearing in context. The Supreme Court has ruled on this issue. This is settled law. The court was clear. States have rights to establish standards for goods sold within their borders. Proposition 12 wasn't a federal mandate. It was a ballot initiative passed democratically and overwhelmingly by California voters. And other states have followed suit. States across the country have either already passed or have introduced popular and often bipartisan measures that reflect local consumer values on animal welfare, food safety, and consumer transparency. This committee often hears concerns, particularly from my friends on the other side of the aisle, about federal overreach and one-size-fits-all policies that don't work for farmers and businesses on the ground.
So good.
Yet, here we are doing the opposite, discussing ways to override democratically enacted regulations at the federal level. The reality is that major food and agricultural companies across the country have already moved to comply with Prop 12. They have made investments, integrated new standards into their supply chain, and adapted to a changing market. That tells us that these benchmarks are both possible and marketable. What farmers need right now is certainty, not uncertainty from members of Congress reopening what's already been decided. Mr. Cushman, American Farm Bureau represents millions of farms of all shapes and sizes across the country. In your testimony, you mentioned several concerns about farmers transitioning to comply with Prop 12 standards. However, I'm wondering if you can also speak to some of the challenges farmers who have already transitioned to Prop 12 compliant infrastructure may face if Congress were to overturn the law. What kind of economic impact would those farmers have?
So this has been asked before. You didn't get an answer yet, so Ms. Brown is asking it again. Let's see how you do now.
Thank you so much for the thoughtful question. If Prop 12 was overturned, it would not impact those farmers' ability to continue their operations in the way that they see fit. They can continue serving the markets that have a demand or request for Prop 12 compliant meat. What it would do is prohibit states from continuing to enact these kinds of patchwork of ratcheting up the requirement.
So again, you're not answering the question. Boy, yeah, they struggle with this question. She's talking about the producers who already put this into effect. And according to y'all, it's so cost prohibitive. So her question is that the farms that have already, I see you're struggling with this, Travis. So her question is that the farms that have already done this and are having these such burdensome costs, how will they be affected to be able to compete with those who didn't do it? Travis, please give us an answer.
So in that way, protect those farmers that have made those investments from other states.
Hang on, hang on.
Economic impact those farmers have.
Thank you so much for the thoughtful question. If Prop 12 was overturned,
It was a thoughtful question. I wish it had been answered when the other member of Congress, I believe it was Alma Adams, asked the exact same question.
It would not impact those farmers' ability to continue their operations in the way that they see fit. They can continue serving the markets that
Wasn't the question.
have a demand or request for Prop 12 compliant meat. What it would do is prohibit states from continuing to enact these kinds of patchwork of ratcheting up the requirements. So in that way, protect those farmers that have made those investments.
No. Travis, wasn't the question. She's asking how they would be disadvantaged from the farms who didn't do this.
From other states, changing and having a 25 square foot per sow rule or a 30 square foot per sow rule.
Thank you. And Ms. Lashman, your testimony also mentions.
Oh, I wish she pressed. Good question, Ms. Brown. I wish you pressed them on it, though. They need to say, like, you didn't answer my question. Just for the record, you didn't answer my question, but okay, moving on.
Investment that many farmers have made to be in compliance with, early compliance with Prop 12. Do you have anything to add about what that impact may be on those farmers?
Oh, she's asking it again. She's trying to get an answer from somebody.
Yeah, I would agree with Mr. Cushman that none of the bills we've seen require those farmers to convert back to the systems that they were under pre-Prop 12. That
Wasn't the question.
may overlook the cost that they've already spent in making those changes in the first place, right? So they have already made those changes. They've got those sunk costs. And I think that that's a point that they frequently raise, both in lawsuits and otherwise, when they're looking at those costs, that they've already spent them. So even if there's no requirement that they go back into law, they'll have to analyze whether that's something that they want to do and more cost they'd want to incur.
Thank you.
Was that so hard? Man. Another round of applause for you guys sticking with me. I really appreciate it.
And your testimony also notes that the Supreme Court upheld the California law in a complex but ultimately affirming decision. In your view, as a legal scholar, what are the implications of Congress intervening to undo a law that has been both democratically enacted by voters and upheld by the highest court in the land? Is there any sort of precedent in recent history for this type of congressional action?
That's something I may have to get back with you with some supplemental testimony for the record.
Okay, thank you.
That's fair.
All of our witnesses, I appreciate you being here today and sharing what you're hearing from producers and stakeholders on the ground when it comes to Proposition 12. Your insights are valuable to this committee. And with that said, I want to be clear. Proposition 12 has been settled by the voters of California and by the U.S. Supreme Court. Meanwhile, this committee has pressing unresolved issues before us. That includes the current administration's action to freeze congressionally appropriated funds, USDA abruptly terminating grant programs, and dismissing career public servants without cause. I look forward to addressing those pressing issues in this committee as well. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Well done, Ms. Brown. Could have gone a little harder, but I appreciate the effort.
Yields back. Now please recognize the gentleman from Iowa, Mr. Feenstra, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Thompson and Ranking Member Craig, for holding this critical hearing. This is a very, very important hearing. So I represent.
So we hear this a lot. I just want to point out something very obvious that I hope people will understand. I hear it all the time. There's no difference between Republicans and Democrats. Anybody who's watched this hearing can see there's a pretty big difference between Republicans and Democrats. This is why I vote for Democrats.
The largest hog producing district in the nation. I represent the largest hog producing state in the nation. And I also represent the largest.
And by the way, the Democrats are knocking it out of the park in this hearing. I mean, it's not the strong. I wish it was a little stronger.
county in the nation that
But,
produces hogs,
you know,
and that's over one.
you know, people who say that Democrats and Republicans are the same are not paying attention. They are the opposite. Do they often cave in the same way? Yes. Are they often beholden to the same industries? Yes. Do they, a lot of them suck? Yes. But there's a big difference.
1 million hogs that we have in my individual county. And I'm so proud to have Matt Scheidemann here from our county that knows. All right, we live it, we breathe it, we see it every day. We understand Prop 12. All right, and I want to dig into this a little bit so everybody can just sort of understand what's happening here. All right, first of all, I've got a bunch of letters here from the farms I visited in my district firsthand to talk about this egregious mandate. And I want to bring these stories to light. So, Chairman, if I may ask for unanimous consent for these farmers concerned to be submitted to the record.
Without objection.
Thank you. Mr. Scheidemann, let's talk about what Prop 12 is all about. It's really about the health of the animal, right? That's how it all started, all right? It's very simple, all right? That we want to protect the animal health. So when I visited family farms in my district, they noted that the system has caused increased stress, injury for the animal, mortality, while limiting individualized animal care, right? And yet Prop 12 is supposed to make sure that doesn't happen. Can you explain?
Please explain to me how giving animals more space is causing them stress.
What's happening? Why do they have stress and injuries from Prop 12?
I think the part of the root of the problem is just simply the fact that you have an initiative that was crafted by people who have not lived the industry, who have not been around the animals, and you know, those of us who've been around it for generations can tell you, well, this animal is going to do this, and if you give this animal this space, she's going to do this, and that's really that institutional knowledge. What Prop 12 does is it takes away our ability to act on what we know for the best interest of the animal. And maybe it's been settled in other places, but that has not been settled in Iowa. And we would prefer to have the freedom to manage our animals the best way we can see fit.
You would prefer to have no oversight whatsoever, which is pretty much what you have right now.
For the best possible outcome.
That's right. Thanks for your expertise on this. You live it and breathe it
Wow, what an expert.
every single day. And think about this. So I just
No, Mr. Feenstra. Please, okay. Please, someone ask Mr. Scheitman how giving animals more space causes them more stress. I would love to hear that explanation. I mean, sure, it makes a lot of sense, but
talked about Iowa being the largest state in the nation for producing hogs. California, on the other hand, makes up less than 1/10 of 1% of pork production, 1/10 of 1%, and yet they're creating the law. And we make 40%. 40% of the hogs come out of Iowa.
oh dear.
And yet we are bound by a state that is 1/10 of 1% of the hogs. How egregious is that? How clueless.
It's okay, Mr. Feenstra. I promise you, that within 10 years, I will have the butt cream for you. Don't worry. Don't worry. It's being litigated right now. You know, so I started work on the butt cream about 7 years ago when I went vegan. It's been tied up in litigation. It'll be before the Supreme Court, but I swear, as soon as I can implement it, you will have some. You'll have to pay though. Costs went up because, you know, because when I was creating my butt cream, the laws were different. Then they said you got to have X amount of space for the butts. And I had to change my entire operation. Now they're trying to take away. I don't know I don't know where I'm going.
Is that when they don't have
Guys, I'm sorry. I would like to add CBD to the butt cream. You're right. True, Jonathan. True. Unless it benefits them and their interests.
have an idea of what these animals are going through. And when you create larger pens, they destroy each other. That's what hogs do. This is just stupid. So let me go on a little further. So when we have to do Prop 12,
Get
idea
this guy
of what
some
these animals
butt
are going through,
cream.
and when you create larger pens, they destroy each other. That's what hogs do. This is just stupid.
That's very ironic. So this guy doesn't understand what Prop 12 does. Okay. So he just said he doesn't know what he's talking about. He doesn't understand the law. We're talking about pigs and farrowing crates. He said if you give them more space, they destroy each other. There's one pig inside the crate, dumbass. And this guy's an elected politician. Republican. Take that, Wayne. I wish Wayne was here so I could show him this hearing. Because Wayne's always trying to be apologizing for the Republicans and Trump, talking about how it doesn't matter who you vote for. It matters. Wayne, I love you, but Wayne, come on.
So let me go on a little further. So when we have to do Prop 12, all right, what are the ramifications? Does it cost you more money if you have to go down to Prop 12? All right, we sort of went through this already, but it's going to cost you how much more per animal? You know,
We've talked about the 35 to 4,500 range per sow or more.
this already, but it's going to cost you how much more per animal?
Guys, we could help this guy by just getting him one of those little butt rings that he could sit on, because he's having trouble. Granted, it's a long hearing. Someone get this guy a butt ring.
You know,
We've talked about the 35 to 4,500 range per sow or more.
yep, 3,500, right?
Right.
45. So think about that. All right, so now it's going to cost the producer that much more, and then it's noted here that in California.
Okay, yeah. The thing about it, it's going to cost that much more. It already did. Now, why don't you guys answer the question of what it means for the people who already complied? Oh, you can't, right? Because then your whole argument falls apart.
California, the prices have increased 20 to 40% on average. All right, so prices have increased, the cost for the farmer has increased, and the animal is far worse off by Prop 12.
Far worse off. Far worse off. Show us the evidence there, Mr. Feenstra.
What are we doing?
What are we doing?
This all happens because California has a liberal progressive agenda that has no idea what farming is all about.
Yeah. A liberal progressive agenda. I spent a lot of time in, not a lot of time. I spent some time in liberal California trying to get them to pass a ballot measure to ban factory farming. And those liberal progressives did not give two fucks about the animals. So go fuck yourself, Mr. Feenstra.
Be clear, Prop 12 is a direct threat to our viability of family farms, the health and welfare of animals, and the affordability of pork production in America. I stand with my Iowa hog farmers, and I urge this committee to act. Food security is national security, and Prop 12 is putting both at risk. And I yield back.
You earn that pork council money. Oh, you'll be getting donations.
Gentleman yields back. Now please recognize the gentleman from Illinois,
More donations.
Mr. Sorensen, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to our ranking member, Craig. Across Illinois, county fair season's in full swing, igniting a proud tradition. Shout out to Stevenson County Fair and McLean.
Mary's got a butt ring for Mr. Feenstra there. Well, do me a favor, Mary. Feenstra. Let's look him up. Representative Feenstra. Okay, here's Representative Feenstra. Just gonna contact him. Okay. I'm gonna send you this form, Mary, and if you could let him know. So let him know that you've got a used butt ring that he can borrow or have for the next House Committee on Agriculture meeting.
County Fair going on right now. But this isn't just 1 week out of the year. It's not just funnel cakes, corn dogs, and tilt-a-whirls. Farm kids from all over my districts, from Freeport and Kewanee, Monmouth, and Canton,
have been getting up for weeks and months and years before dawn, prepping their animals in order to show off their skills. It's a great tradition where we can bring families from our big cities to our fairgrounds to understand and appreciate the grit, the pride, the importance of agriculture and animal husbandry.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
In our part of the world, FFA and 4-H organizations, parents and grandparents have passed down essential values of animal stewardship to young farmers.
Oh, God.
Rooting them in responsibility and compassion and
Don't do this to me right when I said Democrats are better. And now you're going to do this. Are you a Democrat?
hard work. Their experience reflects a broader truth. Animal stewardship is not a partisan issue. It is a core tradition of American agriculture. And it is something that we're also proud of. From small family farms to large commercial operations, producers understand that the health and the welfare of their animals are directly tied to the longevity of their business and the confidence of the consumer. The hands-on experience gained in daily care, nutrition, health management reflects the very values that underline innovative agricultural standards. You know, I live just 2 miles from the bridge that goes from Illinois into Mr. Feentra's state of Iowa. Now, no offense to anyone else, Illinois and Iowa, we produce the best pork in the world, sorry. But when I'm at Fairway or Jewel or Hy-Vee, no shopper I talk to balks at the idea of making sure that we have minimum space and welfare requirements for livestock that becomes the protein on their dinner tables. Why? Because they already assume it's the case. On the farm and in this committee.
Okay, so he's going to come down on the right side of the issue, but oh, that was painful. That all that 4-H shit. Oh, okay.
We have many different perspectives on what is best. But what's clear is that many of the practices that Prop 12 promotes, like quality care and daily health checks and ethical housing, have already been implemented by a significant number of producers. And I would challenge people to rectify with that fact that it's exactly what we teach our kids early on the farm. Though Prop 12 is a voluntary approach, the measure reflects the enduring values of stewardship that the FFA and that 4-H have upheld for generations. And I challenge my colleagues on this committee, it shouldn't be different from one political...
I challenge you, sir, to challenge your preconceived notions of the 4-H program. If y'all don't know the 4-H shit, it's like they take kids, they have them raise an animal for a little while. If I have this right, it never happened to me because I'm not from a location that does this. Yeah, they raise the animal, and then at the end of the program, the animal gets slaughtered. Such values. So, while I appreciate that he seems to be arguing against this effort to overturn California voters' will, sounds like he's pretty bought in to the idea that animal killing is perfectly fine.
Party to the other. Shouldn't policy mirror what's working in practice, not just in theory? Ms. Lashman, thank you for explaining in your testimony the different sides of the issue. Are you familiar with any existing or...
It's okay, Mary. There are shitty politicians in every one of our states. Don't feel especially ashamed. I'm willing to bet there are more shitty politicians in mine than yours. In fact, I know there are.
Proposed state laws or ballot initiatives that mirror Prop 12 standards or that would implement a standard that is vastly different than Prop 12?
Yes, sir. Thank you for your question. So certainly there's a very similar law to Proposition 12 in Massachusetts, which is question 3. It applies to all 3 of the same species as Prop 12. There are also a number of states, 6 of them in fact, have similar laws like Prop 12 for egg production that impose the requirements not only on the producers in the state, but also on eggs that are going to be sold within the state. So those are the similar laws. I'm not familiar with states that have enacted standards that are vastly different than Proposition 12 at this point.
The 10th Amendment to the Constitution doesn't specifically say that the federal government can do anything it wants, but that states and the people come first. In your opinion, do you believe preempting Prop 12 could violate the 10th Amendment?
I think that there's always a really delicate balance whenever Congress acts under the Commerce Clause and it affects states. And so I think that Congress will have to be careful to find a balance between the 10th Amendment and the Commerce Clause.
Thank you.
He really tried to get her to say, is this all bullshit? She's careful, though.
Continue to debate the merits, the consequences of Prop 12. It's critical that our discussions be grounded in facts and not politics. I wasn't elected to Congress because I was a slick talker. I earned the trust of the people by collecting data, by deciphering science, and explaining the results. So parsing out all of the noise, we can see that this law was written as a return to the longstanding practices that define true animal husbandry. But intentions aren't all we have here. The issue is the broader regional implications for producers, supply chains, consumer prices, interstate commerce, and that's what's still an issue for me. And this isn't checkers, it's playing chess. We must make sure that what we do in this committee strengthens the farmer and strengthens producers. Unwanted consolidation that benefits China or Brazil does a disservice to our farmers and the neighbors and small hometowns that I'm fighting to protect back home. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Now, keeping with that, Illinois.
That's the worst that we got from a Democrat, and he's arguing, fuck this effort here. So even he came out on the right side of this.
Theme. I recognize the gentlelady from Illinois, Congresswoman Miller, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to our panel for being here today to examine the very far-reaching implications of Proposition 12. Illinois is one of the top pork-producing states in the country, and I've heard
I'm sorry, Mary, another Illinois politician.
directly from our producers and organizations like the Illinois Pork Producers Association and the Illinois Farm Bureau about
How much did they pay you?
implications of Proposition 12. Illinois is one of the top pork-producing states in the country, and I've heard directly from our producers and organizations like the Illinois Pork Producers Association.
Oh, I bet you've heard from them. Yeah, that's not a shock, Mrs. Miller.
And the Illinois Farm Bureau about how Proposition 12 places a strain on family farms. The reality is simple.
Mrs. Miller, a moment. Let's have a chat. Mrs. Miller. Mrs. Miller. Okay, I'm going to look at the camera. This is you and me right now. Nobody else here. Nobody watching. When you have a lobbying group knocking on your door, typically they're not the ones with the facts. They're the ones who are trying to get you to do something for money. I know it's a shock to you. But that's what happened. Okay.
Proposition 12 imposes costly mandates on farmers in states like mine who have no say in California's policymaking. Producers in Illinois are telling me this will force many farmers out of the market altogether, driving further.
Question, do you have a say on California lawmaking? Just curious. I mean, here's a thought. If your state produces so much pork and they can't comply with Prop 12, then maybe they can, I don't know, what's the technical term? Go fuck themselves?
Consolidation and vertical integration in an already concentrated industry. And I think it's interesting that
It sounds like California's market is more important. Yeah, it sounds like California holds the cards. That liberal blue state of California? Oh, God damn it. Are we going to need more butt hurt cream for Mrs. Miller? How many? You only have, you got the one ring. Damn it. Mary, you only have the one?
friend from across the aisle acted like he understands animal husbandry, which I guarantee you he does not. But he did acknowledge.
Sounded like he did. Why are you throwing shade? He was like literally defending the practice.
That producers want their animals to be healthy and live long because it affects their profits. So let them make the best choices for their production.
So, all right, okay, hang on. Okay. Boy, this is painful. Average age that a pig is killed versus lifespan. Should just know this. Okay. All right, here's the fact. Pigs reared for meat are usually slaughtered at around 5 to 6 months of age, while their average lifespan is 10 to 15 years. Did you know that, Mrs. Miller? Mrs. Miller, look me in the eye. Did you know that? So these farmers that want their animals to live long, yeah, to 5 to 6 months. What is 5 to 6 months compared to 10 to 15 years? I don't know, but it's a pretty small percentage of their life, isn't it? Yeah, they can share. You're right. You're right. I don't want them to feel like completely comfortable. Keeps them on their toes, you know? Mrs. Miller, I'm going to stop having these little chats with you, Mrs. Miller, because I feel like you're not getting it. I tried, guys.
Instead of having politicians that have no clue about agriculture or animal husbandry, instead of having politicians that have no clue.
You mean politicians not having a clue? But the politician should override the voter? Oh, okay. No, all right. All right.
About agriculture or animal husbandry, promoting these ridiculous policies. Smaller operations simply cannot absorb the financial burden of facility overhauls or navigate a patchwork.
Well, as they have said, as I've already pointed out, if you have a problem with California's market, don't sell there. Or is it really important for you to sell in California, that blue state? Oh boy. Oh boy. Let's look it up. California voter share. Democrat versus Republican. Oh dear. Nearly half of California's registered voters are Democrats, 46.9%. And only 23.8% are Republicans. Oh, you just need that sweet Democratic money, don't you? Poor Mrs. Miller. So reliant on the Democrats.
Of inconsistent state laws. That's what we're going to end up with. This is just the beginning. This not only threatens the viability of independent family farms, but increases the cost for consumers. Ultimately, that is what will happen. And I suppose the plan is once we run American medium and small producers out of business, we'll import more pork from other countries that we have no idea how they're actually raising their animals. So Mr. Scheidemann, can you please speak to how Proposition 12 will accelerate consolidation in the pork industry and what it means for independent family farms?
Well, I think partly to answer that, I refer back to Ms. Roca, her testimony. Two quotes that I wrote down is that Proposition 12 is a death sentence to small business and overregulation takes food off the plate. Clearly, if we're going to lose our small and medium-sized producers, we're going to lose product to the market.
Get big or get out. Who said it? Let's go back. Get big or get out. Earl Butts. Now, listen. I did just learn from Will Potter's book that it's very likely that Earl Butts did not actually say this. Isn't that interesting? But it became the mantra. So here's a little history for you guys. Earl Butts. All right. So according to Will Potter, he may have never said this because people looked into the history, but it's still the general MO. So his mantra to farmers was get big or get out, and he urged farmers to plant commodity crops such as corn from fence row to fence row. These policy shifts coincided with the rise of major agribusiness corporations and the declining financial stability of the small family farm. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Anyway.
How it's going to support consolidation, one way would be through the cost.
So that was a little plug. Also for the Will Potter book, The Little Red Barns. Check it out.
To the cost of construction. Mr. Hoy referred to larger operations being able to segment maybe a portion of their production for a Prop 12 type market and do something else with the other ones. Well, smaller producers, as he said, don't have that opportunity. And so it's a similar process to what we went through on our farm. I noted in my testimony that we farrowed until 2018. One of the factors at that time was with the passing of Prop 12, what does the future look like and what are we going to have to spend on our facilities to be able to meet that future? And because of the uncertainty, we chose to back away a little bit, at least from that segment of our operation.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that. Mr. Cushman, now that Prop 12 has been upheld and without a fix.
We couldn't give the pigs more space, so we had to back away from that part of, we have to keep them really tightly.
From Congress, do you see this setting a precedent for other states to pass similar extraterritorial regulations?
Yes, thank you so much for the question, and that is a large concern of ours. The 2022 Ag Census showed that we'd lost 150,000 farms over 5 years. That's 77 farms a day. Laws like Prop 12 make it very difficult for small and medium-sized farmers to exist. And without a fix from Congress, there'll be nothing for farmers to do from another state and ratchet up their requirements and pay 25 square feet or 30 square feet.
Also, Mr. Cushman, your testimony today has shown us exactly why Congress needs to provide a fix for Proposition 12. What risk does this pose for national agriculture markets and interstate commerce?
I think this would help ensure interstate commerce continues to be viable throughout the country. The Supreme Court decision from Gorsuch was clear that Congress is the appropriate body right now to act on this in order to ensure those interstate markets continue to flourish, not be balkanized by state intervention into production laws of other states. It would be necessary for Congress to act.
I am just curious, when we import pork, are we imposing the same kind of standards on them?
Yes, so these standards for Prop 12 will apply to Canadian and Mexican pork. The Canadian government has expressed concern with this. In fact, they've raised concerns that with the USMCA, it's frustrates federal trade policy. The USMCA adopts part of WTO requirements, and under that, Canada has suggested that this restricts trade more than necessary and lacks scientific support as required by the USMCA.
Thank you. Now yield back.
The lady yields back. Now, please recognize the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Figures, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Thompson and Ranking Member Craig. And thank you to all of you guys being here and bearing through, sitting through a congressional hearing, which I know is not at the top of your wish list in your career, but it's a worthy issue. Look, for this to have started in California, I've heard a lot about it in Alabama. I'm from the southern part of the state, Mobile up to Montgomery and such. Alabama has a lot of pork producers, and they are too concerned about the implications of Prop 12 and their ability to be able to participate in the industry. But I've also heard on the other side of this, and this is truly one of those issues that I came to Congress. I don't come from a ag exclusive background. My father owned a small cattle ranch for a little while when I was a child, but this is one where we had to dig in and learn about. And they're still digging in and learning about. And so I appreciate having this hearing to inform members of Congress. I will also note that our colleagues on the other side have left, but you would have seen this gentleman over my right shoulder jump across the dais if he had heard them say that they have the best pork in America. My colleague, Mr. Davis from North Carolina. And actually, let me back up. Before I go any further, I have an intern that's in her last week with us, Jalea Latson, who is here with us, who has helped us not only prepare for this, but has been a great attribute to our office throughout her tenure with us. So thank you, Jalea, and we wish you the best in your return to Spelman College. But getting back to task here, this is a tough issue. This is one where the Supreme Court has spoken in favor of one of the core principles that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle stand for in a flagship case of states' rights. But this is that, this is where state rights, one state's rights, run up against the rights of companies that reside and operate in other states, runs up against their ability to make a living. And in Alabama, like many other districts in my district, pork production plays a vital role in the economy. So we understand that. And the state of Alabama was actually they joined part of the legal efforts and arguments before the Supreme Court. But it's an industry. It generates over $150 million in the state of Alabama and many jobs. And I recognize that consumers have a right in any state to want higher standards for how their food is produced. Food quality does matter. Animal welfare matters. And there's value in continuing to improve standards for both. But this presents the tough question of, is this the right way to do it? Is it informed? Does it make sense? We know agriculture is not a one-size-fits-all. What's feasible in one part of the country may not be workable in another part of the country. Different landscapes, climates, production systems, economies. That's why we have to be extremely cautious about imposing blanket standards or standards that have the effect of being a blanket standard, even when passed in one specific state. Some decisions should be left to the states who know their own agricultural realities best. But on the flip side of that coin is some decisions in one state are having drastic impacts on others. But as we continue these discussions, we have to prioritize the producers who are caught in the middle of what is essentially a political game. And it's a game that is impacting real lives, real businesses, real people every single day. And these are complex issues, and they deserve thoughtful discussion, not just in courtrooms. We know what the Supreme Court has said, but the Supreme Court has a way of sort of winking its eye when it says, hey, we know what we said, but we know what needs to be done or what can be done to provide the relief that is sought. And so with that, look, I will ask a couple of questions here, but we'll probably follow up with some more off the record stuff. And so who is... we can go down the line, but I know some producers are now actively considering not selling into California. Is that a viable strategy at all in you guys' understanding of the industry?
So let me repeat the question. So
Sounds like he's gonna be the Democrat that cucks to the fucking pork industry.
what you're
Let's
saying
see.
is it viable that some producers don't sell into California?
Correct.
Yeah. Okay.
Good,
Yeah. Thanks.
good pork producers legitimately make a make a living exiting out California.
Yeah. So so each one of us as individual pork producers have the opportunity to make an individual decision whether we would supply Prop 12 compliant pork. The challenge is with California only producing 0.1% of the nation's pork and having 13% of the pork consumed in the U.S., it would be really detrimental to us as pork producers to not, and the rest of the pork chain to not supply that. And so in reality,
Take care, David. Thanks for your good work today.
it's forcing the rest of the industry to comply, rest of the states to comply in order to raise that product for California.
So I'll take that as a no. It's not a viable, wise, or sustainable decision for pork producers to make that decision. My time's expired. You're back. Thank you.
That's it.
Someone yields back. Now recognize the gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Finstad, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Thompson. Thank you for holding this hearing today. And Mr. Chairman, I really just want to thank you for your steadfast leadership on this issue. You have been a true champion, and I really appreciate working with you on this. I represent a very strong powerhouse ag district in southern Minnesota. Most of my counties have more pigs than people. And the great hog farmers of southern Minnesota are the salt of the earth, folks that have given so much to our communities, to our schools, to our...
I have never seen an industry more coddled than the farming industry. They're talked about like they're fucking war veterans.
Towns, to our, you name it, they are just a critical part of what makes southern Minnesota so great. And so it's an honor to represent all of them. And I've had a lot of conversations with them over the last few years, and they have been very crystal clear, loud and clear, that Congress must fix the Prop 12 piece. And so with that message, I've heard loud and clear from them. They've also been telling me that they're very frustrated with the lies and the myths that are around this whole Prop 12 piece.
Right, Jonathan?
So on the record, let's just go through some questions here. And but I will just say this, that Prop 12 mandate is based on political science, and it's been pointed out many times. Prop 12 was dreamt up by a bunch of folks that have never set foot in a hog barn. They don't understand.
Actually, they have, and that's why you guys keep trying to pass laws to stop them from doing that, called ag-gag laws. So they've been there, they filmed it, they showed the world, and you said, no. No. Now, if you would like them to set foot on a hog farm, well, open your doors. Get rid of the, the barbed wire. Get rid of the security cameras. And then I'm sure a lot of people would set foot on your farm. Just a thought. Yeah, okay.
And what a gestation pen looks like.
Another Finstad didn't? Oh no, it was like Feenstra, the other guy.
They don't understand the life of a hog farmer in this country, but yet they have dictated the terms on which we all live our life and how we lose money in this proposition. And so, I know the swine industry, you didn't stumble upon the way we take care of our hogs. This has been years and millions of dollars of investments, blood, sweat, and tears to your farms, multi-generational farms that you have learned through your grandparents and through your parents, and you're teaching your kids and your grandkids on how to always evolve.
Exposed by investigations from the groups who supported this bill and the ballot measure, rather. So, yeah, we know about them because of those folks.
And better take care of those animals. And so we're going to do yes or no questions, if that's okay. Mr. Horde and Mr. Scheidemann, do you care about the
health
and well-being of your pigs?
Yes.
Yes.
Wow, so profound. Thank you. Look at that, satisfied. Wow, they gave a good answer. Yes.
All right. Do you consult with veterinarians to ensure that your pigs are well cared for?
Yes.
Yes. Do you ensure daily that your pigs receive adequate nutrition and medications when in time for need?
Absolutely. Yes.
Is your success as a farmer
he said yes or no. You said absolutely.
Directly tied to the health and well-being of your pigs?
Yes. Yes.
All right. So thank you. Again, I knew how you would answer it. I trust you. I trust my neighbors in southern Minnesota.
I knew how you would answer it. I trust you. I trust you blanketly. And thank you again for your donations to my re-election effort. Thank you.
and the production decisions that are being made have been
Sorry for
years
that
in the making.
imagery.
You all are more efficient now than you've ever been. You are more health conscious of your pigs than you've ever been. You didn't stumble upon these practices. So we've heard today Prop 12 and similar politically motivated mandates pose serious threats to consolidation within the pork industry. This is what I've heard loud and
I like that, though. That was a pretty good moment, actually, come to think of it. Do you care about your animals? Yes, I trust you. Pretty much epitomizes your typical politician from one side of the aisle, anyway.
clear for my farmers in southern Minnesota. As was referenced a little bit earlier, I think the number was $3,400 a pig. How many pigs right now does a farmer have to raise to even break even with that proposition? I mean, there is an amount that would be not cost wise to even go down this route. And if you're faced with that decision, consolidation will be the logical conclusion. So I guess it's not even a question. I mean, that is a statement of fact.
Yeah, it's just kind of another biased question / statement. You're not actually here to gather facts, are you there, Mr. Finstad? Yeah, you're there to get your donations.
Over again from my farmers, that there is a price point that just pretty much ends that multi-generational farm opportunities. So, Mr. Cook, if we don't stop this patchwork, do you believe pork industry will consolidate further? Or sorry, Ms. Cook, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Yeah.
Everybody keeps misgendering her.
So I've read a few press reports about this hearing. I was disappointed because some of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle said that, well, we're in listen-only mode. Goodness gracious, we better be in action mode. We better be in action mode. And I am very proud of my.
That's pretty funny. We're in listen-only mode in this hearing where you brought in some experts. Oh, listen only is not good. We better be in action. We better overturn the will of the voters of California.
Colleagues on this side of the aisle and the action that we've taken over the last few years to move Prop 12 into the bipartisan farm bill that we got through the committee last Congress. I'm looking forward to, with the chairman's leadership, to doing it again. My farmer friends would say listen-only mode on this issue is pretty much telling you that you're all hat and no cattle. And I think we have a few folks on this committee and in Congress right now that are all hat and no cattle. And it's time for us to move on.
What a weird phrase, too. All hat and no cattle.
On this to create some certainty for the industry, to allow you all to do what you've done best, allow you to pass that farm on to the next generation. So, Mr. Chairman, with that, I yield back.
So that was a nice, good blowjob for the pork industry there.
I thank the gentleman for introducing our next member to speak. I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record. Speaking of how states feel about this, submitting for the record letters from governors from across the country, led by Iowa Governor Kim Reynolds, where they express opposition to Proposition 12 and ask Congress to act, as well as submitting for the record a letter from 16 state attorney generals, led by Iowa Attorney General Brenna Bird, where they express opposition to Proposition 12 and ask Congress to act. Without objections, those will be entered into the record. Now, please introduce the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Don Davis, for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and to the ranking member. Mr. Chair, I need to start with a point of order today. If I'm not mistaken, I heard earlier that Illinois somewhere claimed to be the best pork of the world. That's impossible. Mr. Figures knows that is correct, and he knew I was coming. Mr. Chair, we need to strike that from the record because we know that North Carolina has the best barbecue, the pork of all.
Well, if the gentleman will yield, I'm not quite sure about striking from the record, but I'm more than happy to host a.
Wow, let's just all yuck it up for all those pigs killed in North Carolina, which, by the way, has forced residents of North Carolina on the eastern side of North Carolina to file lawsuits because the pork industry, owned by Smithfield, has been spraying shit into their yards. People of color, by the way, forcing them to file a lawsuit, which they won, by the way, as shit, literal shit was sprayed into their yards, causing them health issues, cancer, all this shit. Yeah. So, but yeah, let's joke about it. It's really funny how North Carolinians kill so many pigs. Fuck you.
Off. And myself and the ranking member will be the judges, and you two bring it on. Bring the bacon.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Chair and Madam Ranking Member. I do want, for the record, to enter into the record that Kinston, North Carolina, located in eastern North Carolina, is the Guinness Book of World
And this dude's from eastern North Carolina.
Record holder for some of the most pulled barbecue sandwiches in an 8-hour window. And we broke the record after 5 hours.
Yeah, congratulations. You are championing the industry that has killed people in your state, sir. So yeah, well done. Well done. Congrats.
Without objection. I'm very concerned when I think about why in the world are we here on this topic today. I'm very concerned when one state will take an action that would disrupt commerce in another state. California's law requires significant investment for pork producers across the country, whether they sell into the market or not. Many of you may not know, but North Carolina has longstanding regulations limiting the expansion of sow barns and the building of new barns. Prop 12 and measures like it uniquely burden producers in Eastern North Carolina. Let's be clear. North Carolina's first congressional district, and to be on the record, I have more than 1.3 million hogs and pigs in my district. Way more than people, and we need a fix, a fix. That's the bottom line. People back home trying to figure out what in the world, what do we come up here and do? They need a fix. We need a long-term solution that does not disadvantage Eastern North Carolina producers or others, and potentially put some out of business. I'll work with anyone, to be clear, anyone on this committee, to come up with that fix and a workable solution. But for us,
just real quick, I'm going to put out a little plug for The Smell of Money, which is a great documentary. Here, I'm going to show y'all. This is about the North Carolina pork industry. So that while this fuckwad, who represents Eastern North Carolina, Kinston is in Eastern North Carolina, by the way, jokes about the pork industry, here's North Carolina's pork industry.
They are poisoning our soil.
By the way, this isn't funny.
Poisoning our groundwater, poisoning people, fellow Americans. They are stealing from them in the present and stealing from future generations.
If it does not touch you in an emotional way, if you really get in to look at this issue, whether it's from an environmental standpoint, an animal rights issue, whether it's a human rights issue, whether it's an antibiotic use issue, if you can walk away from this saying, no big deal, you need to come talk to me,
This is my state, by the way. Fuck you, Kinston piece of shit.
Take you for 3 days and let you sit down and talk to these people who have to live with this every day. Matter of fact, let me let you live in their shoes for a day and see if it doesn't change your mind.
No, and ain't nobody helping us do nothing. They don't care because we black. We back up in the country. I just hope my house don't get burned up tonight from top of the year. I'm sure he's somewhere peeping now. You can believe that. He got his boys on you.
What make you think you have a right to set up a hog farm and destroy my way of life? People don't have access to clean air and clean water.
Wait. I thought the racists were the people who passed Prop 12. Huh. You know, I've noticed a lot of the people who were speaking in favor of the bill, minus a couple of shit dick fucking Democrats who go fuck yourselves. All the Republicans were white. Democrats had a lot of people of color.
One of the most disturbing stories that I've heard is the sensation of being sprayed with shit, basically.
I have seen this stream filled with feces and urine from this hog operation right up here more than one time.
Almost every fish in the river died. Over 1 billion fish died in a period of about a week and a half.
Every one of us on this road got a help faith. Every one of us, trust me.
Our health is at stake here. To raise animals in this way puts all of us at risk.
It is time that the village stand up, step up, and speak up.
If these people had lived in McMansions, it would have been a different story.
It's the power to control. That's what drives man to the end of sanity.
All the laws protect these industries. No one is protecting us.
Chairman, I want to strike from the record that they said that they had the most pork, that they have the best pork in North Carolina, the best. We have the best pork in North Carolina. Go fuck yourself. Oops, I stopped sharing. My bad. The Smell of Money. It's on Amazon Prime. Go watch it. Give it a good review. Yeah. I was so fucking flustered. It really pisses me off, guys, that this dude should know better. Hang on. Let me get us back. I take it personal because it's my state. And this dude should know better. But obviously, he doesn't give a shit. And you know what? The pork producers probably got to him too and gave him a nice fat donation.
To not address this, I believe, would be a fatal mistake. Fatal mistake for our pork producers.
Yeah, I wonder if it was a fatal mistake for those people who were featured in the film. Two of whom have since passed away. So yeah, Mr. What's your name? Dickhole? Mr. Dickhole. Oh, it's Mr. Davis, I believe.
Constituents. I have a question, Ms. Cook. Given the regulations on building and expanding sow barns in North Carolina, what unique challenges does that present to producers in Eastern North Carolina? Will North Carolina producers be disadvantaged in complying with Prop 12 or a further patchwork compared to other states?
If you knew anything about the industry, you would know that Smithfield owns the vast majority of the pig farms in North Carolina. Smithfield, by the way, sir, since you apparently are unaware of this, is a giant corporation who can afford to fucking squash you like a bug. And I think that's what's going on here, isn't it? Is that what's going on here? Yeah, I think they can afford bigger sow stalls. Dumbass.
Thank you for the question. And in the event that we see more states adopt these measures, or we're facing a patchwork and North Carolina producers need to incur those costs to comply due to the restrictions that you described, they may have fewer options than other producers in other states. The only option available to them may be to reduce their sow herd, which would reduce their production and their revenues, and that may not be workable for those operations.
When I speak to producers back home, they have a fear of the future of their farms. I mean, there's so much going on right now in the agriculture community. A whole lot's going on. And I think about cost, disasters we're experiencing in North Carolina, concerns I still hear at tariffs, so much that's out there. And all people want to do is go to work, make an honest day's living. And many of the people back home say to me, I just want to turn it over to the kid for a future generation. That's it. That's it. Mrs. McDowell, last met, Mr. Horde, I'm gonna go ahead and put you in. Can you share briefly your thoughts? What do you see in terms of in the next few years for producers if absolutely nothing happens?
If nothing happens and Congress doesn't act, I think the concern for producers is that there could be additional state laws that are passed. And I think it's one thing if there are state laws that mirror the California law. I think it could be another thing if we end up with a patchwork of laws where, as we discussed, it makes it difficult for producers to be able to comply with multiple versions.
And that's why they brought her.
Mr. Hurd, in the last 10 seconds.
Yes, I agree. And by the patchwork of states would be devastating to our pork industry. And I'd like to also let the record show that I would like to be part of the pork tasting. So thank you.
Mr. Chair, I claim the record and I yield back my time.
Hey, congratulations, Mr. Davis. You just cucked to Smithfield, a Chinese-owned pork producer and food processing company based in Smithfield, Virginia, who owns all the shit in Eastern North Carolina. Annual revenue of $14 billion. Congratulations, sir. You are a piece of shit. And I hope you lose your seat in Congress. Go fuck yourself.
A gentleman yields back, and Mr. Horde's interest is so noted. Now, please recognize the gentleman from Iowa, Mr. Nunn, for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Don Davis, my fellow veteran here, and not only a veteran in the military, but a veteran pork-producing state as well. And
Right after I said good things about Democrats, they brought those two fucks.
while I agree with you, Illinois and North Carolina produce some of
Those comments didn't age well. Fuck. Sorry, let me check the comments. Getting behind. Yeah. Y'all are slowing down. I understand.
the finest pork in the world. No one produces.
But we're
more pork.
close here. We're close. I'm just going to carry on.
In Iowa. So we'll have you out to the Iowa State Fair, flip some pork chops, and Chairman, Ranking Member, we'll have you both as judges in the case. I think Mr. Horton's going to join us.
This is how it goes. And thank you to the badass Democrats. Let's see where Alma Adams is from. I can't remember. I think she represents Greensboro. I could be wrong. Alma Adams. She did me proud. Yeah, represents Guilford County, which is Greensboro.
Now that great Iowa State Fair starts in 2 weeks, folks. The countdown has begun. With this, I also want to say thank you very much to Mr. Schechtman and Ms. Cook. Ms. Cook is actually from the great state of Iowa. In fact, she's helped raise some of that great pork that has come up, and her incredibly family, her mom and dad, are here with her today too. So we're glad to have an
Oh, good. Mom and Daddy are here.
Iowa gal here who not only is an accomplished economist, but she's actually seen firsthand how this operates.
Making Daddy proud. Just like I said, of course, Mom and Dad are there.
And that's one of the reasons we're all here today, right? 49 states all want to be able to deliver their products. But for one state, which is telling all the rest of the union, they can't do it. We know this to be true, and this is bad policy out of California. It's not just bad policy, it's an insult to every hardworking farmer in this country who has been doing it right for generations. I know this much to be true. In Iowa, we raise 25 million hogs per year. I know in California, they consume 13% of all pork in this country. So this is not a war against the people of California. This is a clarification of a bad policy that's been taken by a few politicians in Sacramento. Not only is Iowa the top state producing pork, but right now our hog farmers are facing the toughest economy in decades. And the last thing they need is more red tape, not from Washington, D.C., but from the left coast, 2,000 miles away. These regulations aren't just affecting Iowa farmers either. Proposition 12.
Sounds like you need that market. So while you insult the voters of California, you actually really want their money, is it? Maybe you should, what's the technical word? Go fuck yourself?
Has had a tangible impact on consumers across the country. And I'll go back to California on this one. They've seen a price increase of more than 20% on most pork products, with loins costing 41% more than ever before, which means they got to come to the Iowa State Fair as well to be able to get bacon and pork chops actually at a livable wage. The Supreme Court was very clear here. It's up to Congress to help define this space. We all agree interstate commerce is clear. No one state should hold the other 49 hostage, which is exactly why I teamed up with my very good friend, Ashley Hinson, a great representative from Iowa, on Save Our Bacon Act. This is a effort to put the nonsense and
that sounds like a good one. Save Our Bacon Act. You should be so proud.
The federal government back into the driver's seat on interstate commerce and take away the nonsense that's been created by the few. Our bill makes it clear. If you don't grow it, you don't get to regulate it. So, Mr. Schechtman, I'd like to talk with you a little bit here, particularly on the area of workforce safety. What is the most dangerous aspect of Proposition 12 for the producers or workers inside barns every day as a result of this nefarious proposition?
Ooh, a nefarious proposition to give pigs more space.
Is the ability to confine our females at key times. That creates danger for this document potentially. As I've talked about a few different.
That's true. I mean, we have to confine our females at key times, you know, when they're nursing. That's true. I mean, I think it's common knowledge, right? When a woman's given birth, you have to put her in a cage for a little while. Got to confine our females. Yeah. You got to give her just enough space that she can't quite turn around. Yeah. Oh, okay. Okay.
Times are ready today. We have developed our system and housing systems with a three-pronged approach in mind and safety of the stock.
Hey, Holly, was it? Look at Holly. Wonder what she thought about that comment. Let's go back. Let's see if there was any.
I think if we lose the ability to
any recognition, any glimmer of realization when he said we should got to keep our females confined at certain times. Let's see.
To confine our females at key times, that creates danger for this document potentially. As I've talked about a few different times already today, we have.
I don't see anything. Come on, Holly, do it. You can do it. You can do it. Think. I'm watching you, Holly. I'm looking for a glimmer of intelligence. Let's see it.
We developed our system and housing systems with a three-pronged approach in mind, and safety of the stockman being one of those prongs, and welfare of the animal, production of the animal. So truly, one of the dangerous things inside the barn, especially with the breeding herd, is if we don't have control over when and where we can confine our animals a little bit for our safety, for their
Let me
safety.
go back. I want to see this lady.
I think if we lose the ability to confine our females at key times, that creates danger for the stockman potentially. As I talked about a few different times already today, we have developed our systems and housing systems with a three-prong approach in mind, and safety of the stockman being one of those prongs, and welfare of the animal, production of the animal. So truly, one of the dangerous things
Well, fuck women's rights, I guess.
inside the barn, especially with the breeding herd, is if we don't have control over when and where we can confine our animals a little bit for our safety, for their safety, that adds risk.
We just had Secretary Brooke Rollins come out to Iowa, and she saw one of our hog farms here, and we had 5 veterinarians on status who were there providing great care for the livestock. Nobody takes better livestock care than a farmer, particularly one who it's part of their breed and their herd. You know, when you look at this, is there a biosecurity concern?
That's true. That's true. Nobody takes better care of them than a farmer. So just to be clear, when I showed you all that footage from Dominion, that was good care. That's what that was the point I was trying to make, is how good the care was.
Concern that comes up from states arbitrarily throwing mandates like this down.
Yeah, the concern comes from the inspectors that are potentially brought in. It takes roughly 3 days for pig disease to be free from the human body if you've interacted with it. It's not that it affects the human body, but the human body carries it. And so if the inspection process doesn't honor that 3-day separation, the potential for disease spread is very real.
Ms. Cook, in the time we have left, not only are you going to accomplish the promises we highlighted here, what does Proposition 12 do to a family farm like yours?
Jason, I don't think so. I don't think so. They have nowhere to turn, and so a lot of the babies just get crushed. Their argument often is that more space would be even more dangerous because then the pigs can move around. Yeah, but these babies are often crushed in these sow stalls. It doesn't tend to happen when pigs have space, does it? I don't think so. Oh, Howie. Oh, good to hear from you. You're back. Okay. I'm glad you didn't just give birth, so we didn't have to confine you, but just keep that in mind. Okay.
You highlighted here. What does Proposition 12 do to a family farm like yours?
Yeah.
I think when we talk about the uncertainty that the potential
She didn't already answer this.
more measures or a conflicting patchwork creates, it really jeopardizes not just future investment decisions, but the ability to pass those farms on for generations.
I would absolutely agree. Let's not only save our bacon, let's save our family farms. And Mr. Chairman, we look forward to seeing you at the State Fair for that pork competition. I yield my time.
Oh boy, we're having fun.
Before I introduce our next member, I want to ask unanimous consent to enter into the record comments that Canada provided to the World Trade Organization Technical Barriers to Trade Committee that outlines their concerns with Proposition 12. Also submitting a letter.
He did that because of Patrick. Remember when Patrick fucked up? They said, get that comment from Canada that they're concerned. Because Patrick said they're not concerned. Oh, you fucked up. Shit. Go get a letter from Canada.
From Canadian, United States, and Mexican government officials where they outline their concerns.
Clean up duty.
With Proposition 12 and Question 3. Without objection, those will be entered into the record. And now I'm pleased to recognize Mr. Mesmer from Indiana for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for the witnesses for being
good job
here today. It seems like some of my Democrat colleagues have picked this issue to finally care about states' rights. Mr. Cushman, does Section 12,007 restrict any state from implementing their own standards of production?
It looks like you picked this one to stop caring about them.
Or does it simply clarify that states can only implement production standards for livestock producers in their own states?
Thank you for the question. You're correct. It only limits states to.
How come all the Republicans are white? I just look. I mean, I remember them saying that it was so racist. That's all I'm saying, guys. That's all I'm saying. I remember that it was racist. And it seems like all the Republicans are unanimous. There's a couple of bad Democrats, yeah, but most of the Democrats were opposed to this shit. But I don't know if it's maybe it's my feed. I don't know. Maybe like there's a color filter or something, but all the Republicans just seem to be white.
Can regulate products within their own states, production within their own states. It does clarify, though, that states are not permitted to regulate production outside of their own state.
Thank you. I want to call attention to a discrepancy I've seen in the committee room today.
Yep.
For the past couple months, myself and other Republicans on the committee have wrongfully been accused of limiting food access for Americans in need. But some of those members who most adamantly support those false claims now support a regulation that has single-handedly increased pork prices in California by at least 20% and is likely to increase prices nationally.
What are we hearing?
Mr. Cook, your written testimony, or Ms. Cook, your written testimony identifies the consumer prices that California residents have experienced as a result of Prop 12. In the absence of a fix, how will Prop 12 impact consumer prices, and can we expect it will threaten access to affordable, protein-dense pork products nationwide?
Thank you for the question. And a big reason why those prices are higher is because it's much more expensive to get that pork to consumers and to produce it. So in a situation where more states adopt these measures or a patchwork of regulations, more producers are required to undertake more costly production practices. That could then result in those much higher prices for not just California, but any impacted market.
Thank you. Former Ag Secretary Vilsack said during a visit to the Hill last Congress, without congressional action on Prop 12.
Are you going to mention how Secretary Vilsack is a former dairy farmer? Probably current dairy farmer. Are you going to mention that? Are you going to please make sure that you mention
chaos back?
Higher prices for not just California, but any impacted market.
Thank you. Former Ag Secretary Vilsack said during a visit to the Hill last Congress, without congressional action on Prop 12, there will be chaos in the meat marketplace.
Oh, yeah. I'm shocked to hear that from a dairy farmer. Yeah.
Mr. Horde, in your written testimony, it identifies a threat of a patchwork of state regulations to the American marketplace. If any state can restrict the sale of products to wage ideological warfare, do you agree that this creates an environment of instability?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Congressman. Definitely is one of my personal biggest concerns of this is the opportunity for other states to pass.
He's not sweating anymore. They cleaned up that. They cleaned it up.
Specific laws that would impact or force me to continue to have to make changes to our facilities in order to produce pork. And so, yep, that's yes.
Maybe Daddy won't spank you, Patrick.
Thank you.
He probably
if there
will,
was any
though.
evidence
He probably will.
to the necessity of Prop 12, the marketplace nightmare would at least be for a worthy cause. But, Mr. Horde, you state that Prop 12 advances no public interest, not in animal safety, not human health, and certainly not on-farm innovation. Mr. Horde, would you agree that Prop 12 is just another attack against production agriculture by interest groups that lack an understanding of the industry?
Yes, it's definitely was crafted from a perspective that didn't have input from swine producers or for veterinarians, and so therefore definitely was an unscientific mandate from another state.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Horde. And thank all the witnesses who have reiterated the necessity of a congressional fix to Prop 12. I stand prepared to move forward with a solution that keeps our food affordable and your farmers profitable. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. It is with a deep apology. I recognize the gentleman from California that I should have recognized last time, Mr. Carbajal, for 5 minutes.
It's interesting he said that because actually the reason why I know about this is because a veterinarian posted about it. Interesting. And what did she have to say? That was Crystal Heath, who is a veterinarian that opposes this. I wonder if they care about that. I bet they do. I'm sure they would value Ms. Heath's input.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you to all the witnesses that are here today. Look, a lot's been said about California pork, but we all know it's the best in the whole country, all right? I know some of my colleagues feel otherwise, but we still make some pretty good pork. Not as much, but we still do. Professor Lashmet, in your testimony, you noted that during the Supreme Court hearing on Prop 12, the state of California highlighted that some farmers had transitioned their operations to be Prop 12 compliant as proof that these adjustments can successfully be made. Given the court's decision to uphold Prop 12, what can Congress learn from those producers about how we can encourage stronger protection for animals while also making sure farmers and ranchers have the support they need to succeed?
I think this is a great example of there being two voices, right, and folks on both sides of this issue. And I think that it would be useful for Congress to speak to producers who've made those compliance decisions to get their input on whether they were useful for the farm, whether they did help to increase what they believe as animal husbandry standards on the farm or not. I think talking to those producers would be very useful.
Thank you. Professor Lashmet, as noted earlier, the Supreme Court upheld California's Prop 12 authority to establish animal welfare standards for products sold in California, affirming states' rights. From your professional perspective, how critical is it for states to maintain authority to enact such state right protections?
I think certainly under the 10th Amendment, any right not reserved to Congress is reserved to the states. And so animal welfare standards are certainly an example of a type of law that has historically been reserved to the states, and they've made those types of laws. Now, certainly we've got the balance there between the 10th Amendment and the Commerce Clause power that Congress has, and I think that's where it's going to be a complex decision for you all to make, to find a balance between you are wanting to act in interstate commerce and still preserving those states' rights under the 10th Amendment.
Thank you. And finally, Professor Lashmet, how can states continue to serve as leaders in addressing complex issues like animal welfare while respecting interstate commerce?
Again, I think that's the balance between that 10th Amendment and the Commerce Clause rights. And I think California, enacted this law that imposes their standards within their own state. And certainly there have been a number of other states, I think 11, that have laws on the books, at least related to egg production, that do impose standards on producers within their own states. The distinction here is California's law also imposes those standards on any product sold within the state, which is broader, whether or not appropriate. I'll leave that to you all, but certainly broader than actions other states have taken.
Great. Thank you so much. Mr. Chair, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. He yields back.
That was
Before I
interesting.
introduce our next member, I'll just ask unanimous
Second.
consent to enter into the record a letter from the American Association of Swine Veterinarians where they oppose Proposition 12 due to animal welfare concerns. So without objection, that will be entered into the record. Now, please introduce the
Hang
gentleman from North Carolina,
on.
Mr. Harris.
Hang on. I'm confused. Representative Carbajal represents a district in California. Wait. Carbajal was born in Mexico. Wait a second. Does he realize he's supporting a bill that is against Latinos? What say you, Representative Carbajal? Oh, no. Representative Carbajal. Shit. God damn it.
For 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And while I appreciate my
boy.
colleague from California talking about the best pork coming from there, I do come from the 8th District of North Carolina, and we all know North Carolina has the best pork. Thank you all.
God. Fucking North Carolina is embarrassing.
On the panel for sharing today.
I'm glad Alma Adams was there.
Your information and your expertise. Let me ask Ms. Cook just one quick question. Looking through an economic lens, do you think that large producers or small producers are more likely to be able to convert to Prop 12 compliance?
Thank you for the question. We've talked a lot about the costs associated with complying with Prop 12 and measures like it, and for many reasons, larger producers are going to be the best positioned to undertake those costs. They can spread costs out over more units of production. They also have just certain efficiencies that come along with size.
Great, thank you. Mr. Cushman.
We're kind of repeating ourselves. Like, did you listen to the hearing before, Mr. Harris?
As we all know, the work of farmers and ranchers is long and grueling, and they're constantly subjected to changing regulations, changing market prices, and weather events. Most producers have long enjoyed the freedom to raise their animals in whatever way is suitable. For
Yeah,
their...
you know who else is subject to changing laws and changing everybody? Stop sucking the dick of the farm industry. I'm so tired of people sucking the dick of the farm industry. And I believe that's the technical term. I have no other way of describing it. But yeah. Nobody is getting slobbered on as hard as the farm industry.
Individual farming needs. With Prop 12, as we discussed today, that freedom has been taken away.
Right.
And similar state mandates seem to threaten it further. Mr. Cushman, how do you expect producers to navigate the patchwork of state laws that will ensue if a fix for Prop 12 is not provided? And will legal advice be yet another thing that producers consider before making production decisions?
Thank you for the excellent question. And to piggyback a little bit off of Ms. Cook's response, the largest players, the ones most able to handle these kinds of requirements, getting legal advice is something that a much larger farm will be able to handle than a smaller, medium-sized farm. With more of these regulations coming out, more conflicting potential regulations, that makes it much, much harder for a smaller, medium-sized farm to survive and become compliant with one of these laws would require significant resources to do so.
You lost. Daddy wasn't proud.
Okay. There is a legislative solution to the problem that we've been discussing today. In fact, I heard it mentioned by my colleague, Mr. Nunn, a few moments ago, and I also am a proud co-sponsor of Representative Henson's Save Our Bacon Act, which says that a state can't
I
impose
bet you are.
a standard on the production of livestock outside their own borders. Mr. Cushman, again, can you just state clearly for the record, does the Save the Bacon Act trample on states' rights, as some have claimed?
It does not trample on states' rights. They still maintain the...
Well, actually it does, doesn't it? Because it would actually overturn what California voters did. But once again, y'all just need that sweet, sweet Democratic cat. As much as you malign California, sounds like you all need them. Because again, you could just not Send your pork to California. Sounds like you need them.
Right to regulate production within their state. That is something that states have traditionally done. All this does is prevent states from regulating outside.
So, just to keep this technical and mature, why don't y'all bend over nice and slow for the Democrats of California? I'm sorry. I'm sorry, guys.
Out of their own borders
It's
and
getting late.
inspectors onto Iowa farms or North Carolina farms.
Well, I agree with you that the language here really does strike the right balance of giving states free rein to act within their own borders, but ensuring that they don't set mandates for the
And
other.
don't worry. We've got a cream for you afterwards.
49. As a conservative, I'm typically partial to states' rights arguments, but the Constitution is clear that there are several instances where the federal government must act. And in this situation, as we continue to hear just the damage and the dangers that come with Prop 12, this may very well be that time. So thank you again, panel, all, for being here to share. And Mr. Chairman, with that, I yield back.
Thank you for making me proud of North Carolina once again. God, Mr. Harris. Mr. Harris.
Goes back before I introduce our next member for his 5-minute questioning. I do seek unanimous consent to enter into the record a letter from the Food Equity Alliance where they oppose Proposition 12 due to consumer affordability issues. I'll just read the first sentence of that. We, the Food Equity Alliance of California, feel a responsibility to reinforce to you that Proposition 12 is exacerbating food insecurity in California.
Well, you're sure getting a lot of comments entered into the record, aren't you, Chairman? It's a shame that the others only could enter their comments once, and you keep on getting them in. Yeah, okay, whatever.
California. So without objections, so-called letter, such letter will be entered into the record. Now
You're
recognize
still sweating, buddy. That run was a long time ago. You okay? How hot is it in there? You got your marshmallow. Calm down.
From Ohio, Mr. Taylor, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Ranking Member Craig, for holding this hearing today. And thank you to all the witnesses for being here and for the sacrifices you made to spend some time with us today. One of the main reasons I ran for Congress is to bring economic activity to Appalachia. Small towns are what make up Southern Ohio, and these towns largely rely on our family farms. That's why Prop 12 is so devastating. It pushes small family farms out of business. The bigger operations can afford to comply with ridiculous regulations, while smaller farms are forced out of the market. And 96% of the farms in my district are family farms. I'm afraid that Prop 12 will only cause more consolidation in the industry. That means fewer.
Who's this marshmallow? Is this a Democrat? They've been going back and forth. Oh, for fuck's sake. Gotta look it up again. Oh, God. Hang on. Gotta type it in again. Fucking agriculture. What is it? Jesus. Membership. Mr. Taylor. Mr. Taylor, are you a Democrat? I need to know. Why don't y'all do this in alphabetical order? No, he's a Republican. I guess we're out of Democrats. We're out of Democrats.
Coming back to the farm. Mr. Skydeman, can you talk more about how California's Prop 12 and other similar state regulations will cause further consolidation in the ag industry and what that would mean for rural areas like mine that are already seeing continued loss of population?
He looks like a Republican.
Yeah,
I mean, be honest, guys. You saw this guy and you had to guess Republican, Democrat. You knew.
Touched on this before, but just to say again, the cost of
God, it's like looking in a mirror, isn't it? These guys must be wigging out. Like it's like talking to myself and look at this.
Yeah,
look at
What that would
this.
mean for rural
It's
areas like mine
uncanny.
that are already seeing continued loss of population.
Yeah, we've touched on this before, but just to say again, the cost of retrofitting.
It's like he got just a slightly more of a tan.
Facility. Touched on this before, but just to say again, the cost of retrofitting facilities. You know, we've talked about how these are generational family farms, and so the facilities they have, just like the knowledge, has been built up over generations. And so the cost of taking one facility and turning it into something not really totally different, but still different, is significant. And I've seen myself, and I've seen other friends of mine who just made the decision. You know what? With the uncertainty, we could build something that's going to end up being wrong if something else gets passed. And so we're just going to sit out for a while and see what happens.
And that can lead to them getting out of the farm business completely.
Completely, yep.
Okay, thank you.
Oh dear. But then who would carry on the family legacy?
The 10th Amendment preserves states' rights to adopt their own ill-advised policies of many kinds, and California has certainly taken full advantage of that. But too often, as with Prop 12, California's bad policies seep out into other states to the detriment of the entire nation. When the Supreme Court issued its flawed decision in the Prop 12 case a few years ago, I think it was a clear sign.
He must be the ends because we ran out of Democrats. So that's got to be it, right?
It'll be up to Congress to resolve this issue. Mr. Cushman, do you see a case similar to this coming to the Supreme Court in the future, or do you think it's solely on Congress to act?
Thank you for the question. The Supreme Court decision was very, very difficult to understand and parse through.
Yeah, you were involved in the case. You've mentioned how it was very difficult for you. It sounds like the whole case was hard for you. Yeah, I think you're going to have to leave it up to Congress because Travis here couldn't do it.
Mentioned earlier that legal scholars have called it a paradox. They've called it a mess. They try to understand. Judges have disagreed on what it means. To reiterate, you need at least five justices to win a case. Of the 9, 6 agreed with our legal theory. 5 agreed we'd establish the legal theory. But then
sounds like 5. What was it? Was it a 5-4? Yeah, it was a 5-4. Sounds like 5 of them disagreed. But nice try to rewrite history. This is, yeah, see, what's confusing, Travis, was how you could explain this to the people who were counting on you, and then you dropped the ball. And that must have been hard for you to explain how you actually won.
Line up what does it mess?
Let's hear that again.
And parse through. I mentioned earlier that legal scholars have called it a paradox. And they've called it a mess. To try to understand. Judges have disagreed on what it means. To reiterate, you need 5.
Are you that legal scholar? Sorry, are you the legal scholar who said it was a mess?
5 justices to try to understand. Judges have disagreed on what it means. To reiterate, you need at least 5 justices to win a case. Of the 9, 6 agreed with our legal theory. 5.
Thank you for explaining to us how the Supreme Court works. We knew this, but yeah, go ahead.
5 agreed. To reiterate, you need at least 5 justices to win a case. Of the 9, 6 agreed with our legal theory. 5 agreed we'd establish the legal theory, but didn't line up quite right. As to this issue on Prop 12, I do not see this proceeding in the courts anymore. There is a challenge to Massachusetts Question 3, which is for Circuit Appellate Court right now. On this issue, it seems fairly clear that it's up to Congress to act. Justice Gorsuch's opinion made that very
Are they getting you on that case? I hope so. Please put Travis on the case. Please always put Travis on the case. He's so good. He's so good.
very clear that Congress does have this authority to preempt state laws that it finds are unwise under the Commerce Clause. And so this would be up to Congress to fix right now.
Okay, thank you. Turning to my fellow Buckeye, where we just kind of know we make the best pork. We don't have to talk about it all the time. In your testimony, you dove into the animal welfare side of Prop 12 discussion, and I'm sure one of the common responses we'll hear from certain groups will be how important Prop 12 is because of the issue of animal welfare. Mr. Horde, can you just dispel some of the myths surrounding the animal welfare piece specifically? Can you talk about how Prop 12 is actually worse for animal welfare in many cases?
Yeah, thank you, Congressman. We as farmers certainly are concerned about animal welfare, and it's the priority. If we do not take good care of our animals, then that is a detriment to us and our livelihood.
Yeah, well, I already showed the footage, but whatever.
So housing, a lot of times, is not determined by a determining factor of animal welfare. There's nutrition, there's animal husbandry, there's different other systems that happened. And so
I think it means that he's the last witness, though. He's got to be the last, because they couldn't have they'd have to balance the hearing, I think. Is that the rule? I don't know. Whatever.
I can't definitively say that animal welfare is the impact of it is.
I could be completely wrong about that.
Is any different on our farm because we care for our animals diligently.
Thanks again to all of you for being here, and Chairman, I yield back.
Chairman yields back. Now recognize Chairman from Alabama, Mr. Moore, for 5 minutes.
Oh, I'm wrong.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the witnesses being here today. Ms. Rocha, is that how you say your name, Ms. Rocha? Rocha. Okay, that was Alabama version of Rocha. Question. You know that since Prop 12 was fully implemented on January 1st of 2024, that retail pork prices in California have risen by an average of 20%, with specific cuts, I think.
Yep, another Republican. I'm completely wrong.
Ones at 41%. How have these prices impacted the small family-owned and operated Latino businesses that you represent?
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Well, 20% is a very high number, and we have already experienced.
Yeah. Let's hear how it's racist again from the. Let's get the leading questions from the all-white party. on how this bill is so racist, and it's just a weird coincidence that the party who opposes this mostly had like one white guy, and everybody else was a person of color.
Many other challenges of regulation. So this is yet another regulation on top of those that affects us. So as you can imagine, small businesses such as minority-owned.
By the way, the one white guy, he fucking knocked it out of the park, didn't he? Him, Alma, and there were some other good ones.
Restaurants, we represent about 1,400 members. It absolutely affects us negatively by increasing prices and having to make difficult choices of either.
Lady, you're full of shit. Shut up. I wish the Latino guy had asked her about this shit, about this race card bullshit. Not everybody's going to take the high road take the low road like me, though. I would have.
Not offering pork, because of the price.
I would have spent every second of my 5 minutes roasting these people. Just roasting them. Oh my God.
It just, all of what we do is, what I'm looking at, what I'm representing is the consumer side of it with regard to the pricing.
Yeah, with inflation, you just add another 20% in addition to that, and that's not very beneficial. I quoted Ronald Reagan in here yesterday, said the government's idea on the economy is when it's moving, you tax it. If it keeps moving, you regulate it. When it fails, you sell.
I believe animal husbandry is just the rearing of animals.
Subsidize it. Very often, I think our regulations are causing some serious problems, certainly for consumers, and now I think for producers nationally. So, Ms. Cook, since you're the economic expert on the panel, how many Californians? I'll go back to you too, Ms. Rocha, on this. Is it Rocha? Did we say?
Oh, Rocha.
Sorry, I got to get that right.
Okay.
So, how many Californians do the two of you think would purchase or continue to purchase the Prop 12 raised price pork, given the chances if they could purchase the less affordable option that was not Prop 12? What do you think, Ms. Cook? Any idea? Do we have any research or any thoughts on that?
I think what the data is showing us that with these much higher prices, Californians as a whole, what the data is showing is they're willing and able to purchase less pork. So with that choice restricted from them, we're seeing them consume less, but still paying and spending more.
Yeah, the families are.
Holly, I will have you know that the California voters approved this bill by a huge margin, by more than 3 million votes, knowing full well that it might cost a little bit more. So, what's the technical term again? Go fuck yourself, I think it is. Just want to make sure I get that right, guys. I don't want to speak incorrectly.
Still struggling, right? So if they have an option, if they can buy something that's 20% cheaper or 41% cheaper in the case of special cuts, I can imagine why they wouldn't buy the.
You might want to go and ask the California voter then. Oh wait, we did that already.
Less expensive, but what about it, Ms. Rocha? What do you think?
Yeah, I know that our consumers, are diverse, and we appreciate having the choice. So I think that the majority of our restaurant owners would appreciate having the availability to purchase pork at a reasonable and affordable price, so that they can make money in their businesses. But I think for overall, I do believe that we would appreciate having the choice of purchasing either or.
Okay. Here's the numbers. 62% of California voters said yes to 37%. That is what we call a landslide. More than 3 million voters. You don't often get that lopsided result. So, yeah, okay. But sure. Thank you, Mary. You looked that up, right, Mary? You didn't. Somebody, yeah, I think that's that's the technical, yeah.
Whatever type of pork we would like to.
I agree. In the restaurant business, labor costs and food costs are two of your highest costs. And so if you can help trim that, it helps the business survive the long haul, so to speak. So anyway, thank you.
You're real concerned about the tariffs, right, Mr. Moore? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to yield a full minute and 45 seconds back.
I thank the gentleman yielding back. Now, please recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Lamalfa, for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate it. I guess I'm the only California Republican on this dais here today. So
just Just a parade of Republicans.
Well, we do have a different perspective of me living that firsthand as a citizen as well as an ag producer there, and my just inherent desire that why would we foist California's problems on the rest of the country? You know, why would we foist LA and San Francisco thinking on the other 49 states, other than those that have already jumped in? So I I look at who's driving it, and these are the same foes as a long time. You know, there's American Humane Society.
You know who drove it? The voters. So yeah. Again, your voters had a chance to weigh in.
Which are good folks at the national level and American level. Then you have the Humane Society of the United States, which has carefully crafted that name to differentiate themselves from the American Humane Society. And certainly their mission is crafted completely different than it is about taking care of animals individually. They raise hundreds of millions of dollars, and they spend about 1% on the actual humane treatment of animals, unlike the syrupy ads you would see on TV. They're very well heeled, and they do battle in California, I'll have to say, pretty effectively, because one issue I sided with them on was cutting the fins off sharks and just leaving the rest of the shark, which doesn't seem very sportsmanlike to me. If you're going to take game, then you should use all the game and use it respectfully. But then one thing after another, it's been on using hounds for hunting bear and bobcat, which actually is something helpful for hunters to differentiate with which one they should be looking at, which one they should leave. But then we get down to this issue. The Humane Society of the United States is well known to be against the use of livestock for people's nutrition. So by every death by 1,000 cuts, I should say, one bit at a time, they're trying to take that away. They're trying to take away hunting rights. They don't want people hunting game.
Say what?
On any lands. And so this is what they're trying. This is well known to be should be looking at which one they should leave. But then we get down to this issue. The Humane Society of the United States is well known to be against the use of livestock for people.
Yeah, no shit.
Nutrition. So by every death by 1,000 cuts, I should say, one bit at a time, they're trying to take that away. They're trying to take away hunting rights. They don't want people hunting game on any lands. And so this is what you're up against. So this is by a death by 1,000 cuts by one bit at a time. We had Proposition 2 10 years before Proposition 12, which worked to try and make larger areas for animals. You know, there's an argument for it, right? And the voters passed it. That was 2008, as I recall here. And so 2 years later, and that was in order to have larger cages for hens, as well as more space for veal and others. So, well, 2 years later, they worked to amend that interpretation that other states would now have to do also the same as under Prop 2 with their hens, increasing their cage size, which we ran into that my first term in this committee here. So California was dictating how that would be done. So that's Prop 2 back in 2008. Someone was asking earlier, will they keep doing this? Yeah, California can keep doing it anytime they want, because you saw 10 years later, Prop 12 was passed. And it's not too tough for well-heeled organizations to put these things on the ballot and then convince voters via well-heeled ads running often on TV. I remember the Prop 12 ads are very dramatic. They had pictures of animal abuse going on, which we all are against, and what they were depicting would actually be prosecuted without any of these laws. There was one particularly graphic scene where somebody, I think it was on a dairy, was picking up a cow with a forklift, or an injured or very ill cow, and so that was shown as abusive. And this was the picture they were painting of what livestock raising is like in California. And so the threat is constantly going to be there from organizations like this being able to place for $3 million and a lot of sympathy these issues on the ballot and get them passed in the Bay Area and LA and some of those coastal areas like that. If I showed you the map of how these votes went, especially Prop 12, which took it to an extreme, all the internal counties of California, all the ones that have any kind of significance of agriculture, voted against Prop 12. It's the coastal area.
False. I was just looking that up, Mr. Lamalfa. Oh, thank you, Mr. Lamalfa. What a segue. All right. I was just looking up how your district voted. All right, let's take a look. Check it out. Oh, wait. No, I'm wrong. Oh, shit. My bad. I misread. Okay. He's right, I think. Okay, let's take a look. Here's the tab. Okay, so here's all the 4, right? But this is interesting because I'm looking up like where he represents, right? Okay. Richvale. Now, what do you notice about Richvale? Share this tab. It's right there. Can you all see it? It's right there. So, okay. So it looks like it's about right there. About there. Maybe there. Let me look at it again. It's about there. So it looks like 50 to 60% against, meaning not that against. Against, sure. Oh, I was so excited. See, guys, what I did, I saw that and I thought, wait, every county voted 50 to 60% at least for it. But I didn't see that. Damn it. Damn it, they got me. Ah, my glee was. But see, I admit it. When I make a mistake, I admit it. Unlike these folks. All right. Technically, he's correct.
Areas in the elite areas of California that are voting this stuff in. So I guess in my remaining time, I would throw out there, this does drive costs. We heard a bunch of drama earlier about people getting kicked off the program, or people are going to go, there'll be much people go hungry, when really what the focus was on illegal immigrants receiving benefits and people that should be at work receiving endless benefits as well. So I guess throwing it back to the panel, if you want to comment further later with other questioners, you just see this is affecting the cost of food for everybody, for people using SNAP, for all consumers, and anybody wants to dwell
voters though
on that in further conversation. Since I burned my 5 minutes, we know what the effect is. It's going to make it harder on everybody to afford food across the country, those on SNAP especially, that we hear so much concern about on the other side, that we're supposedly kicking off on this thing. So California can keep passing this stuff.
Yeah, because you're kicking people off SNAP. That's a literal thing that you're doing. Congrats. I don't know why you just made light of that. But yeah.
We need to resist it, not foist our bad ideas on the rest of the country. So I'll go back, Mr.
Chairman. I really wish Republicans would take that to heart, because they really do foist their bad ideas on the country, despite the fact that they're a minority of the country.
Gentleman yields back. Before I introduce Dr. Baird, I would take the opportunity to seek unanimous consent. There has been some misleading information that Pennsylvania, which is a growing hog producing state, that there is complete opposition in Pennsylvania, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, my home state, to basically finding a path forward to overcome Proposition 12. So seeking unanimous consent to submit for the record an op-ed by the Pennsylvania Farm Bureau President, Chris Hoffman.
Okay, sure. Submit the Farm Bureau President's op-ed. Gee, I wonder how they feel about it. Who spouted the misinformation? We know Pennsylvania has a lot of Republicans.
And where he offers support for Section 12009 of the Farm Food and National Security Act of 2023.
Didn't they just vote for Trump?
Without objection, this letter will be entered into the record. And now, please,
sure they did.
The gentleman from Indiana, Dr. Baird, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank the witnesses for being here. I just can't resist, and I hope you'll indulge me, Mr. Chairman. I just can't resist some of the things I've done in my past, but not all things. Anyway, I have a PhD in monogastric nutrition, and everyone in this room is a monogastric, whether you know it or not, but single gastric stomach. And so I'm going to stand up for the pigs in this situation, because we need to recognize how capable they are of adapting to various kinds of environment and production systems. And when I was at Purdue working on a master's degree, we compared gestation systems. And one of those was a pasture system. The next was a monoslope group housing, where you had a slatted floor up front. We used to call them the Cargill unit. And then we had a tethered unit as well, where you tied them up with a neck. And the thing I want to point out here is that we found over time in that research project, and I found that on the farm when I was growing up, you end up culling those animals that aren't well suited to that environment or that building. And a producer actually knows which is best and which produces the most and most efficient. Absolutely, they know exactly how that works. And so what we found too, as a sideline, I did some work in some of the earliest work in this country. Europe had done it for a long time in artificial insemination in pigs, and that was part of that project. But back to what I wanted to mention.
What is happening?
We found in that research that through natural culling, you actually ended up with a suite of animals or a group of animals that was well suited to that environment. Some of them never really adapted to the tethering situation, for example. But there were others that when they went to the pairing house and came back, they knew where their stall was in that facility and would go back. They tended to be the more timid kinds of individuals. Who were out in the pasture, they could interact with other individuals, and in the group housing, you had that same kind of concern. So I just couldn't resist sharing that. And the other thing I would share in terms of pigs, the reason that they look for water and they end up being in mud holes, so to speak, but they do not have sweat glands. So the only means they have to cool themselves is evaporative cooling, and that takes water. And if you really knew pigs, they would prefer to have just a comfortable shower than they would to lay in the mud hole. But that's what it is. And so you got to give these animals credit And I don't think a lot of people recognize how important it is to have the animals perform well and the efficiency that it takes to be profitable in that situation. So I've probably said enough, Mr. Chairman, but I could share other stories with you, but I can tell you want me to go on. So anyway, I want to ask this question from everyone because
I'm so confused. So he's saying, I'm just stereotyping. So I believe he's a Republican. Let me check the list. Oh boy, keep on getting rid of that page. Why? I need it up. Okay, here we go. Baird. Where is he? I don't see him. Who is this guy? Oh, yeah, Republican from Indiana. So, are you gonna defend gestation crates now after saying you care about the pigs?
national pork producers were concerned about Prop 12, and we've been concerned about Prop 12 for a long time. But Prop 12 doesn't inherently improve animal welfare. In fact, the American Veterinary Medical Association, the largest association representing veterinarians, supports the chairman's fix. They do not support Prop 12 because it fails to follow the science and it limits the flexibility as farmers and vets in order to best serve their animals. So I'd like to ask our producers first, what's your experience with Prop 12 style of housing for sows? Is the injury incidence higher in those situations? And isn't that bad for animals? So I'll start with our two producers, Mr. Ward.
Yeah, Mr. Scientist here. Yeah, giving pigs more space is worse for them.
Thank you, Congressman. Our experience is that animal welfare is a complex issue of multiple things. As you being a PhD, that's impressive, a nutritionist, and you understand there's nutrition, there's animal husbandry, and our experience is that the biggest impact is how we care for them, and how we take care of them is the leading indicator.
We're almost there, guys. Just hang with. Hang with. I don't expect anybody to rewatch this stream, Mary. Right, Felix? Look we're so close.
Of animal welfare. Thank you.
And you certainly have to recognize that, a producer, how are you going to make any money if you don't take care of the animals, Right. And so that's a very important aspect of animal husbandry. So
yep, for sure.
Good answer. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Baird, for the question and for your research. I don't have a lot to add to what Mr. Horde said or to your experiences, but just the ability to care for your animals.
Shocker. The farmer doesn't have much to add to this bullshit.
A big piece of husbandry is understanding the animal and knowing how the animal acts and knowing what that animal is going to do. And so I don't have much to add, but I thank you for experience.
Anyone else care to comment? So anyway, I guess I'd just say, Mr. Chairman, that I guess I've already gone over my time, haven't I? Anyway, thank you for being here and sharing your expertise with us and for this committee. It helps us make better decisions. Thank you. I yield back.
Well, Dr. Baird, thank you for sharing your experience
boy.
And your knowledge. Much appreciated, my friend. Before we adjourn, I need to extend my apologies, or the ranking member want to extend her apologies. She was pulled away.
Apology not accepted.
She was hoping that would time up better, but she certainly sends her appreciation to all of our witnesses who took, went through, the time, the cost to travel here and to share your perspectives. And let me add my closing as well. Let's be clear about Prop 12. Prop 12 has hurt small and medium-sized producers. Prop 12 has hurt consumers with increased costs, impacting food affordability. That's something we talk a lot about in a bipartisan.
This is the reason why Ali Tabrizi stopped being vegan.
Way in this committee. Prop 12 has the potential, as we've heard, to actually result in harm for the sows through the compliance that is required. Prop 12 ignores agriculture science.
To be fair, this isn't a vegan marshmallow. It's just a marshmallow.
And quite frankly, American agriculture can be defined as science, technology, and
Oh,
innovation.
there's a lot of gelatin in this guy. Lots of gelatin stored up.
As we've heard today, Prop 12 has hurt our small family-owned restaurants and folks in that supply chain for our restaurants. It's an industry that that survives on only, I would say, a range of 3 to 10% profit, closer to 3% most days. And so any mandate of adding costs will hurt those family-owned businesses and jobs and food accessibility for folks that are going looking to those restaurants for their nutrition. So the question I have, some have claimed that Prop 12 is a mandate. But what is a mandate?
This isn't even all we watched. We watched other stuff too. But that was nice. We watched Alicia.
100%? I would say that's probably a mandate. 90%, that's pretty good. That'd be a mandate. 80% mandate. Let's get on. I think 51% would be a mandate. Maybe 50%. Maybe let's be generous. Say 40% is a mandate. Although the Prop 12 initiative passed in 2018, it was far from a mandate.
I never knew marshmallows were so long-winded.
Mandate, for the record. Only 20% of Californians voted in that election. And of those 20%, only 13% that voted in California approved this ill-thought.
Interesting argument there, Mr. Chairman. I think a very small number of Americans voted in the presidential election, so we should probably get Trump out of there, right? By your logic.
Provision. 13% of Californians. That is not a mandate. And I think that's why we've seen all the signals, not just from Justice Gorsuch, I read it from at least two.
There you have it. It's not a mandate. Trump didn't win. What percentage? Let's see, 2024. Okay. Oh, yeah. Voter turnout. Interesting. Wow. In the 2024 presidential election, 73.6% of the citizen voting age population was registered to vote. And only 65% voted. Boy, that's not a mandate, is it? And you could argue that, it was even worse that men didn't vote as high a percentage as women. Isn't that sad? Sorry, we'll continue.
Other justices in the Supreme Court who said that
if everybody in the country had voted, we wouldn't have Donald Trump.
This is a responsibility Congress has to fix. This committee will consider a measured correction that preserves states' rights to control their internal agriculture practices, will protect interstate commerce, and preserve states' animal health regulations and laws. And so a huge thank you to our witnesses for coming here and sharing your perspective and your expertise. I thought this was an
Also, if voting was mandatory, Republicans would almost never win. Yeah, they'd almost never win elections if voting were mandatory. Isn't that sad?
Standing hearing. Thank you to our staff for all of your work to make this a successful hearing, and to the members who, quite frankly, under a lot of pressure today with a lot of things that are going on and the time constraints that we're under, that came out and asked questions today. So under the rules of the committee, the record of today's hearing will remain open for 10 calendar days to receive additional material and supplementary written responses from the witnesses to any question posed by a member. This hearing of the Committee on Agriculture is adjourned.
There you have it. That was 3 days ago, so I don't know. Time to contact your members of Congress, I guess, right? There they are. Jim, nice job. Miss Brown, well done. Chantel, you did good. A lot of these people were not there. Alma. Thank you for making me proud of North Carolina for just the briefest moment. Dawn, go fuck yourself. Anyway, thanks, guys. It's very cool that as many of you stuck around for a congressional hearing. Right. Let's go to bed. I don't mean all together, unless y'all want, unless you, never mind. Let's go to bed, guys. I hope this doesn't cause you nightmares, what we just witnessed. It may. It may. Real quick, let's tally it up. Let's tally it up. Let's grade you all. Wait, Felix. I got to make sure that we honor the greatness. Top fans. Whoa. Jason Gutt. Amazing. Okay, listen. Felix, you did it. It's a little late. I'm not going to pull up the music. But you know what you did, Felix. You did it. You stood strong. It's impressive. You did it. You got third place. Well done, Felix. There's a tie up at the top with 375 XP. It's Marion Lewis. No, not Lewis. Wait, what? Wait, what? No, it's Marion Jason. Jason, congratulations, sir. You have joined the winner's circle. Amazing. Wow. Can't believe it. I mean, I can believe it. You did great. You did great, Jason. Do you have a speech you want to give? Anybody got a speech? To win a congressional hearing stream is next level. I mean, I should have the music going, really. I should have special music going. But I'm tired. I think we're all tired. We're not the same as when we started. We're different people. I don't know. Guys, all right, Mary, let's get the fuck out of here. Good night, guys. Good night. That was, wow. Wow.